Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Feng Yu became the 10th member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Some people were happy and some were angry. The happy ones were those who were good friends with Feng Yu, but the angry ones were the other Zhu who had always looked down on him, such as Wind Pillar and Snake Pillar. But when you are angry, you will not do anything to hurt the other party. This is the responsibility of being the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. Most Demon Slayer Corps members who have never heard of Feng Yu are curious and want to see Feng Yu's true face in Lushan. After all, such a large Demon Slayer Corps organization suddenly had a new leader, so I couldn't help but be curious. What do you think the new Lord Light Pillar looks like? Go, 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 you ask me, I ask who to go. I know what Master Guangzhou looks like. In the next month, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps basically discussed who the 10th Pillar of Light was. The instigator, Feng Yu, was currently sitting on Xiao Hai's back, thinking leisurely about how to train in the days to come and how to enhance his strength. With my current strength, it can only be said that it is difficult to advance to a higher level. But I have a system, and my strength will improve relatively quickly. The first thing is the breathing method. I feel that the water breathing method has become saturated, and there is no room for improvement. Then the only breathing method of light is left. Even the breathing method of light cannot be achieved overnight. The second step is to open the stripes, He Dao and the strongest buff to penetrate the world. Finally, there is the system. Feng Yu summarized the directions in which he could improve his strength. The breathing method of light cannot be rushed. I have an immortal constitution. Logically speaking, the fatal flaw of not being able to live until the age of 25 with the stripes turned on does not exist for me. It is more difficult for He Dao and the transparent world to break through the body's limit. According to the original work, only Kokashibu has opened the transparent world. The three protagonists have not grown up yet, and the plot has not yet advanced to the later stage. There is no reference for the transparent world in He Dao. But seeing through the world may be a higher-level manifestation of spiritual power. The last step is the deduction and synthesis functions of the system. Character: Nakagawa Fuyu. Number of swings: 6,497,753. Breathing method: water breathing, trance-like transformation, light breathing. Martial arts: swordsmanship dasheng, physical strengthening technique dasheng, fengpieyuan dasheng, golden body strengthening technique introduction. 5 Tiger Fist Introduction Mental Power Secret Technique Dasheng. Physique: Immortal Physique. Pets Xiaobai awakened, Xiaohei not awakened. Mission 1: Kill the King of Ghosts, Oniwashi Mubai. Introduction: Ghost King Kibutsuji is the beginning of everything in this world. Kill him to end this source of evil. Rewards: Number of knife swings *1000 W, designated world travel *1, mysterious gift package *1. Status unfinished. Chain mission: Kill evil spirits. Introduction: After sunset, endless evil ghosts start hunting. You are a human, go and kill all the evil ghosts. Reward: Unknown, depends on the percentage of completion. The higher the completion, the higher the reward. Status: 0.5%. Status unfinished. Mission 1: Defeat the Demon Slayer Corps Pillar. Introduction: Challenge the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps and gain their recognition. Each time you defeat one, you will receive different rewards. Reward obtained based on completion. Status of 20%. Task 2: Recruit 2 disciples. Introduction: Now that you have achieved the top level of strength in the world, it's time for you to experience what it's like to be a teacher. Take on 2 disciples and learn the breathing method. Reward: Number of knife swings *300 W, number of epiphanies *1, and method to activate stripes. Status: Unfinished. After the task of becoming a pillar was completed, another task of recruiting disciples came, and this task was not completed so quickly. It was a bit difficult. I had to look for any geniuses. Feng Yu is a little troubled. Now the tasks issued by the system are completed in a continuous time, unlike before when killing ghosts was completed in one go. I don't like developing games. Then he took out the task reward suppose doll from the system space. This is a second life. It would be great if energy could be produced. Feng Yu lamented that there were too few cherished items. If there were a few more, he could really point a knife at Kibutsuji and say, "Wuhan, what do you think of life?" Finally, the legendary quality of Wanwu Mall is refreshed. Feng Yu felt a little excited. Although the quality was said to be expensive, it was really worth the price. When opened, it becomes a dazzling golden color. Only this time it was a ball of golden gas. Fighting chi, only those with extreme martial arts can realize that wearing it can increase personal charm. In battle, the increase will be felt according to the will of the person wearing it. I wonder if the system is spying on me and will give me whatever I need. Click to buy without hesitation, and instantly the panel reduces the number of knife swings by 5 million. Ding, do you want to bind fighting spirits? Nonsense for sure. In an instant, Feng Yu felt that his various attributes had doubled. Zio Hai, have you seen the river in front of you? Drop it there. Although Zio Hai was confused, he could only do it. Zio Hai originally thought that Feng Yu was going to do something, but who would have thought that he would come to the river and look at the reflection in the water? Emmons, you have indeed become more handsome. Feng Yu touched his face and said, then finally comes the pet skills. Sun Flame can gather energy to shoot out a ray of light, which has the burning effect of the sun. System, are you going to get involved? You actually used this skill. Does this mean that Zio Bai and Zio Hai also have the ability to kill ghosts? Feng Yu knew it well. Who should I give this skill to? Feng Yu looked at Zio Bai for a while and then at Zio Hai. Zio Bai has the awakening skill. Obviously Zio Hai can make up for its shortcomings, but seeing Zio Hai's temperament, Feng Yu suddenly didn't want to give this skill to Zio Hai. Forget it, since we want to train them, we should treat them equally. Zio Hai, come here. When Zio Hai heard Feng Yu calling him, he was very happy and flew to Feng Yu in front of him. Gaga Master, what do you want from me? Zio Hai tilted his head and said. Feng Yu didn't speak, but silently put the number of swings 500W on Zio Hai's head and then slowly disappeared. After a while, Zio Hai opened his scarlet eyes and said, Quack Master, I learned it. Then he shot a light from his mouth into the distance. The big tree in front collapsed suddenly, and the broken place was exuding a burnt smell. This power is truly worthy of the golden legend. Feng Yu was a little shocked. Just a light ray penetrated a big tree. Zio Bai, you will become stronger in the future. Feng Yu touched Zio Bai beside him and said, now that the resources have been allocated, the next step is to complete the mission of the believers first. Feng Yu set off again and flew towards the direction of Sawu Mountain. Boom! Zio Hai's huge figure flashed across the sky, and Feng Yu stood on its back and couldn't help but feel a little excited. I'm finally coming back to Mount Samajiri. I don't know how Tanjiro and the cute Nezuko are doing. I'm really looking forward to seeing the expressions of Tanjiro and Nadaki Sakonji. The weather is really nice today. Feng Yu enjoyed standing on Zio Hai's back and feeling the rising sun shining on his face. This made him feel that the world was real and not a fantasy. Zio Hai's speed seems to have become faster. Feeling that the airflow became more violent than before, Feng Yu knew that Zio Hai's strength was also constantly improving. Now that he had the ability to kill ghosts, he might be able to catch him by surprise in the subsequent battles. Let Zio Hai be the sixth child and use the sun and flames when the ghost is not paying attention. After all, who would have thought that an ordinary crow could fire energy cannons? The key point is that this energy cannon can still cause fatal damage to ghosts. The more Feng Yu thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. Zio Hai and Zio Bai's various indicators were not much weaker than the ordinary members of the Demon Slayer Corps. On the contrary, they were even stronger. Not only were they physically flexible, but they were also good at being the sixth. Feng Yu's mind suddenly recalled a very famous sentence from a certain music in his previous life. I am the sixth child. This sentence is poisonous. Thinking of this sentence, Feng Yu's mind kept playing and couldn't stop at all. No, I can't think about it anymore. If I think about it anymore, I won't be able to stop. Feng Yu quickly began to empty his head of the noise and meditate. Soon. Zio Hei's voice woke him up. Quack Master, Mount Sawu is coming. Feng Yu slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was the familiar mountain top. There was a wooden house on the mountainside in the distance, and a faint green smoke was rising at the moment. Huh. It seems like someone is coming. Sakonji Nintaki, who was sitting in the wooden house and brewing medicine, seemed to feel something approaching. He picked up the Nichirin sword next to him, got up and walked out of the house. At this moment, Feng Yu landed early not far from the foot of the mountain in order not to scare Nintaki Sakin for the first time. Zio Hai also returned to his normal size and hovered in the sky. Huh. That is. Feng Yu saw the small temple at the foot of the mountain. Zio Bai, look at this small temple dedicated to you. When Zio Bai heard Feng Yu calling him, he poked his head out of the box behind him and looked at Zio Miao. Zio Bai, let's go take a look. Feng Yu said with a smile. The small temple is very small, so small that it can only accommodate people half a meter tall. There is a stone statue inside that looks like Xiaobai, but it doesn't look like Xiaobai. Because there are 9 tails behind this stone statue, its expression is more charming and oppressive. The unburnt incense was still burning in front of the statue. It was obvious that the person who had just worshipped had not gone far. Xiaobai jumped out of the wooden box and looked at the statue with doubts that looked like him but not like him. Master, I have a special feeling. Xiaobai said, what's wrong? Feng Yu asked, I can feel that this statue is related to me. It seems that as long as I am willing, I can absorb special energy through this statue. In Xiaobai's eyes, the statue in front of him is full of a special energy, and there is always an attraction that makes him make a choice. Do you want to absorb this energy? But there is something terrible that will happen if the energy in the statue is absorbed. Xiaobai was hesitating and looked to his master Feng Yu for help, hoping that he could make a decision for him. So the statue in front of me has energy that can be absorbed, but I feel like something bad will happen if it is absorbed. If that's the case, I would be in trouble. After all, I don't know whether this energy is harmful or beneficial to you. Feng Yu frowned. If you follow what Xiaobai said, then the energy in this statue is the power of incense and incense in the previous life. It is the power of incense contributed by those who come here to worship. The sentence incense is poisonous rang in Feng Yu's mind. The world of Demon Slayer does not describe too much the power of other systems, nor does it explain whether there are gods in this world. It only talks about the existence of humans and ghosts. Feng Yu looked at the statue and seemed to have the answer in his heart. Xiaobai just absorbed this energy. Xiaobai nodded. After all, this energy was constantly tempting him, and he was already ready to absorb the energy. Xiaobai touched the statue gently, and a large amount of fluorescence emitted from the statue poured into Xiaobai's body. Hey. Xiaobai began to fall to the ground in pain, seeming to be enduring severe torture. Xiaobai, what's wrong with you? Seeing Xiaobai like this, Feng Yu couldn't help but become worried. Master, I'm fine, I may need to sleep for a while. After saying this, Xiaobai fell into a deep sleep. But Feng Yu could feel Xiaobai's aura getting stronger and stronger, transforming every minute and every second. Xiaobai fell into a deep sleep and came to a mysterious space. Dots of fluorescent light constantly surround it, and countless voices ring in its ears. Lord God, save my child. Lord God, please bless me with wealth. Lord God, please. Countless voices were constantly playing back, and Xiaobai was struggling to accept it all. It turns out this is the consequence. In real world, Feng Yu gently picked up Xiaobai and put him into the wooden box. He found that Xiaobai's statue was constantly decaying, as if it was undergoing the baptism of time. That's strange. Feng Yu didn't study the statue too much, so he hurried up the mountain. But after Feng Yu left, a plume of black smoke suddenly appeared from the statue and then dissipated in the sky. Feng Yu seemed to have a sense of belonging on the familiar road and the familiar mountain top. Thinking about it, the place where he stayed the longest since he came to this world was Mount Samajiri. Welcome back, Feng Yu, said Kintaki Sakanji, who had been standing outside the wooden house early, wearing a red Tengu mask. Long time no see, Master Lintaki. The moment Feng Yu saw Lintaki Sakanji, he couldn't help but feel something in his heart, like a feeling of a wanderer returning home. It'll be good when you come back, it'll be good when you come back. Nintaki Sakanji murmured. Then the two returned to the cabin together. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Nezuko, who had already woken up. At this moment, she woke up a year earlier than in the original work. With big red eyes and a piece of bamboo in her mouth, she carefully looked at Feng Yu in front of her. Nezuko looked so soft and cute. How can there be such a cute creature in this world? Feng Yu sighed. Oh, it's quiet inside the cabin. There was only the crackling sound of the burning flame. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kintaki Sakanji said calmly. Feng Yu responded. Nezuko on the side was eating the marrow cleansing pill given by Feng Yu with a look of satisfaction on her face. Nezuko could feel that after taking the marrow cleansing pill, her body's strength was constantly improving, and she couldn't help but feel dependent on Feng Yu. Just like a kitten, it will look at Feng Yu longingly after eating. Feng Yu gently rubbed her head, and Nezuko enjoyed this feeling. He stretched out his hands with a longing expression on his face. Okay, don't look at me like this. Feng Yu looked at Nezuko's appearance in front of him, smiled helplessly, and then took out 6 marrow cleansing pills and handed them to her. I saw her pick up one and put it in her mouth, then secretly took out 3 more and put them aside. Feng Yu knew that Nezuko was left to Tanjiro and couldn't help but sigh that she was really lucky to have such a sister. Don't feed her so much. These elixirs are obviously very precious. They are more effective and contain higher energy than the elixirs developed by the Demon Slayer core. You should plan more for yourself. Ningtaki Sakonji looked at Feng Yu and said, well, it's okay. Looking at Nezuko, the marrow cleansing pill can replenish the energy her body needs, which will be more effective in suppressing her desire to eat people. Feng Yu said, well, ghosts eat people because their bodies have the energy they need. The recent conversation between Feng Yu and Lintaki fell into silence again. At this time the wooden door opened. I'm back. Tanjiro, who was soaked all over, shouted, ah, brother Feng Yu, are you back? Tanjiro couldn't help but said in surprise when he saw Feng Yu in the room, long time no see, Tanjiro. Feng Yu said with a smile, long time no see, brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro was very happy but soon shuddered, and his soaked clothes were still dripping and fell on the wooden board. Ah, I'm going to change clothes first. Tanjiro said embarrassedly and then hurriedly went to change clothes. Has Tanjiro started practicing water breathing now? Feng Yu asked. Well, this child's talent is not as good as yours, so he needs to work harder. Now he trains very intensely every day in order to quickly improve his strength and find a way to turn his sister back into a human. He is different from you. He has a firm goal, but you don't, and you don't seem to have a strong sense of belonging to the Demon Slayer core. I just hope you won't do anything harmful to humanity in the future. Kintaki Sakonji said seriously. Feng Yu did not deny that he came to this world to become stronger in order to survive, and becoming a disciple of Rin-Taki Sakonji was the first step to become stronger. Feng Yu didn't care much about the purpose of the Demon Slayer core and the class system. After all, in the previous life, in the 21st century, everyone was equal and there was no class thought. This child Tanjiro will have a very difficult road ahead. I hope you can help him more. At this time, Tanjiro, who had changed his clothes, came out and touched Nezuko's head, and then sat next to the bonfire. Here, drink this. Nintaki Sakonji filled a bowl of hot soup and handed it to Tanjiro. Thank you, Master Lintaki. Tanjiro took the hot soup and took a quick sip. Ah, hot, hot, hot. Tanjiro swallowed hard. Ah, tilde. So warm. Tanjiro sighed. Nezuko on the side slowly came over and sat between Feng Yu and Tanjiro. Then he carefully took out 3 marrow-cleansing pills from the small bag and put them in Tanjiro's hand. This is... Tanjiro looked at Fuyu and Ningtaki Sakonji in confusion. Lintaki Zuo was silent for the last time, but Feng Yu said with a smile, just accept what your sister left for you. Thank you, brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro hurriedly pulled Nezuko to thank Feng Yu. He knew the effect of this elixir and the preciousness of this elixir. Looking at Nezuko's little bag, one can imagine how much Feng Yu gave Nezuko. Okay, we are all senior brothers. There is no need to be so polite. Just take it. These elixirs are no longer useful to me, but they are very useful to you now. Feng Yu took a sip of the hot soup and said, then he said again, it tastes good. I will stay here for a while. During this time, Tanjiro, I will guide you in your training. A smile appeared on Feng Yu's face. When Tanjiro saw this smile, he couldn't help but think of those days and couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Brother Feng Yu, thank you then. Tanjiro said hesitantly. Lintaki Zuo, who was on the side, did not speak for the last time, which was regarded as acquiescing to Feng Yu's behavior. For the first time, Nintaki Sato could feel that Fuyu's strength at this time was far beyond him, and it would be a good thing for him to teach Tanjiro how to train. What a genius! Under the mask of Tengu, Sakantaki looked at Feng Yu and didn't know what he was thinking. The second day, Tanjiro got up early and waited for Feng Yu with a knife outside the house. Good morning, brother Feng Yu. Well, good morning, Tanjiro. Feng Yu dipped some water on his face, wiped it gently, and saw that Bai was still sleeping. The energy fluctuations in Bai's body are getting stronger and stronger. Is his transformation almost successful? I don't know what kind of changes will happen if the transformation is successful. Then they all went out after lightly touching their heads. Let's go. Okay, brother Feng Yu. So the two of them came to the waterfall in the mountains. Do you know why Master Lintaki asked you to come here to practice? Feng Yu asked. I know this is so that I can blend in with the water better and master the breathing of water faster. Well, it's good to know, so don't hurry up. Remember, no matter how strong the current is, what you need to do is to adjust your breathing first and control your balance. To blend in with the water is to adjust your body's breathing to the frequency of the water flow. Go now, brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro hurriedly ran to a boulder under the waterfall and sat down cross-legged. The cold water fell from the upper reaches and slapped Tanjiro's body continuously. Tanjiro's body trembled on the boulder under such a strong current. Not to mention adjusting his breathing, even sitting there was difficult. Unstable sitting posture, disordered breathing. It seems necessary to practice sitting down first. Feng Yu from a distance murmured as he watched Tanjiro continue to think of ways to keep his body unaffected by the water flow. Oh yes. A smile appeared on Feng Yu's lips. Tanjiro, who was being beaten by the water, had no idea what kind of training he would experience next. Feng Yu made a decision, jumped up, and used Feng Pio Yanju to jump in the air, came to Tanjiro, grabbed him, and jumped to the shore. Senior brother Feng Yu, what's wrong? Tanjiro was a little confused. 1 second he was closing his eyes and enduring the wash of the water, and the next second he came to the shore. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart how powerful Feng Yu was. It's okay, I just want to give you a different approach. Feng Yu said with a smile. Tanjiro looked at the smile on Feng Yu's face and felt a bad premonition in his heart. Master Feng Yu, senior brother, be gentle. The past resounded in Tanjiro's mind, and Feng Yu in front of him also smiled like this. Who do you think I am? Feng Yu gave Tanjiro a finger flick. It hurts ... it hurts. Tanjiro quickly covered his forehead. Okay, I've come up with a good way for you to avoid being affected by the water flow at the waterfall. Because you're like this, it's hard to even sit on that boulder, let alone keep breathing and let yourself melt into the water. Feng Yu said. Senior brother Feng Yu, what should I do? Tanjiro asked. Very good, it seems you are ready. The first thing to do is to solve the problem of not being affected by the water flow. That's the stone. Feng Yu pointed at a large stone and said with a smile. The stone. Tanjiro followed the direction Feng Yu pointed and saw a stone weighing about 50 or 60 kilograms. Then, on Tanjiro's back, his hands and feet were tied with a stone. Senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro felt heavy on his body as if his whole body was firmly fixed. Well, good, that's it. Feng Yu looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Then the next step is up to you. So Feng Yu picked up Tanjiro with one hand and threw him to the boulder at the bottom of the waterfall. Well, good, this way it won't look like it's moving. Feng Yu watched Tanjiro sit up with difficulty, nodded and said, Tanjiro, you should familiarize yourself with the flow of water now. When you are no longer affected, then you can remove the stones from your body. I don't require you to master water breathing in a short time, but you must get used to it. The flow of water. Feng Yu said seriously, yes, senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro knew this was for his own good and said while suppressing the discomfort in his body. Okay, you have to always remember why you have to work hard. This kind of training is very difficult. When you want to give up, think about the reason why you became a disciple of Master Lintaki in the first place. Everyone's strength is not gained once, but through continuous practice. Just like Master Lintaki and I, we have put in much more effort than you. With that said, I'm going to leave now. I'll come over at noon to bring you food. After saying that, Feng Yu left the place, leaving Tanjiro alone on the waterfall floor, letting the water flow. The first dreams, Nezuko, I will definitely turn you back into a human. Tanjiro's eyes became firm again, and he began to close his eyes and let the water wash over his body. Feng Yu in the distance knew Tanjiro's performance through his mental perception and couldn't help but nodded. Soon. Then he returned to the cabin. You're back, let's take a rest. Rintaki Sakonji said. That kid Tanjiro can't be in a hurry. If he's too hasty, he'll damage his foundation. Don't worry, Master Lintaki, as long as I'm here, I won't let Tanjiro get hurt. Even if he only has half life left, I can bring him back. Feng Yu said confidently. After all, he has a healing pill. Even if the healing pill fails, there are various other pills. Moreover, after Tanjiro took the marrow cleansing pill yesterday, his overall strength has also increased, and he has basically no problem with the erosion of the waterfall. Letting the water wash away is not a physical practice, but a spiritual practice. The water is beating against the body all the time, making it very difficult to achieve samadhi. This is a kind of spiritual torture. As long as you get through it and get used to it, Tanjiro will not only improve your soul but also your breathing skills. That kid is not as good as you. Rintagaki Sakonji was about to speak but was interrupted by Feng Yu. Okay, Master Lintaki, just believe me, Tanjiro is not as fragile as you think. Tanjiro has a strong will. In the original work, every time his potential explodes, it is because his sister Nezuko is in danger or encounters an invincible ghost. Maybe it's the protagonist's luck that he won't die so easily, but it's more about Tanjiro's determination to help his sister turn back into a human. Nintaki Sakonji looked at Feng Yu quietly for a while and then at Nezuko, and then said nothing more. At this moment, Feng Yu is conducting an experiment, which is to make Tanjiro stronger than the original and participate in the final trial in advance. Let's see if he meets Agatsuma Zenitsu and Kubahira Yanosuke. If you encounter it, it means that this world has a strong correction power. If you don't encounter it, it's okay, because Tanjiro will be stronger and grow faster than the original. Feng Yu on the wooden house side was sipping tea leisurely, but it was different on Tanjiro's side. So painful, so tired, so uncomfortable, I really want to leave here. Countless distracting thoughts swirled in Tanjiro's mind. Clatter, crash, crash was the only sound heard in Tanjiro's ears. I feel like there are countless ants swimming around my body. Tanjiro's will gradually weakened, and he felt like he was falling into a dark quagmire, sinking continuously. I don't know how long it has been. Tanjiro, who was trapped in darkness, seemed to hear someone calling his name. Elder brother. Tanjiro. Child. Who is it? Why is the voice so familiar? Tanjiro tried to find the source of the sound, but it was completely dark and he couldn't see anything. Brother, don't give up. We are always with you. Tanjiro, remember what I said, never give up. The sound is getting louder and louder. A ray of light appeared in the endless darkness. Rokuta Takeo Hanako. Nezuko, mother. Father, everyone. Tanjiro said with tears, all of Tanjiro's dead family members are here at this moment. My child, thank you for your hard work. I miss you so much. At this moment, Tanjiro seemed like a child who missed his family. Tanjiro fell into Kamado Ai's arms and cried loudly. I don't know how much time passed, but Kamado Ai patted Tanjiro on the back and said, My child, it's time for you to go back. Nezuko is still waiting for you. Hearing Nezuko's name, Tanjiro understood instantly. Yes, and Nezuko. I can't stay here any longer. At this moment, the entire darkness faded away. In reality, Tanjiro suddenly opened his eyes, changed his previous appearance, and truly integrated into the practice. Noon. Feng Yu came on time to deliver food to Tanjiro. I don't know how Tanjiro is doing. Feng Yu knew that such forced training was the most torturous to the soul. If he couldn't bear it, he felt that Tanjiro might take off the weights on his body. But unexpectedly, Feng Yu saw Tanjiro under the waterfall. At this time, his face was pale like a candle in the wind and he might collapse at any time. He kept chanting, Nezuko, Nezuko. Feng Yu nodded upon seeing this, expressing satisfaction that Tanjiro had withstood the torture of the water flow and did not take off the stones on his body. So he jumped up and brought Tanjiro to the shore. At this time, Tanjiro was already a little delirious. Seeing this, Feng Yu took out a healing pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Soon Tanjiro's face began to turn rosy and he slowly opened his eyes. Senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro looked at Feng Yu in confusion and said, Tanjiro, you are fine. Feng Yu said, You didn't take off the rocks on your body to avoid being washed away by the water, but persisted until now. You are great. Just follow this cultivation direction. When you no longer need the stones on your body, and when you can maintain the breath of water without being affected by the current, then you can finish your practice. At that time, I will teach you the moves behind the 10 forms of water breathing created by senior brother Tomioka Jiu and myself. Feng Yu said, Thank you, senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro quickly thanked him. Remember, don't be afraid of getting hurt, because with my senior brother here, I can save you even if you only have one breath. Do you understand? You just need to work hard to improve your strength and don't have any worries. Senior brother is always watching. With you. Feng Yu opened the lunch he brought, and the smell of rice filled his nostrils. Tanjiro smelled the aroma of rice and his stomach began to growl. Eat quickly. Tanjiro began to eat voraciously. This is so delicious, senior brother. Looks like you're starving, so you won't miss the nutritious meal I personally prepared for you. Feng Yu watched Tanjiro eating and felt happy. After all, this was the first time in this world that he cooked seriously. For this purpose, a wild boar was caught from the mountain. Senior brother, I have never eaten such delicious food. What is the name of this dish? Tanjiro asked. Well, this dish is called braised pork. Eat slowly. There are many more here. I'm afraid you won't be able to finish them all. Feng Yu took out another lunch from behind. When he opened it, he saw that it contained braised pork that was appetizing at first sight. The advantage of the fat and thin meat is that the bright red color covers the original taste of wild boar meat. It is garnished with chopped green onion. When you bite it, you will still feel oily in your mouth. Braised pork, what a strange name. Tanjiro thought about it carefully and found that he had never heard of it at all. As long as you like it, I'm afraid you won't like it. Feng Yu smiled. Soon Tanjiro finished his lunch. Thank you for the hospitality, the food is very delicious. Then Tanjiro started training in the afternoon. Just like in the morning, we are also training to withstand the erosion of water. Seeing Tanjiro being so self-conscious, I couldn't help but think of when I was training here. In other words, I didn't try this kind of training at all. No way, who gave him a golden finger? Feng Yu left, leaving Tanjiro alone training under the waterfall. Days passed day by day and Tanjiro finally took off the stones after a week. It's progressing very quickly. I expected you to spend much more time than you do now. Feng Yu patted Tanjiro on the shoulder and said. At this time, Tanjiro's whole temperament has changed. There is no longer that youthful feeling. On the contrary, it is stable, as if he has experienced vicissitudes of life. After you master the artistic conception and all the moves of water breathing, if I have time, I will also train you in full concentration breathing. Okay, hurry up and practice, time is very tight now. You have to strive to become stronger every minute and every second. Feng Yu said seriously, yes, senior brother Feng Yu, I'm going then. Tanjiro said firmly. Then he went to the bottom of the waterfall and began to adjust his breathing. However, the irregular flushing of the water disrupted every breath he took. Feng Yu stood on the shore and watched quietly as he adjusted his breathing over and over again. Tanjiro, feel how the water flowing on your body flows. Feng Yu shouted. When Tanjiro heard this, he closed his eyes and emptied his mind, focusing only on the water falling on his body. Time passed little by little and the sound of water flow surrounded my ears. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tanjiro's breathing became more and more peaceful, and the frequency of water breathing began to appear. The water flow was very loud, but everything seemed to slow down. The flow of water, freedom, change, softness. Tanjiro's mind keeps ringing with the words that Takashi Seigo once told him. Tanjiro coughed, and his breath of water, which had just gotten better, was immediately interrupted. Tanjiro said it was very uncomfortable, and when he wanted to try the same state again, his heart could not calm down. Don't rush, adjust your breathing and take your time. Tanjiro's breathing rate became slower and slower, as if it were running water. But soon, Tanjiro was interrupted by something strange about his body. My lungs feel so painful. Tanjiro clutched his lungs in pain. After the pain subsided, Tanjiro tried to enter the state again, but was quickly interrupted as soon as he entered the state. Day after day training. Tanjiro has a strong will, and his countless failures have also deepened his understanding of water breathing. Very good, Tanjiro. It seems that you have learned how to integrate into the water, so the next step is to teach you the 11 and 12 forms of water breathing. You keep an eye on it. Feng Yu started to demonstrate again. Tanjiro watched Feng Yu intently from the side. When he was in Form 11, he saw Feng Yu appear on a lake. The lake was very quiet, as if nothing could make it cause ripples. Then his whole body changed again, and he was on the rough sea, with countless big waves beating around him from the center. Tanjiro could feel how amazing the power was. Soon after Feng Yu finished his demonstration, Tanjiro also started to follow the same example but failed. No form, no breathing, just a simple wave of the knife in his hand. Tanjiro, first of all, you must understand that the 11 and 12 forms correspond to absolute defense and absolute attack. Your breathing is wrong and your movements are wrong. Next, practice these two moves. This time I'll teach you personally. Feng Yu said. Next, Tanjiro began to be trained by Feng Yu. Tanjiro's body was covered with hidden wounds every day, obviously caused by Feng Yu. However, due to the effect of the healing pill, Tanjiro was unable to move every time he trained. After a healing pill was taken, he started to live again, so a new round of the training begins again. Over and over again. Tanjiro is also making rapid progress. It wasn't until a month later that Zio-Hai brought news that things stopped. Noon a month later. Gaga Master Zissinen. Zissinen seems to have the existence of 12 Kazuki. Please go out now to find the ghost and kill it. Zio-Hai said anxiously. Senior brother Feng Yu, go quickly, the matter is so urgent. Tanjiro looked at Feng Yu and said, well, I originally wanted to continue training your concentrated breathing, but it seems that there is no other way. I can only make plans after returning from the mission. Tanjiro, just continue practicing according to the current training method. Laying your foundation is the most important thing. Your performance in the past month has exceeded my expectations. Then I'll leave first, you can inform Master Lintaki. Feng Yu jumped on Zio-Hai, who had already grown bigger and was waiting to take off. By the way, remember to take good care of Zio-Hai. Zio-Hai took off quickly, and it was obvious that this mission was very urgent. Senior brother Feng Yu, you must come back safely. May your military fortune be prosperous. Xiao Bai, I will take care of it, we will wait for you to come back. Tanjiro shouted in the direction where Feng Yu was going, but Xiao Hai was so fast that he had already disappeared. No matter how many times I see him, I can still be scared by senior brother Feng Yu's Xiao Hai. I don't know how to cultivate him. Tanjiro shook his head, looking into the distance with more determination. After this month of hellish training, his strength has transformed extremely well, and he has already reached the strength he had when he participated in the final trial in his previous life. Coupled with the moves behind water breath, if Tioni hadn't died, he would have been easily killed with a sword. I don't know what kind of freaks senior brother Yiyang and senior brother Feng Yu are, but they can actually create their own unique moves behind breath of water. I don't know if I can learn from them and create my own water-breathing move. Tanjiro couldn't help clenching his fists, looking forward to what would happen next. Nishinin, 12 Kazuki. It seems that there was no such plot when I read the introduction to the original work in my previous life. Could it be because of the Kachu effect I brought about? Feng Yu thought with a heavy face. He felt that this mission had a bad premonition. There is no other choice but to block it with soldiers and with water and soil to cover it up. Xiao Hai, are there any other pillars coming with me this time? Feng Yu asked. Gaga Master and Insect Pillar Kachu Shinobu are coming too. Xiao Hai replied, I didn't expect it to be Kachu Shinobu, but it was a bit unexpected. Could it be that my bad premonition was because of Kachu Shinobu? What am I thinking? I think Kachu Shinobu is so bad, so you shouldn't trick me. Feng Yu shook his head, but the bad feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. Other side. Southwest Tiancheng Mountain. No, don't kill me. Why is there such a monster? Someone come and save me. Countless screams resounded throughout Tiancheng Mountain. The mountains are surrounded by fog all year round, and dense trees block out the sky and sun. Bones are scattered everywhere, and the Demon Slayer Corps uniforms and Nichirin swords fall on the ground. There's wet blood everywhere. The dead head, severed hands and feet, etc. This is a Shura field. Shura field belonging to the Demon Slayer Corps. It is also a hunting ground for evil spirits. The evil ghost was gnawing at the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who were still alive. One mouthful after another, blood flowed on the ground and it continued to gather, forming a 10-meter-long blood trail. The devil is howling. Humans are screaming. Even though the capable Demon Slayer Corps members were still resisting tenaciously, as all lines fell, the evil spirits targeted them who were still resisting. There are more and more evil spirits, but there are fewer and fewer members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Damn it, what's going on? Why haven't there been pillars to support us yet? I shouldn't have come. We will die here and be eaten by evil spirits. All are dead. The number of evil spirits is gathering. Members of the Demon Slayer Corps are dying continuously, and some people are gradually falling into despair. Everyone, we have to cheer up. Even if we all die here today, we will try our best to kill the evil ghosts as much as possible. Don't forget why we joined the Demon Slayer Corps in the first place. One of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, who had reached level A, shouted. It's just useless, the screams from the dead team members are ringing in their ears, constantly destroying their souls. I will fight with you, damn evil ghost. One of the younger Demon Slayer Corps members picked up the Nichirin sword in his hand and rushed out. Don't want to. The Class A yelled, it's just too late. One of the ghosts on the opposite side that looked very much like a praying mantis had a playful expression on its face. Then the whole body turned into an afterimage. Then the body of the young Demon Slayer Corps member who rushed out was broken into two pieces. The young member's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. In just a moment, he was killed. The mantis ghost returned to its original position, stretched out its long tongue and licked the fresh blood on the sickle hands. Ha ha ha, how delicious it is, scream. I will kill you all and then eat you bit by bits. The mantis ghost had a crazy expression on his face. Hey, mantis, do you look down on us? The other ghosts on the side also had a joking expression on their faces, as if they were dissatisfied with the mantis ghost's words and scolded him. HMPH, those two adults said that whoever kills is the prey. Mantis ghost said disdainfully, then let's all rely on our abilities. The other ghosts laughed, but the two adults said that they should be killed slowly and wait for more of them to come here to rescue. All the ghosts looked at each other and smiled. After all, they were confident. All the ghosts knew that those two adults were the legendary 12 Kazuki, and the class is not low. If it weren't for these Demon Slayer Corps people to send out a rescue message, the evil spirits would have swarmed up and brutally killed and eaten all the remaining members of the Demon Slayer Corps. They just do this to draw out the more powerful ones from the Demon Slayer Corps. No, they are planning to use us as bait and want Master Zhu to come over. And there might be something even more terrifying in this mountain. One of the Demon Slayer Corps members with the gift of perception said tremblingly, because he sensed that there was a more terrifying aura hidden. The combined aura of the ghosts in front of them is not as powerful as the aura of the ghost hidden among them. You have to understand that the strength of these ghosts can reach the level of second-level players. He knew very well that that might be the legendary 12 Kazuki. He was truly desperate. They will die, all of them will die. They're just torturing us. Seeing him like this, the team members on the side couldn't help but said, "Don't give up, our Master Zhu is coming to support us soon. As long as we hold on, it will be fine." The sentient member raised his head and glanced at the member in front of him who was clearly trembling, smiling to comfort himself. "Yes, even if I really want to die, I have to drag an evil ghost on my back." The sentient Demon Slayer Corps member adjusted his breathing, changed his desperate attitude, and looked firmly at the evil ghost in front of him who was still laughing. On the other side, Feng Yu and Kachu Shinobu were rushing quickly, and Zio Hai was also trying his best to fly. Because 1 second slower means one more Demon Slayer Corps member will die. Zio Hai knew that the Demon Slayer Corps had sent hundreds of swordsmen there, but the large number of distress messages sent out indicated how dangerous this mission was. "No, it's too slow. I don't know how long it will take to reach Xinan Tiancheng Mountain." Feng Yu looked at the scenery of flying upside down with a solemn expression. He knew that Zio Hai had tried his best to fly. But not enough, not fast enough. Feng Yu couldn't help but look at Zio Hai's attribute panel. Name, Zio Hai not yet awakened. Raise Crow. Kung Fu monster breathing technique, refined, can be improved. Skill Sun Flame. Talent. Discerning direction, speaking people's words. Introduction, this is a highly intelligent crow cultivated by a special organization. Promote. Promote. Feng Yu clicked the upgrade button without hesitation. The number of times he swung the sword instantly increased to hundreds of thousands, and Zio Hai's tail emblem of the demonic beast breathing technique also reached the completion stage. The little black body shouted, "Master, there seems to be a force coming out of my body." Zio Hai's body was emitting golden light, and the originally black feathers all turned into light yellow at this moment, and his head turned completely golden. Zio Hai's whole body changed its appearance. The claws on the feet became sharper. Congratulations on your pet Zio Hai's successful awakening and your divinity value of 0.0001. Congratulations on your pet's awakening talent and its ability to scream. Feng Yu hadn't had time to take a closer look at Zio Hai's speed talent and screaming skills. Then I heard Zio Hai shouting, "Master, I think my speed can become faster." Then, with a swish sound, Zio Hai's speed increased again. Feng Yu was almost thrown backward by this unexpected increase in speed. He was lying on Zio Hai's back. He found that his eardrums were in pain. After adjusting his breathing method, the strangeness on his body began to disappear, and then he checked Zio Hai's talents and skills. Extreme speed. Speed that can break the sound barrier. Scream, sonic attack. A very simple introduction. Top speed means that Zio Hai's speed has now exceeded the speed of sound. I see. Feng Yu looked at the fleeting land, feeling extremely satisfied in his heart. The number of swings I spent is not in vain. Zio Hai knew that this was the power his master had given him to increase, and he also knew that he must have paid a price, so he went on his way even harder. Feng Yu was in a hurry, and Kachu Shinobu was also running quickly towards Amagi Mountain. Both of them were in a very depressed mood. Kachu Shinobu learned from his own crow that hundreds of members of the Demon Slayer Corps had sent out distress messages, and knew that this mission was definitely in danger. Feng Yu and Kachu Shinobu just hoped that the remaining team members can persist longer. Time passed by minute, Tiancheng Mountain. More than 30 ghosts with blood ghost skills were constantly playing tricks on the surrounded Demon Slayer Corps members. The rest were all ordinary ghosts, and all the ghosts had greedy eyes in their eyes, staring at the remaining members of the Demon Slayer Corps. There are only a dozen members of the Demon Slayer Corps left. These evil ghosts obviously have the ability to kill them all, but they just want to torture them to death one by one and destroy their beliefs. Deep in Tiancheng Mountain. 3 pairs of ghosts with carved eyes are watching the entire Tiancheng Mountain. With the word Shangxian-san engraved in his eyes, short pink hair, and dark blue tattoos all over his body, this is Yuo's Yuo. Unexpectedly, Wu Mei unexpectedly dispatched Yuaza to hunt Demon Slayer Corps members this time. Two ghosts on the other side. One eye is engraved with Xiaxian Wu and Xiaxian 6. The two Xixian ghosts looked at Yuozhuo respectfully. The momentum of Yuozhuo is very strong, the momentum of the other Xiaxian Wu is a little weaker, and the last Xiaxian Liu completely hides itself, just like an ordinary person. Sir, when do you think the Demon Slayer core pillars will arrive here? Xia Xianwu said cautiously, just wait. Yuozhuo said nonchalantly. The two new ghosts didn't dare to say anything. After all, they themselves were ghosts and had only recently become ghosts. It was also because Wu Kai took a fancy to their vampire skills and provided a large amount of human flesh and his blood that his power increased so quickly. The two Xixian ghosts looked at each other and couldn't help but think of that figure in their minds, making them tremble and fear. It was very quiet in the depths of the forest, so quiet that all the insects, birds, and beasts were too frightened to move. The remaining Demon Slayer core members are here. No, no, don't. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps watched in horror as the number of people around them gradually decreased. Every time, in an instant, the people disappeared and were captured by the evil spirits. Then everyone watched helplessly as he was bitten to death by the evil ghost and then gnawed on his flesh and blood. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps who had their flesh eaten were already dead, but their eyes were wide open and could not be closed for a long time. What's even more outrageous is, the evil ghost only eats the body, and then throws the head of the Demon Slayer Corps member who is still alive into the remaining members. Despair, crazy, bloody, constantly washing away everyone. The hearts of the Class A players have also collapsed, their eyes are gradually losing hope, and their expressions are dim. Can anyone come and save us? The Class A players shed tears, and the fighting spirit in their hearts had long been extinguished. Cries and screams continue to surround my ears. The sight of his teammates with their eyes open to death lingers in my mind. Everyone gave up resistance at this moment. The Nichirin sword in his hand has lost its edge, his breathing has become disordered, his eyes are distracted, and he is quietly waiting for death to come. All the evil spirits knew that this was the best opportunity, a chance to kill them all. But all the demons did not step forward to kill, but were discussing who would take the lives of the remaining members of the Demon Slayer Corps. I want the skinny one. I want the fat one, his meat must be delicious. I want the one that looks the youngest, with the thin skin and tender meat, the one that melts in your mouth at first sight. The evil spirits are like merchants in an auction house, constantly selecting items they like. After making the selection, the evil ghost began to gradually get his prey. At this time there was a sharp sound from the sky. Full episode 12 Forms of Water Breathing, Huge Waves. Sunfire. A figure fell from the sky, and blue-white waves burst out from the figure. All the evil spirits affected by the huge waves were stagnant. Then the head fell off, and his scarlet eyes stared at the figure, as if he couldn't believe that his head had been chopped off. Congratulations on getting the number of sword swings *50W. Congratulations on getting the number of sword. The system beeps are ringing continuously. The evil ghost with its head cut off slowly turned into ashes and disappeared in the air. Feng Yu didn't know how many evil ghosts he had killed with this move, but he only knew that the system's beeping sound never stopped at all. Then there was another loud noise. I saw several beams of light falling from the sky towards the evil ghosts on the ground. Those ghosts who were hit by the beams of light emitted black smoke from their bodies and then turned into ashes under their horrified eyes. The visitors were none other than Feng Yu and Xia Ohai. All the remaining evil spirits did not dare to take a step forward and stared at Feng Yu. At the same time, he was still staring at the little black flying in the sky. Sorry I'm late. Feng Yu stretched out his hand and gently helped up the Class A player who had long since lost hope. There was blood all over the ground, broken clothes and sun swords all over the ground, and the heads of dead team members that were almost piled up into a hill. Feng Yu's heart twitched. Then came boundless anger, full concentration breath of light 4-type dawn. Light yellow light spots began to appear, falling from the sky and gathering into Anakiri. I saw Anakiri starting to glow with strange red and black energy, trying to break free like a demon. Feng Yu's figure disappeared. Like a ray of light rushing into the crowd of evil spirits. The evil ghost only saw a ray of light coming in his eyes, and then countless fluorescent lights falling from the sky fell on him. So warm. The evil ghost showed a happy expression on his face, and then turned into ashes. Congratulations on getting the number of sword swings *50W. Congratulations on getting the number of sword. The system prompts that had just stopped started to sound again. Another group of ghosts were killed and turned into ashes. Now all the ghosts began to be afraid. Their faces no longer had the playful expression before, but turned into panic. This person is so powerful. Let's run, he may be the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. What are you afraid of? Don't forget we also have adults here. Some ghosts have already had the idea of escape, while others are still confident, with expressions of disdain on their faces. We are saved. Feng Yu stood alone in front of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. None of the demons dared to step forward and could only stare at him with ferocious expressions. Sir, are you Lord Guangzhou Feng Yu? The eyes of the leading Class A member began to focus, and Feng Yu's back was so tall in his eyes. Well, I'm sorry I'm late. Feng Yu replied calmly, we are finally saved. Master Guangzhou came to save us, did you see it? The Class A player said to the players behind him with tears streaming down his face. But there was no response from these people. They all froze in place, as if they had lost their souls and became a walking corpse. Feng Yu also knew about their situation. He guessed that these people were probably mentally tortured and that the ghosts had mind control vampire skills. Feng Yu was also looking for the ghost who was using the blood ghost technique at this time. He just looked around, but still couldn't detect which ghost it was. No doubt it was because there were still a lot of ghosts at the scene, even though dozens of them had just been killed, some with vampire skills and some with ordinary ones. But most of them are ghosts without blood ghost skills. Ghosts with blood ghost skills are stronger and more responsive. Moreover, there are not only ghosts here in the whole mountain, but other hidden ghosts also gather here when they hear the noise. The Class A player was able to wake up so quickly, perhaps because he was stronger and mentally stronger than the others. Feng Yu was thinking about countermeasures. In front of him was the evil ghost staring at him, and behind him were members of the Demon Slayer Corps who had no combat capabilities. We can only find out the ghost that controls their sanity first, and then kill it. This way I can share my stress. Feng Yu was not afraid of these ghosts, but he was worried that if he walked in and out of the ghost group, these members who had no resistance might be killed. Then this time my mission will be meaningless. I believe you have seen my strength just now. The ghost that controls their sanity, I advise you to get rid of the vampire spell, otherwise you will be killed by my sword. Feng Yu said with a smile. Then he disappeared and rushed into the ghost group again, but this time he killed a few ghosts and then returned. When I came back, I was still holding a ghost's head in my hand. All the ghosts were shocked. Feng Yu's mental power spread and enveloped the group of ghosts. He was looking for the controlling ghost named by him to see if he was scared by him. If there is, then the ghost will definitely show its flaws. Once you show panic or sneak away, it's probably the ghost. Feng Yu was watching all the ghosts, especially those who were hiding inconspicuously among the ghosts with blood ghost skills or those who wanted to escape. Nothing unusual. Feng Yu looked around and didn't notice any strangeness in any of the ghosts. He only has one person, let's go together, so what if he is a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Kill him and we'll eat him together. Mantis Ghost looked at Feng Yu greedily and said, yes. Let's go together and kill this ghost hunter. Come on. All the ghosts were clamoring to go up and kill Feng Yu, but none of them dared to take the lead. Treading the horse, that be ****D just said he was going to get on, why not now? He just wants to trick us into going up there and dying. It seems to be that be ****D Mantis. The evil spirits began to fight among themselves, one after another blaming the Mantis Ghost who took the lead at the beginning. Nima, why don't you come? Mantis Ghost said viciously. Originally, what he wanted was to let the ghosts around him consume Feng Yu, but who knew that all of these ghosts were also greedy for life and afraid of death, and would only talk about it but not dare to act. You said it first, go ahead, come on after you come on us. Feng Yu was speechless as he looked at the evil spirits caught in internal strife. I was originally thinking about whether these ghosts were really going to come up together, and I was worried about whether they could protect the people behind them. I never thought that the opinions of this group of ghosts were not unanimous. Each of them screamed the loudest, but they were the most timid. Those ordinary ghosts are all tougher than them. And at this time, suddenly there was a terrifying pressure in the sky. All the ghosts felt this pressure and were trembling. Bang. A figure fell from the sky, and a deep pit was created as soon as it hit the ground. The dust dispersed, revealing the figure inside. With short pink hair and dark blue tattoos all over her body, this is the Shanxian Sani nest. Feng Yu was shocked. He didn't expect to encounter Yuazuo here. Obviously, Tiancheng Mountain this time was a trap for the Demon Slayer Corps Zhu. Then two more terrifying breaths appeared. Feng Yu saw the words in their eyes and understood that they were two 12 Kazuki ghosts. I've never seen a ghost. Could it be because of me that Wuhan created two new ghosts? Xiaxian Wu and Xiaxian 6. Feng Yu looked at Yiwo Zuo with a solemn expression. If he fought alone, he might not be afraid of him, but now there are ghosts around him, including two Xixian ghosts who don't know the vampire technique, and those ghosts who have the vampire technique. This is a haunted house and a trap. In Feng Yu, only he Xiao Hai and the injured Class A team member had the ability to fight. It seems we were ambushed this time. A strong sense of crisis is a constant warning. At this moment, all he wanted in his mind was for Kachu Shinobu to come over quickly and help him share the pressure. Are you a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Yiwo Zuo looked at Feng Yu and smiled. You guys are amazing, you actually used so many ghosts to ambush me. It seems that the Xixian ghost I killed last time put a lot of pressure on you. Not to be outdone, Feng Yu said with a smile. Let's not mention those useless things. I can tell that you are very strong, you should be the pillar I want to wait for. Then come and duel with me. Yiwo Zuo punched behind him, and all the ghosts were knocked away 10 meters away, even the two Xixian ghosts next to him. After doing all this, Yiwo Zuo looked at the group of people behind Feng Yu and then punched forward. The terrifying airflow visible to the naked eye jumped out from his fist and attacked Feng Yu, who frowned. Quickly wave the Onakiri in your hand. Full concentration water breathing type 1 water slash. The sharp Onakiri easily cut the airflow from the middle, but the airflow formed in two fell behind him, directly creating two open spaces with an irresistible destructive force. What are you doing? Feng Yu was angry. This Yiwazu actually wanted to attack his Demon Slayer Corps members who had no strength to restrain the chicken. They are too much of a nuisance. They are just cleaning up the dojo. Yiwazu said indifferently. Very good, you have my approval, now you can have fun with me. Yiwazu twisted his neck, did some stretching exercises, and then looked at Feng Yu with high spirits. May I have your names? Yiwazu said with a smile. Nakagawa Fuyu, Demon Slayer Corps 10 Pillars of Light. Feng Yu replied, Feng Yu, my name is Yiwo Zuo. I can see the fighting spirit in you burning. Let me tell you why you are so close to not being able to step into the highest realm. Because you are a human being and because you will grow old. Because you will die. Become a ghost, Nakagawa Feng Yu. Yiwo Zuo stretched out a hand to invite. As long as you become a ghost, no matter if it takes 100 years or 200 years, you can continue to exercise so that you can become stronger. Come explore the highest realm with me. Haha, do you mean to turn into a shady creature like you? Yiwo Zuo, how long has it been since you felt the warmth of the sun? Feng Yu said expressionlessly. It's a pity that you still have to choose to be like those lower creatures, growing old and weakening slowly. Yiwo Zuo put away his smile and looked at Feng Yu indifferently. How can you be sure that I am weaker than you? Feng Yu sneered, yeah. Yiwo Zuo's eyes changed, and the soil under his feet suddenly sank. Expand the technique and destroy the killing Luo needle. Blood-red snowflake symbols emerged from the soles of the feet, and then slowly turned blue. Since you don't want to become a ghost, then you should die. Yiwo Zuo smiled as he took an attacking stance. Feng Yu also took a deep breath and adjusted his condition. Kiang. The Onakiri on his hand began to emit blood-red mist. Whoosh! Yiwo Zuo disappeared instantly and attacked Feng Yu. Dang. Feng Yu directly blocked it with his knife and counterattacked. Bang. The attack speed of the two was as fast as lightning, and the ghosts and humans present could not clearly see their movements. Only a flash of light was seen, and the whole piece of soil flew up. Yiwo Zuo is very fast, and every punch he throws carries terrifying power. So far, none of the pillars I have killed are called Pillars of Light, and no one has ever agreed to turn me into a ghost. Bang bang bangs. Yiwo Zuo punched wildly, and Feng Yu also used his knife to constantly resist his attacks. Damn, I can't let go. Feng Yu wanted to concentrate on dealing with Yiwo Zuo at this time, but not far away there were evil ghosts glaring at him, and all the members on his side were incapable of fighting. He was worried that if he didn't pay attention to the group of evil ghosts, then these people would probably be killed. He could only keep defending, hoping that Kachu Shinobu would arrive soon. Yiwo Zuo saw that Feng Yu was fighting with him and said half-heartedly, How dare you fight with me and be distracted? Even more terrifying power gathered in Yiwo Zuo's fist. Feng Yu saw something was wrong and quickly took a step back. It's just that Yiwo Zuo's attack speed is so fast. Bangs! A huge sound spread. The dust and smoke dispersed. Yiwo Zuo's face was indifferent because his fist was blocked by Feng Yu. Very good, very good. Your strength is the strongest among the pillars I have ever seen. Hell no. Yiwo Zuo's eyes showed excitement. Let me ask you again, are you sure you don't want to become a ghost and explore the highest realm with me? Yuazo took back the hand that was cut by Onakiri, and then showed off that it healed in front of Feng Yu's eyes. Look, this is the healing power of ghosts. No matter how serious the injury is, it can heal in an instant, and it can also have eternal life. Why don't you want to become a ghost? I am also pursuing the highest level in the martial arts field. It is obvious that only the selected people can become ghosts, but you are dismissive. Yuazo strikes again. Feng Yu also sees the opportunity. Full concentration water-breathing land-type twisting vortex. The blue-white water waves turned into whirlpools as the Onakiri rotated. Brush. Yuazuo's hand was cut off. Scarlet blood gushes out from the severed arm in an instant, but it grows again in an instant and continues to attack Feng Yu. Feng Yu also felt that he could change his moves to resist the attack. The powerful air flow centered on the two people, destroying the surrounding trees with an irresistible power, turning the surrounding area into an open space. Ugly aging, impotent decline, this is what you humans are like. I can't stand it. The more Yuazuo talked, the more excited he became, and his attack speed became faster and faster. Feng Yu could only act defensively one by one. Feng Yu is looking for an opportunity, he is waiting for the arrival of Kachu Shinobu. Hahaha, have fun. I'm going to kill you and make you my stepping stone into the highest realm. Yuazuo instantly jumped into the air. Destruction kill sky style. The fist was swung in the direction of Feng Yu. Coming. Bang. Feng Yu sensed a powerful force coming toward him and slashed down with his sword on Akiri. A strong airflow instantly broke out behind Feng Yu. Then came the fifth consecutive attack. Feng Yu was also the first to notice the incoming attacks, and quickly waved the Onakiri to block them one by one. But the powerful force also made him retreat continuously. Feng Yu stepped hard and his body stopped retreating instantly. But Yuazuo didn't give him a chance to breathe, and continued to use the destructive killing and empty style to attack Feng Yu crazily. Feng Yu took a deep breath. Full concentration water-breathing type 3 flow dance. Blue-white waves began to appear, and Feng Yu's figure flashed quickly to avoid Yuazuo's attack. Bang bang bangs. Yuazuo's attack fell to the ground, making several loud noises. All the evil spirits did not dare to take a breath and could only watch the two of them fighting. Every attack from Yuazuo can make a big hole in the ground. Feng Yu jumped up, and a huge blue-white wave appeared from behind him. Full episode 12 forms of water breathing, huge waves. Yuazuo's face showed surprise and he smiled. Are you finally going to fight back? Destruction kill destruction style. Terrifying energy erupted from his fists, making loud noises. Boom. Yuazuo's destroying style blocked Feng Yu's attack. Then the two of them changed their moves in the air and attacked each other crazily. Under. Evil spirits began to move around, looking greedily at the helpless members of the Demon Slayer Corps. The Class A team member picked up the knife and looked nervously at the group of evil spirits in front of him. What should I do? I can't resist these ghosts at all. The Class A team members began to fall into despair again. Feng Yu was dragged away by Yuazuo, and he was the only one with fighting ability. Sudden. Quack, the sun is blazing. A strong light shot out from behind Class A and fell into the group of evil spirits. The evil ghost touched by the light began to scream, finally reduced to ashes. Boy, have you forgotten that I am still here. Zio Hai's huge body fell from the sky and landed next to the Class A team members. This is Lord Feng Yu's Eagle Crow. How could he be so powerful? And the feathers all over his body turned light yellow. The Class A players looked at Zio Hai in surprise. Boy, stop being dazed and get ready to attack. Zio Hai felt that Feng Yu was not with him and felt very dangerous. Gaga, master, you can go fight with peace of mind. These people will be guarded by Zio Hai. Zio Hai shouted towards Feng Yu, who was fighting with Yuazuo in the sky. Feng Yu knew about Zio Hai's move from the moment the evil ghost below started making moves. He knew that Zio Hai said this to prevent him from being distracted. Although Zio Hai has undergone transformation and his strength has greatly increased, it is not enough. There are too many ghosts. Zio Hai and the Class A team member alone couldn't resist it and he couldn't help. Oh. That crow is interesting. It can emit light that kills ghosts. It seems that it can't be kept. Yuazuo looked at Zio Hai below in surprise and smiled. Snort. Feng Yu saw Yuazuo paying attention to Zio Hai, and his attack speed became faster and his offensive became more fierce. It's just that half of the mental power is still on Zio Hai's side of the battlefield. The battle below Zio Hai is at a stalemate, and it's just a matter of who can take one step forward to start the war. The evil spirits are afraid of the blazing sunlight emitted by Xia Ohai, and they are also afraid of Feng Yu, who is fighting with the Yiwo constellation in the sky. The evil ghosts have become very cautious at this time. No one wants to be the one who stands out. After all, the previous one has already turned into ashes, just when the two sides were at a stalemate. Moses. A sweet sound comes from the sky. I saw the flying Kachu Shinobu like a blue Kachu slowly falling in front of Xia Ohai. Kachu Shinobu smiled and said, "Wow, good evening, Mr. Oni. Can we get along wells?" Although there is a very gentle smile on his face, the knife in his hand has been injected with venom. Finally here, Kachu Shinobu. Feng Yu in the sky noticed the fate of Kachu Shinobu, and his worried heart was relieved. With a strong wave of Onakiri in his hand, Yiwoza quickly stepped back and said with a smile, "Oh, you are finally willing to fight with me with all your strength. Is it because of the arrival of that woman? She is a cute girl, she dares to come here alone. I'm afraid she is also a pillar of your Demon Slayer corps." Yiwazao's golden eyes couldn't help but look at Kachu Shinobu below, with an expression of approval on his face. Not bad, not bad. As a girl, she has such courage. It would be even better if she turned into a ghost. Kachu Shinobu on the ground looked up and she felt an unprecedented pressure. That ghost. So scary. Cold sweat appeared on Kachu Shinobu's forehead. I didn't expect that he has become so powerful. Kachu Shinobu bit her sexy lips tightly, and the hand holding the knife couldn't help but use strength. Here comes another woman, don't snatch her from me. This woman belongs to me. The mantis ghost showed a greedy look at Kachu Shinobu without concealing it. Then come on, coward mantis. The other evil ghosts nearby have long been dissatisfied with the mantis ghost. They scream loudly every time, but they dare not move. They look down on such talkative people and even disdain to associate with them. Snort. The mantis ghost snorted, then flew out and attacked Kachu Shinobu. The sharp green sickle glowed with a faint dark green color. Obviously, it was poison. It was moving very fast and was about to cut down Kachu Shinobu. Kachu Shinobu just looked at it quietly, then took a deep breath and said calmly, "Full episode insects breath butterfly dance teasing." In one breath, Kachu Shinobu dodged the mantis ghost's attack and then sheathed his sword. The mantis ghost's eyes widened, and he saw it fell to the ground with 5 wounds appearing on its body, and purple liquid began to flow out of the wounds. Then purple veins spread throughout the body. The mantis ghost is dead. With just one easy move, it fell to the ground and died. What's going on? Why doesn't the mantis ghost move? The ghosts looked at the mantis ghost, lying motionless on the ground in horror. That woman just passed by the mantis ghost gently. What happened? It's poison. That woman used poison. One of the ghosts said, "What kind of poison is that? It can actually kill us." It seems to be the poison of wisteria flowers. The ghost with a very sensitive nose smelled the scent of flowers that made him sick and spoke. Now the evil spirits were even more afraid of Kachu Shinobu. They didn't dare to look down on the little woman's body in the distance. Kachu Shinobu saw that the demons did not dare to step forward for a moment, so he turned towards the unconscious Demon Slayer Corps members. Possession gently opened a person's eyelids, and after checking, he took out a small bottle containing purple liquid from his clothes. "Sir, just put this up to their noses," Kachu Shinobu said to the Class A players. "Yes, Lord Insect Pillar." The Class A team member tremblingly took the bottle and then began to smell it one by one for the team members. Soon, the team members began to wake up. Is this? Am I dead? The team later. Lord Worm Pillars. When they woke up, everyone was still in a state of confusion. One of them saw Kachu Shinobu and couldn't help shouting, "Okay, everyone, pick up what you have in your hands and fight against the evil spirits together." Feng Yu in the sky watched Kachu Shinobu kill the mantis ghost with just one blow, and couldn't help but admire in his heart. She's getting faster. It seems that with her here, I don't have to worry about them. Feng Yu then looked at Yuo Zuo, and the Onakiri in his hand began to glow with scarlet mist. That knife of yours is extraordinary. Yuo Zuo put away his joking expression and looked at the knife in Feng Yu's hand seriously. He felt a faint sense of threat coming from the knife, as if he had the illusion that it could kill him. Then Yuo Zuo, let's fight. Feng Yu stretched his arms and said provocatively. Then the whole group headed towards Yuo Zuo to kill. Full concentration breath of light 1 type moonlight slash. The light yellow light bloomed, and Yuo Zuo resisted and praised at the same time. What amazing sword skills, and the breathing method is different from before. Feng Yu, come and become a ghost. Yuo Zuo once again extended an invitation to Feng Yu. I told you I won't become a ghost. Complete collection breath of light 2 types glory to the world. Yuezhu was caught off guard and was blinded by the dazzling white light, and quickly covered his neck with both hands. Whoosh! Feng Yu's Anakiri was blocked by Yuezhu's arms. What a pity it was just a little bit close. Bang! Yuazo swung hard and broke away from Anakiri. Destruction and killing random style. Yuezhu launched a violent blow directly towards Feng Yu. Bang bang bang. There were constant loud noises in the sky, and you can imagine how fierce the battle was. Of course, the battle on the ground is not to be outdone. With the addition of Kachu Shinobu and Zaya Ohai, the Demon Slayer Corps has regained its will to fight. The two demons were handed over to Kachu Shinobu, and the rest were left to Zaya Ohai and other team members. Everyone has a clear division of labor and each has found his opponent. Because of Feng Yu's previous indiscriminate killings, many evil spirits died, so there was no longer the same defenseless situation as before. Of course, now Kachu Shinobu's strength has greatly increased. Not only can he deal with the two demons, but he can also find time to help the members of the Demon Slayer Corps kill the demons. Kachu Shinobu can kill several ghosts with each jump. Wherever she passes, the bodies of evil ghosts fall to the ground and die of poisoning. Above the sky, Feng Yu and Yuezhu fought back and forth, and the more they fought, the more they felt each other. Yuezhu saw that Feng Yu's fighting spirit was getting stronger and stronger, and even vaguely caught up with his fighting spirit intensity. Why is your fighting spirit getting stronger? Yuezhu shouted in confusion, want to learn. I'll teach you, but it's a pity that you are not human. Feng Yu's face showed the expression that Yuezhu had invited him to become a ghost before and smiled. What a pity you are a ghost and can't learn. Yuezhu's face was so dark that it was about to condense into water. A mere human being dares to laugh at me as a ghost. Yuezhu was angry. Before he treated Feng Yu with a playful attitude, but now it was different. He was really angry. An even more violent momentum surged out of Yuezhu's body, and Feng Yu's seventh sense was giving a crazy warning. Yang. He held the Anakiri in his hand in front of him and looked at Yuezhu solemnly. I'm going to kill you. Yuezhu lowered his head and said, Destruction Kill Final Style Green-Silver Chaotic Afterglow. Blue snowflake runes emerged from the soles of his feet, and countless blue compass needles gathered around Yuezhu. Go to hell. All the compass needles began to erupt with missiles in all directions with a terrifying destructive force. The speed of the missile is very fast, reaching the extreme speed, and the damage value is also full. As soon as it hits an object, it begins to explode violently. Full episode Breath of Water Type 11 Calm and Calm. A blue horizontal plane emerged, and a blue barrier visible to the naked eye resisted the attack of Yuezhu. No, I can't resist it. The blue barrier gradually began to crack, and Yuezhu's attacks continued to come. Bang. The blue barrier shattered, and the huge destructive force caused Feng Yu to fall vertically to the ground, forming a large pit. Destruction Kill Shattered Style 10,000 Leaves Shiny Willow. Yuezhu's figure suddenly appeared on Feng Yu's head and punched him wildly with his fist. Boom boom boom. The fierce punch he swung was like a thunderstorm hitting Feng Yu, and its impact caused the ground to shatter like leaf patterns. Feng Yu immediately moved away and avoided Yuezhu's fist attack, but Yuezhu didn't give him a chance to breathe. Destruction Kill Foot Style Crown First Cut. He suddenly raised his kick from the bottom up and aimed at Feng Yu's head. The power soaring into the sky points directly to the sky. Feng Yu landed back and quickly retreated, avoiding Yuezhu's personal attack. But soon, Yuezhu resorted to chaos again. The surrounding areas were full of huge craters left by the battle, tree trunks broken into pieces fell to the ground, and dirt flew in the air. Feng Yu desperately used the Anakiri in his hand to resist the attack. The clothes on his body had already been broken by the impact, revealing his strong body. Feng Yu's body was bleeding, which was caused by the impact. You must know that Feng Yu's body had reached a terrifying state, and it was difficult for even a knife to hurt him. Blood was actually flowing out at this moment. The smell of blood constantly stimulated Yuezhu's nerves. What a tempting smell, I decided I want to eat you. Yuezhu shouted. The attack on his hand was even stronger, and Feng Yu was beaten back again and again. Feng Yu checked his current number of sword swings while resisting Yuezhu's attack. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, you will be shocked when you look at it. The number of times the sword was swung reached more than 11 million. Seeing that he was gradually at a disadvantage, Feng Yu gritted his teeth and directly deduced the secret technique of mental power. In an instant, the 5 million sword swings disappeared, and Feng Yu's heart was bleeding. It was not easy to get rich, but it was reduced by half in one go. Isn't it worthy of being an epic secret technique? Feng Yu recalled the cherished level marked at the beginning. Congratulations, the deduction is successful. The secret technique of spiritual power has reached the stage of perfection. Boom! Feng Yu found that the surroundings stopped for an instant. He found that he seemed to be flying into the sky. Looking down, his body and the Yuo seat were still. What's going on? Feng Yu is a little confused. Then there was another change. Feng Yu saw a faint blue figure on everyone, including animals and plants. Is that a soul? Feng Yu wasn't sure, but he saw in Yuozhu that there was a woman holding him in his soul. Is that Yuozhu's former lover Zhuxu? Zhizu, who was hugging Yuozhu, seemed to sense that Feng Yu was looking at him, and slowly turned his head to look at Feng Yu. Please save him. Zhuxu said with tears, please save him. Feng Yu was shocked. He didn't expect Zhuxu's soul to be able to sense him. Feng Yu wanted to speak, but soon an irresistible pulling force kept pulling him into his body. The flow of time is restored instantly all around. The moment his soul entered his body, Feng Yu paused. Yuozhu found an opportunity and instantly knocked Feng Yu away. Lug tilde. Feng Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, and the powerful force caused him to fly backwards and hit the mountain call. I feel like my whole body is hurt. Feeling the damage in his body, he quickly took out the healing pill from his system and started taking drugs to recover. After taking the elixir, the wounds on his body began to heal slowly. Strange, how can I see the veins of my body? Only then did Feng Yu realize that he could see inside, and the world's scenery at this moment became completely different, as if it was blank. Feng Yu didn't know what was going on, but he could feel a steady stream of power gushing out from deep within his body in this state. No time to guess. The attack of Yuozhu has arrived again. But after adjusting his condition this time, Feng Yu found that Yuozhu's attacks had slowed down, and he could still see all the bones and veins of his body. The blood-red heart was beating continuously, and Feng Yu seemed to be able to hear the beating sound. Bang! Yuozhu's fist was blocked by Feng Yu, but this time he did not move at all. Full concentration breath of water shape of 7 Shizuku wave strike. Yuozhu's eyes condensed, and a knife appeared in front of his eyes. The knife was still exuding an evil force. He wanted to move to avoid the knife, but the flow of time around him seemed to slow down. He can't hide. Brush. Feng Yu's Onakiri cut off half of Yuozhu's body. That blow just now, you stepped into the highest realm. Why is it that a mere human being entered the supreme realm faster than me? Yuozhu shouted, and then his body recovered instantly. Destruction kill ghost core 8-fold core. Yuozhu's figure appeared in all directions of Feng Yu, and 8 figures were bombarding him at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. Huge explosions resounded throughout Tiancheng Mountain. The area where Feng Yu was located was constantly falling. The terrifying energy exploded to the extreme. The surrounding land was constantly breaking apart. Trees fell and were picked up by the strong airflow and flew far away. Mud smoke scattered. Feng Yu in the center was revealed. How is that possible? Yuozhu roars, you have indeed stepped into the highest realm just like Kokoshibu. Yuozhu couldn't accept it, so he used Luo Zhen to attack Feng Yu again. But at this time, he already had a hint of retreat in his heart. Full concentration breath of light shape of Wu flash of light. A yellow light suddenly appeared and rushed towards the Yuo seat. Not good. Yuozhu quickly punched and blocked Feng Yu's attack. Bang. The airflow generated by the collision exploded, breaking down the surrounding trees. Seeing that his move was blocked, Feng Yu swung hard again and cut off Yuozhu's arm. Blood scattered everywhere. Yuozhu retreated quickly, keeping a distance from Feng Yu. Destruction kill final style blue eyes chaotic afterglow. The compass needle reappeared. When Feng Yu saw this, he quickly used the water breath 11 form to resist it calmly, but Yuozhu turned around and ran away. Feng Yu wanted to chase him, but a scream made him stop. Quackmaster, please save me. Xiao Hai's voice sounded from behind. Feng Yu looked around and saw a big black snake wrapped around Xiao Hai's back. It was estimated that Xiao Hai could not attack the snake, so he began to hit the ground and tree trunks crazily in an attempt to throw the snake down. But the big snake is like glue and won't let go. Damn crow, you killed so many of our companions, go to hell. The black snake opened its blood plate and was about to bite it. Xiao Hai closed his eyes and said silently in his heart, Master, why don't you come? Your cute and mighty Xiao Hai is going to die. Full concentration breath of light shape of Wu flash of light. Feng Yu flashed behind Xiao Hai in an instant, and then sheathed his sword. The raised soil fell to the ground, a set of movements was performed smoothly, and the number of knife swings reached 500,000. My head was cut off. The snake ghost's head fell to the ground, and he opened his mouth as if he wanted to shout but couldn't. Why can't I feel pains? Xiao Hai was confused and opened his eyes, only to find that the ghost on his body had disappeared. Master, you finally came to save Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai almost died. Xiao Hai cried, okay, am I here now? Without making too many moves, Feng Yu took out the healing elixir from the system space and handed it to Xiao Hai, and then took out a set of clothes to change into. I don't know what's going on with Kachu Shinobu. Can I still earn some sword swings in the past? Feng Yu looked at the battlefield on Kachu Shinobu's side, then picked up Xiao Hai and hurried away. The battlefield on the other side. The ground is covered with purple-spotted demon corpses, and Kachu Shinobu's hair is a little messy. But the knife in his hand was slowly pulled out from Xia Xianwu's body, and then he looked at the remaining ghosts present. After Xian Wu's body pulled out the sword from Kachu Shinobu, his whole body began to tremble and he knelt on the ground, letting out a painful cry. Ah, save me, save me. Xia Xian Wu stared at the Xia Xian Liu on the ground with his eyes widened, and stretched out his hand to pray for him to help him. It's just that Kachu Shinobu's toxin spread quickly throughout the body like the erosion of the tarsal bones. Then Xia Xian Wu was as breathless as the corpse of the evil ghost lying on the ground. Mr. Evil Ghost, you are the only one left now. Why don't you want to get along well with humans? Can you tell me how many humans you have eaten? Kachu Shinobu gently wiped the dust on his face and said with a smile. Are you kidding, this woman? How can this woman be so strong? If it weren't for my vampire technique, she couldn't break through my skin. I would have been just like them. My life is lost here. Cold sweat broke out on Shido Jinroku's face, and Kachu Shinobu's smile was so terrifying at this time. He recalled that this woman just smiled and passed through the evil ghosts, and then all the ghosts were poisoned to death. No, I can't die here. I have to run away quickly. It took a lot of effort to become 12 Kazuki. It took a lot of effort to get the appreciation of that adult. Xia Xianwu's breathing became more and more rapid, and he kept thinking about how to escape. Mr. Ghost, won't you tell me the truth? Kachu Shinobu said, do you still remember that place in Lindong? Kachu Shinobu looked at Shimo Jinroku and said, in an instant, a chill spread throughout my body. How could she know? Shimo Jinroku's eyes widened, and he looked at Kachu Shinobu in disbelief. A total of 130 people were killed and eaten in one night. This thing is exactly the same as what Mr. Evil Ghost is missing. Kachu Shinobu took out a bronze fragment from his arms. Look, is this the missing piece of your armor? I didn't, it's not me. Kachu Shinobu shouted in horror, because at this time Kachu Shinobu had already raised his sword. Even though he was protected by this armor, the fear in his heart still made him keep retreating and trying to escape directly. Complete episodes Breath of Insects Dance of Bee Fangs. Kachu Shinobu jumped out, very fast, and stabbed violently towards Shimo Jinroku with the thin sword in his hand. Bite! Kachu Shinobu aimed at one place and attacked continuously but failed to break through the armor. It just caused a small crack. Mr. Evil Ghost, look at the cracks in your armor. Is it broken? Do you want to take it off? Kachu Shinobu said with a smile, you damn woman, go to hell. Vampire Art Blood Demon Axe. A blood-red axe appeared, picked up by Shidajin Rokuichi, and swung at Kachu Shinobu. It's just that Kachu Shinobu's movements are very agile, and the speed of Shinobu is not enough in her eyes. If it weren't for the armor on his body, this ghost would have died earlier than the previous Shinobu. Bang! Xia Xianliu's attack failed and he slashed to the ground with huge force, and a deep crack appeared in an instant. Mr. Evil Ghost's power is really powerful, but it's useless to me. Kachu Shinobu jumped to the side and said with a smile. Then he used another move, Insect Breath and Bee Fang Dance, and continued to stab in the same direction. Shichiro took the axe and was about to slash at Kachu Shinobu, but he was easily dodged. Damn woman, if you have the ability to attack me head-on, you're so sneaky, but you're still the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. Xiajin Liu shouted angrily because he found that another crack appeared in the place where Kachu Shinobu was attacked. If it happens a few more times, he may have to break through the defense and inject poison into his body. Then, his fate will be the same as those of his kind who fell on the ground, being poisoned to death in an instant. Just when Kachu Shinobu was about to speak, Feng Yu's voice sounded in the sky. Oh, how about I come with you? Full concentration breath of water 2 types water wheel. The blue-white wave-breaking circle fell from the sky, cutting down the lower half. Bang! Xia Xian Liu was stunned on the spot, looking at Feng Yu in horror, and then cracks appeared in the armor on his body directly from the Tianling cover, and then he fell to the ground in 2 halves. Feng Yu quickly cut off Xia Xianliu's head. Zia Xianliu watched unwillingly as his body continued to turn into ashes, but it was of no use and soon disappeared. Ding, congratulations on getting the number of sword swings asterisk 100W. So few. Feng Yu said while looking at the system prompts. Why so little, Mr. Feng Yu? Kachu Shinobu said on the side. It's nothing, you're not hurt. Feng Yu asked. Then, without waiting for Kachu Shinobu to speak, he directly pressed a healing pill into her hand. Kachu Shinobu blushed and was about to get angry, but Feng Yu had already jumped on Zio Hai's back and chased the remaining evil spirits. Damn B asterisk 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 D. Kachu Shinobu cursed, how dare he. Thinking of the first time a man touched his hand, Kachu Shinobu was very angry, but he also felt a strange feeling. Zio Hai is very fast, and of course Feng Yu can kill ghosts even faster. Kachu Shinobu only heard the screams of evil spirits in the distance, and then there was no more. Finally caught up. Listening to the system prompts, Feng Yu felt enlightened. All the ghosts were killed by Feng Yu. The number of sword swings has reached over 9 million again. It's Master Feng Yu. Thank you, Master Feng Yu, for coming to save us. The remaining Demon Slayer Corps members shouted excitedly regardless of their wounds. Each of you take one. Feng Yu took out 11 healing pills from the system space and distributed them to them. Sir, this is too precious. The Class A players realized that this was different from the healing pills distributed in the organization, and the one given by Feng Yu should be more advanced. It's okay, just eat what's given to you. Then the members of the Demon Slayer Corps did not hesitate anymore and took the elixir directly, and the wounds on their bodies healed quickly. This effect is amazing. Feeling the situation on their bodies, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed, "Thank you for your hard work." Feng Yu looked at them and smiled happily, but the corpses all over the ground were so tragic. The sun rises in the east. The light of dawn dispelled the darkness of the entire world. Those ghosts killed by Kachu Shinobu turned into ashes and dispersed on this land under the sunshine. The sun shone on all the remaining faces still stained with blood and dirt. At this time, the Demon Slayer Corps Logistics Department personnel began to clean up the scene. Demon Slayer Corps uniforms and Nichirin swords were scattered everywhere. The blood on the ground has not yet condensed. Everyone felt heavy, including Feng Yu. Although it seemed that the Demon Slayer Corps had defeated the ghosts this time, they also lost. Because as long as the ghosts are around, they can continuously create these ghosts, but this is not the case for their Demon Slayer Corps. Their swordsmen are limited in number, and they are really dead when they die. Half of the members were dispatched for this mission, but only 11 survived. This is undoubtedly the most fatal blow to the Demon Slayer Corps. It may be difficult to see members of the Demon Slayer Corps killing evil ghosts everywhere for a long time. Of course, the evil spirits also suffered heavy losses. According to Wu Mei's timid character, it is estimated that there will be a long recovery time. The smile on Kachu Shinobu's face had long since disappeared, and he just looked expressionlessly at the hidden members who were cleaning up the scene. Is it worth it? Feng Yu asked himself this question, but only he knew the answer. Feng Yu sighed and ignored Kachu Shinobu alone, leaving Mount Amagi where the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who had fearless lives were buried. Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters. Yubayashiki Yoya is flipping through the roster of sacrificed Demon Slayer Corps members sent to him. 150 children, only 11 survived. My child was sacrificed again. When will this struggle between humans and evil spirits end? Without misfortune. Yubayashiki Yaya looked into the distance with tears in his eyes. Ahem. Yubayashiki Yazai began to cough violently, and Yubayashiki Yuzuru on the side quickly supported him and said, My lord, it's time to go back and rest. Then he took out a bottle of healing elixir developed by Butterfly House and asked Yubayashiki Yaya to take it. Only then did he stop coughing. I'm fine. I must tell the names on this list to their families and treat them kindly. Yubayashiki Yazai handed the list of sacrificed members to Yubayashiki Yuzuru. Yes, my lord. The two siblings Yuzuru Ayashiki replied. Soon, the news of the Battle of Mount Amagi, which was both a victory and a disastrous defeat, spread throughout the Demon Slayer Corps. Everyone was extremely shocked when they heard the news, but even more so was the sadness that could not be concealed. Zakusa. The woman with an exquisite face with scarlet eyes kicked the entire desk away. Bang. You see what happened. A handsome aristocratic man downstairs ran upstairs and asked hurriedly. The delicate woman didn't say anything, she just stretched out her hand and broke the man's neck. The man's eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. The delicate woman took out her handkerchief and wiped her bloody hands with an expressionless face and said, What a waste. Who bangs? The window of the room was opened by a strong wind. Yuazuo half knelt in front of the delicate woman and said respectfully, I am here to report to you, Lord Wuhan. The delicate woman's face began to change at this moment and finally turned into her original appearance. Kibutsuji no misfortune. Bangs! Wuhan's hand suddenly turned into a scarlet tentacle and directly twisted off Yuazuo's head. The gushing blood splashed all over the room and the smell of blood was tangy, but Yuazuo did not dare to move a step. The head that rolled on the ground turned over and then slowly returned to his still half-kneeling body. You can't kill even a single pillar, but you're still the third one on the string. Wuxian said expressionlessly, but the blood veins on his face showed that he was really angry to the extreme. Have you not found any information about the blue Higanbana flower? Master Wuhan, although I have investigated it, I have not obtained the exact information, and I cannot confirm whether the blue Higan flower really exists. No blue Higan flower has been found. Yuozhuo said calmly, so what? Wu Quan pointed again and Yuozhuo's chest dented directly. Vomit. Yuozhuo spat out a large mouthful of blood and continued. In order to respond to your instructions, I will do my best to find. Yuozhuo, it seems that your strength has become weaker. You can't even defeat a pillar that you have never seen before. It is natural for ghosts to win over people, but you are the only ghost in the entire mountain who has come back. Yuozhuo, remember, I can make countless of Shangxian-san. Wuhan's scarlet eyes looked at Yuozhuo quietly. Yuozhuo's body was shaking as if he was suffering from severe pain. He lowered his head and did not dare to say anything. My wish is to eliminate the Demon Slayer Corps and drive them all away so that they can never appear in front of me again. This shouldn't be difficult, but it hasn't been realized yet. What's going on? Wu Kai said calmly, but Yuozhuo started to bleed from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that Wu Quan was torturing him. You're just a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, but you chose to run away. Fortunately, I let you lead the two lower strings to ambush there, Yuozhuo. You let me down so much. The upper strings have also fallen. Wuxian directly violently twisted off Yuozhuo's healed head. Then he flicked his fingers, and Yuozhuo's body was directly knocked out of the house under the terrifying force. King Yuan Towns. Feng Yu soaked in the hot spring and washed the dirt from his body. Zio Hai, what do you mean by this life? Why are you so fragile? There was a trace of confusion in Feng Yu's eyes. Although he knew that the world was cruel, so many people died in this battle, and he couldn't help but feel extremely uncomfortable. Do you think it was because of my intervention that they died? As if it weren't for me. Nothing like this would have happened in the original work. Master Feng Yu, you don't have to blame yourself. If it weren't for you, more people in the Demon Slayer Corps would have died. It is also because of you that the Demon Slayer Corps has healing pills and marrow cleansing pills, making more swordsmen stronger and ensuring the safety of slaying demons. Zio Hai said, although it felt very uncomfortable at the sacrifice of those swordsmen, it had seen a lot about life and death, and it felt relieved very quickly. Maybe. Feng Yu said calmly. Seeing that Feng Yu had said this, Zio Hai didn't dare to say anything more, so he stayed quietly next to Feng Yu, familiar with the surge of strength in his body. The surge of power in my body before was not familiar because I was on the road. Now that I had some time to relax, I was surprised at how big the changes around me were. Quack, it's over. Why did I turn yellow? How did my noble black feathers turn yellow? Will my wives dislike me? Zio Hai jumped into the hot spring in an attempt to wash off the golden color on his body and return to his former black color. But even if he exhausted all his strength, his golden body remained unchanged at all. It's over. I've become stronger and turned yellow. Feng Yu has been in Qingyuan town for a month since the Battle of Tiancheng Mountain. Feng Yu has also gradually come out of it. From the state he was in after studying the spiritual secrets every day, he is now wearing simple clothes and fishing in the Qingyuan River every day. The cool breeze blew across my face, causing the entire Qingyuan River to become covered with white scales. After half a month of research, this state seems to be the transparent world described in the original work. In Feng Yu's current state, the world in his eyes has completely changed. The flow of time around him seems to have slowed down. There is no distracting thought in his mind. The whole world is as transparent as all the creatures and creatures he wants to see and feel. The essence of items or other special things can be clearly seen, as long as he wants. He can get all the information about that object. For example, as long as Feng Yu thinks about the fish swimming under the river, all the information about the fish from its birth to the present will be captured by Feng Yu in an instant. It's just that in this state, the body's consumption is very high. Even if he is as strong as him, he can only stay in this state for an hour. After an hour of perfect stuck point, Feng Yu found that it seemed that the time to open the transparent world had become longer. Is it because my body is already familiar with it, or is it because I have become stronger? Feng Yu quietly looked at the calm lake and said. Suddenly, the fishing rod in Feng Yu's hand shook, and with a slight flick, a herring was pulled into the air in a perfect arc. Feng Yu looked at the herring struggling on the ground, gently picked it up and then put it into the river. Others say it's my fault, but I think you are really weird. You caught a fish and then let it go in the end. Do you think you are stupid? The little girl's voice came from behind Feng Yu. You're here. Feng Yu smiled, you know me. The girl jumped down from the tree and asked doubtfully, yeah, I know. Feng Yu looked at her quietly. The girl has a pair of green eyes, bright and clear as bright as stars, with a pair of ponytails tied on her head, a pair of light bamboo eyebrows on her face like melon seeds, and two small tiger teeth and dimples dotting her cheeks cute. Not only do I know that you have been peeking at me here for more than 10 days, but I also know your name, where your home is, and how many people there are in your home. Feng Yu smiled. I don't believe it, then tell me what my name is. The girl's face turned red and she said unconvinced. Your name is Nanako, you are 10 years old this year, and everyone in your family calls you a monster and… Stop talking. Nanako said quickly. Hey, who are you and why do you know about me? You're not a pervert. Nanako covered her mouth and looked at Feng Yu in surprise. Feng Yu said with a faint smile. No reason, if you want to know it, you will know it, because light is everywhere in this world. Nanako didn't understand what Feng Yu meant, but she could feel that Feng Yu in front of her seemed to have changed at this moment. It became very scary, as if I was standing naked in front of him. Nanako looked at Feng Yu in horror. You. Nanako's legs were trembling, and finally she fell to the ground weakly. I know you had to steal things to treat your mother's illness, but have you ever thought about what will happen to the person whose things were stolen? Feng Yu said, what do you know? Nanako shouted to Feng Yu with tears in her eyes. It is impossible for rich people like you to understand the lives of us people. We are working hard to live every day, you have no idea. Alas, Tilda. Feng Yu sighed, took out a wad of money from his arms, and put it in Nanako's hand. Take this money and give your mother a good treatment. Don't do such things in the future. You really give it to me. Nanako blinked with a look of disbelief. Well, you can take what's given to you, but you have to promise me not to do anything sneaky again. Feng Yu gently wiped the tears on her face, then put away the fishing rod and left. Looking at Feng Yu's leaving figure, Nanako uttered the word thank you that only she heard. Feng Yu knew that Nanako had been regarded as a monster and the son of ghosts and gods since she was a child because of her special eye color. Her father chose to commit suicide because he could not accept her existence. From then on, her mother supported her, but it was difficult for a woman to survive in such a world with a child, so her mother started a flesh and blood business to earn food. But because of this, her mother was infected with the virus, which was also known as the sexually transmitted disease syphilis in her previous life. Since being infected with the virus, her mother has been losing weight day by day, and her body is getting worse day by day. In addition, people in the entire town know that her mother is infected with Fingliu disease, and they are even more despised and even driven away. As a last resort, the mother and daughter had no choice but to live in a dilapidated house outside the town. Nanako's mother couldn't move around much, so she had to go to the town to beg, but people in the town were somewhat impressed by her. After all, her green eyes were so conspicuous. People in the town believed that she was also infected with a sexually transmitted disease and was a symbol of filth and the devil. Never once did he give money or food to her. Seeing that her mother would be unable to survive without treatment, Nanako had no choice but to become a thief. Relying on his extraordinary speed, Nanako would run away every time after stealing money and food. By the time the person who had been stolen found out, Nanako had already disappeared. In this way, Nanako reluctantly bought some medicine for her mother with stolen goods. Also 10 days ago, Nanako discovered Feng Yu who was fishing in the Qingyuan River. Looking at Feng Yu's clean and gorgeous clothes, he concluded that he had money and a lot of it, but he had been struggling to find an opportunity to make a move. In addition, Nanako found Feng Yu to be a very strange person. All the fish he caught were released, and she secretly cursed every time she saw a fish being caught and put into the water. But when Feng Yu sometimes deliberately threw the fish to her side, she would say, "This person is a weirdo." Over time, Nanako became very curious about Feng Yu, a man, and wondered why Feng Yu did what he did. Just thinking about it, there is only one answer, that is, Feng Yu is either a fool or a weirdo. Nanako looked at the money in her hand, quickly got up and ran towards the medical clinic in the town. But what she didn't know was that an uninvited guest came to her home. Nanako came to the medical center. When the staff saw it was her, they took out the medicinal materials very skillfully. After all, Nanako is a frequent visitor to the medical clinic. After buying the medicine, the sky had already darkened. Nanako hurried along the street with bare feet, covering the medicine in her arms like a treasure. With these medicines, mother should be able to get better. Kai fantasized about the day when her mother would regain her health. But she didn't know that the medicine in her arms was of no use at all. It was just that the people in the pharmacy deceived her and said that the medicine could cure her mother in order to pity her and prevent her from losing hope of living. You must know that at this time, there is no special treatment plan for Huailiu disease. Even if there is, the cost is not something Nanako can afford. Nanako ran faster and faster because she felt something was wrong tonight, and she always had a bad feeling in her heart. She ran faster and faster, and it was dark, so she didn't even notice that there was a piece of rotten wood on the road. As soon as Nanako stepped on it, she was about to fall to the ground. No! The moment she fell to the ground, Nanako's body seemed to burst out with strength, and she turned over and used her body to protect the medicinal materials in her arms. Bang! Nanako fell to the ground, the skin on her knees and elbows were broken, and blood flowed out. Fortunately, the medicinal materials are fine. Nanako said with a sigh. Then she slowly stood up, but the pain from her ankle made her walk with a limp. Her elbows and knees were bleeding, but she didn't care so much because she knew her mother would be waiting for her to come back as she walked across the field. If I go back so late tonight, my mother won't be angry. Nanako's mind recalled her mother's skinny cheeks and bony body. No matter how weak she was, she had to warn herself to protect herself, and she began to feel uncomfortable in her heart. After walking for who knows how long, the dilapidated house that I had been thinking about finally came into view. It's just different from usual. It seems to be particularly quiet tonight, so quiet that it's scary. The bad premonition in Nanako's heart became stronger and stronger, causing her to quickly run towards the dilapidated house regardless of the pain in her ankle. Mom, please don't let anything happen to you. If something happens to you, what will I do? Nanako was very anxious. At the moment of approaching the dilapidated house, the smell of blood assaulted his nostrils. It was also mixed with a foul smell. How so? Nanako found that the door of the dilapidated house had been broken by a powerful force. Broken pieces of wood were everywhere. Nanako carefully stepped into the threshold of the dilapidated house. I'm back, mothers. Nanako shouted, but as before, the gentle response was gone and the room was completely silent. It was eerily quiet. A chill surged up from the soles of his feet to Tianling Gai. Mother! Nanako shouted and then hurriedly ran to the room where her mother was lying. Bang! Nanako pushed open the door forcefully. In an instant, the fishy smell and stench of blood became stronger and assaulted his nostrils. No! Nanako shouted, unable to believe what she was seeing, because she found that her mother was being eaten by an ugly monster. Bang! Nanako lifted a wooden board from the side and threw it at the monster. It's just that her small body doesn't have much strength at all, so hitting the evil ghost doesn't feel any pain at all. Oh. The evil spirit slowly turned around and saw an angry Nanako. I didn't expect there was another girl. It seems I'm lucky tonight. The evil spirit looked at Nanako greedily. That big mouth full of fangs was covered in the blood of Nanako's mother. Anger and fear welled up in Nanako's heart. Her body was trembling and tears were falling drop by drop. Who are you? What did you do to my mother? Nanako picked up another wooden stick from the side and cried tremblingly. It turns out this woman is your mother. Jai, she must be suffering from some disease, otherwise her meat wouldn't taste so bad. The evil spirit taunted. Then he turned around and picked up one of Nanako's mother's arms and chewed it in front of her. Pooh, it tastes terrible. The evil ghost spit out the meat in his mouth and said in disgust, how dare you treat my mother like this? I can't forgive you, I can't forgive you. Nanako was so stimulated by the scene in front of her that she frantically raised her wooden stick and attacked the evil ghost. But the evil ghost was unmoved and looked at Nanako with an evil smile. What an interesting anger, hahaha, be angry, be desperate. The evil spirit yelled, not paying attention to Nanako attacking him with a wooden stick. Come on, hit here. The evil ghost lowered his head and said jokingly. Nanako couldn't listen to anything at this time, and anger filled her mind, causing her to lose her independent thinking. Die to me, die to me. The evil spirit let Nanako hit his body with a look of enjoyment. I don't know how long the fight lasted, but the movements in Nanako's hands gradually slowed down. The wooden stick in his hand had already become bald from attacking the ghost's head, and it was still stained with blood. That is the blood of evil spirits. Nanako could hardly lift her arms, and a sense of weakness and fatigue filled her whole body. She was breathing heavily. Seeing Nanako stop attacking, the evil ghost showed an evil smile on his face and said, "Look what this is." The evil spirit's head that was injured by the wooden stick recovered instantly. Nanako looked at the evil ghost in despair. She couldn't understand why there were such creatures in the world, and she didn't understand why she was so unfortunate. In his mind, he recalled the scenes from when he could remember. There was no happiness, only endless pain. He was called the son of ghosts and gods, was called a B********D, was spurned by others, was beaten and driven away. Only his mother in front of everyone. Protect yourself firmly in front of you. It's just that life is always unfortunate. Her mother fell ill and her hope fell at that moment. No one could protect her in times of danger. She still remembers what she said to her mother that day. "Mom, I will protect you from now on." Her mother didn't say anything at that time, she just hugged her tightly. She could feel her mother crying and knew why she was crying. Nanako's eyes gradually became blurry, losing their original luster, and tears kept flowing down. Finally, she sat weakly on the ground and kept mumbling, "Mother, I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well." The evil ghost also laughed when he saw Nanako like this. It's great, that's how it is. I just like to see you humble humans in despair, hahaha. Then let's become my meal." When the evil spirit stretched out its withered claws and was about to grab Nanako, a voice sounded, "Really? Come and tell me what despair feels like." As soon as he finished speaking, a white light flashed through. The outstretched evil ghost's arm fell directly to the ground. The blood spurted out and splashed onto Nanako's dazed face. Ah. The evil spirit howled in agony. Who is it? Looking around, no one was found, but the footsteps were getting closer and closer. The evil ghost turned around and saw Feng Yu holding an onakiri with an indifferent expression. You are a ghost hunter." The evil spirit was horrified. He didn't expect to encounter a ghost hunter in such a poor place. Obviously before, his kind told him that too many people had died because of the Demon Slayer Corps, and they couldn't spare the manpower to kill them. They originally wanted to hunt humans in Kingyuan town ahead. But when I passed by, I found Nanako's mother lying on the bed. Although she was infected with the virus, the evil spirit didn't dislike her. After all, he hadn't eaten anyone for a long time, and he was almost unbearable from hunger. Then he bit Nanako's mother alive. The last scene was when he met Nanako. What should I do? This ghost hunter is very powerful at first glance. The evil spirit's mind was spinning, and finally he turned his attention to Nanako. I saw that the originally severed arm was instantly picked up by the ghost and brought back, and then rushed directly towards Nanako. It's so reckless. Full concentration, breath of light, shape of Wu, flash of light. A flash of light appeared, dust flew instantly, the evil ghost's head was cut off, and blood spurted out in the air and fell to the ground. The evil spirit looked in disbelief, fell to the ground, and stared at Nanako. The body that was gradually turning into ashes was still grabbing at Nanako. Just when he was about to touch her, the evil ghost's body was completely turned into ashes. Nanako's eyes widened, the evil spirit turned to ashes in front of her, and even the blood that had been sprinkled on her face began to slowly disappear. Weirdness and confusion filled Nanako's mind. What happened today really impacted her worldview. In the end, she passed out directly. Feng Yu picked up Nanako expressionlessly, gently wiped the dirt on her face and her messy hair, and then guarded her aside. In the hazy night, Feng Yu lit a fire and sat quietly in front of the fire. He took out a brand new blanket and quilt from the system space and covered Nanako's body. Mothers don't go. It was obvious that Nanako was having a nightmare. She probably dreamed about what happened today. Feng Yu looked at the fire in front of him quietly, not knowing what he was thinking, he just remained silent. It was a step too late. If I could have come here earlier, nothing would have happened to her mother. The battle between humans and ghosts, it's all killing and death. Feng Yu sighed. Soon the night passed. The sun shines on the earth again, woke up. Feng Yu asked. Seeing that Nanako didn't answer, Feng Yu smiled and used a wet towel from somewhere to wipe away the tears on Nanako's face. The monster last night was called a ghost. They feed on humans. Ordinary weapons are harmless to them even if they cut off his neck. Only the knife with special materials in my hand and the warm sunlight can kill them completely. Feng Yu pulled out the onakiri and pointed at the sun in the sky. Nanako didn't react, just looked at the familiar dilapidated house in front of her with a dull look on her face. Her eyes seemed to see again the bits and pieces of life she once had here with her mother. Although it is very bitter, it is very warm, mother. Thinking of her mother, Nanako started to cry. Go and see your mother, Feng Yu said, but Nanako stood up and said expressionlessly to the broken house, I'm sorry. Then he turned around and took out a fire from the fire that had not been extinguished and lit the whole rotten house on fire. Feng Yu's face paused, as if he didn't expect Nanako to do such a thing. He just watched quietly what Nanako was doing at the moment, without stopping or speaking. Burning flames rose into the sky along with black smoke. It seems like he is saying his final farewell to Nanako. Mother, I will take care of myself. Nanako burst into tears. Her inner sadness was beyond words. She knelt on the ground and bowed 3 times. Feng Yu didn't know how to comfort her, so he walked to her side and gently patted her back with his hand. Actually, I know that my mother won't live much longer. I know that the medicines sold in medical clinics have no effect on my mother at all. I just want to accompany my mother to the end of her life. My mother said my name was Nanako because she saw that my green eyes were like the vigorously growing buds breaking out of the ground. She wants me to be brave and strong. Nanako threw herself into Feng Yu's arms and twitched constantly, her clothes wet with tears. Nanako cried for a long time, and Feng Yu silently let her cry in his arms. The flames were burning continuously, making Feng Yu's face glow red. What are your plans for the future? Feng Yu asked. I don't know. Nanako seemed not to have thought that one day her mother would leave her, leaving her alone in this world. Originally, she had made plans to leave this world with her mother, but when Feng Yu asked her what she planned to do in the future, she felt extremely confused. If you really don't know what to do, just follow me from now on. Feng Yu said calmly, hear the words. Nanako slowly raised her head and looked at Feng Yu's handsome face. Can you teach me to be as awesome as you? Nanako asked cautiously. Well, you can, but it will be very hard. Feng Yu looked calmly at her tear-stained cheeks. I want to avenge my mother, I will kill them all. Nanako gritted her teeth and said fiercely. Feng Yu said nothing, just looked at her quietly, sighed and said, You will be my apprentice from now on. You don't lie to me. I will go wherever you go from now on. Well, I won't lie to you. The blazing flames behind them reflected the master-disciple relationship they had established at this moment. Saying goodbye to the place where they used to live, Feng Yu took Nanako to the hotel where she lived. Then he asked her to soak herself in a hot spring to wash herself, and then asked someone to buy clean clothes suitable for Nanako. The moment Nanako put on the new clothes, she cried. This was the first time she had ever worn such nice and clean clothes since she could remember. Master Feng Yu, thank you. Nanako threw herself directly into Feng Yu's arms. Master Feng Yu smells so good. Feeling Nanako in her arms seemed to be smelling her own scent. Feng Yu frowned. Okay, it's getting late, let's go eat first. Feng Yu slowly took a step back, and Nanako seemed to feel something and replied with a smile. Okay, Master Tilda. Along the way, Nanako followed Feng Yu very obediently, with a smile on her face. Why do I feel that something is wrong with my apprentice? Feng Yu thought to himself, but quickly rejected this idea. He only thought that maybe Nanako was still immersed in the sadness of losing her mother and had not yet come out, so she was afraid that she would leave her behind. I hope so. Nanako on the side would peek at Feng Yu from time to time, with a proud smile on her lips. But soon, pedestrians on the roadside began to talk about it. Look, isn't that the monster? Why is he wearing such nice clothes? Who is the man next to him? I don't know, maybe that man bought the little monster as a slave. No way, that man looks gentle, but he could be that kind of person. What? Feng Yu ignored them and continued to walk calmly, but Nanako on the side couldn't help it and cursed angrily. If you speak ill of my master again, I will tear your mouths apart. As he said that, he planned to go up and fight with those people. Feng Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at Nanako with a strange look. Seeing Nanako baring her teeth and claws, everyone walked away one after another out of fear of offending Feng Yu or causing trouble to themselves. HMPH, how dare those people speak ill of the master like this? If they hadn't run so fast, I would have made them look good. Nanako said to Feng Yu as if asking for credit. Feng Yu just looked at Nanako with a strange expression and said, Were you this reckless before? Master, you are just too gentle. If these people say bad things about you and you ignore them, they will only become more arrogant. Nanako said while holding Feng Yu's arm. Feng Yu wanted to say something more but was interrupted by Nanako. Okay, master, let's go eat quickly, I'm almost hungry. Then he took Feng Yu and quickly arrived at the place to eat. Next, Feng Yu stayed in Qingyuan town for about a week. Finally, Feng Yu decided to return to Samajiri Mountain. Just do it. When night fell that day, Feng Yu summoned Xiao Hai, who was outside with the mother crow, to come back. Wow, there is a yellow crow, Nanako said in surprise when she saw Xiao Hai flying into the room. Quack kid, you are the crow and your whole family is a crow. Xiao Hai retorted. This Xiao Hai is the legendary crow, Lord Feng Yu's most beloved pet. Who are you to appear in Lord Feng Yu's room? Xiao Hai raised his head and said proudly. Wow, the crow has spoken, Master Feng Yu, look, the crow has spoken. Nanako saw Xiao Hai and shouted quickly. Okay, you two stop making trouble. Feng Yu said. Xiao Hai, I'll work hard for you tonight. When Xiao Hai heard this, he immediately said with a smile on his face. Ga, it's my luck, Xiao Hai, to be able to serve the master. Okay, don't use the flattery you learned from the villain on me. You know I don't do that. Feng Yu glanced at Xiao Hai and then said, this is Nanako, the apprentice I just accepted. Now you two can get to know each other and we will be a family from now on. Gaga, it turns out that you little brat is actually the master's apprentice. I'm glad to meet you, my name is Xiao Hai and I am the master's pet. Hello Xiao Hai, I'm Nanako. Nanako reached out and gently grabbed Xiao Hai's wings like a handshake. Okay, it's time to go back. Feng Yu looked at the sky outside and said, okay, master. Xiao Hai jumped to the open space outside and then his body gradually grew larger. Wow. You can actually transform, that's amazing. Nanako exclaimed, then ran over to carefully examine Xiao Hai's changes. Xiao Hai, you are so awesome, how did you do it? Gaga, of course, Xiao Hai is the most powerful. Xiao Hai seemed to enjoy the compliment from Nanako and began to brag about his great achievements and past. Feng Yu stood aside and watched Xiao Hai boasting enthusiastically. Nanako, who was starry-eyed, shook his head, picked up Nanako and jumped on Xiao Hai's back. Let's go. Feng Yu said calmly. Quack, take off. Xiao Hai's wings began to flap the air and soon he flew high into the sky. Just fly slower this time. Feng Yu said while looking at Nanako, who was clenching her teeth and clutching the lapel of her clothes. Xiao Hai turned his head and said, Gaga, I'm sorry master, I forgot that there is a kid here, I will slow down right now. Since Xiao Hai awakened his speed talent, his normal flying speed has been much faster than before. After the flight speed slowed down, the strong airflow slowly eased, and Nanako finally relaxed and stopped holding on to Feng Yu's clothes. Tilde. Xiao Hai, you are so awesome. Nanako changed her previous appearance and said with a smile. Quack, no, just so. One person and one crow started a pattern of touting and enjoying. Feng Yu looked at the two of them, shook his head, sighed, and began to close his eyes to rest. After a while, Feng Yu found that Nanako had come to his side and fell asleep quietly. His hands and feet were curled up like a little rabbit seeking comfort. Mother. There were still tears in the corners of Nanako's eyes. Feng Yu gently stroked her head with his hand. He knew that Nanako was afraid that he would abandon her, so he kept silently trying not to cause trouble. Although she usually behaves carefree and lively, she still hasn't gotten over the shadow of her mother's death in her heart. Actually, when I'm here, just be your truest self. Feng Yu murmured. Nanako, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to feel the warmth from Feng Yu's palm, and she could not help but rub her body against Feng Yu's palm. She's quite well-behaved and sensible. One night passes. It's not far from Sajiri Mountain either. Wow, so beautiful. Master, look, it's the sunrise. Nanako's voice sounded from her ears, and then her arms were shaken. Feng Yu opened his eyes. He saw Nanako holding her hand. Seeing Feng Yu wake up, he quickly said, Master, look, what a beautiful sunrise. Before Feng Yu could say anything, Xiao Hai underneath him said first. Ga kid, what's all the fuss about? Master and I have watched this scene countless times and we're tired of it. No, I will always watch the sunrise with my master in the future. And sunset. Nanako shouted. What a pair of treasures. Feng Yu sighed helplessly and then looked in the direction of Mount Samajiri. I couldn't help but feel a little uneasy inside. Nanako on the side was still arguing with Xiao Hai, but Feng Yu's thoughts had already drifted to the wooden house in the forest on the mountainside. This month seems to be very short, but to Feng Yu it feels like a long time has passed. Inside the wooden house in the forest, the white fox with three tails suddenly opened its eyes. Lone Earth. Xiaobai ran outside like crazy and shouted to the sky in the distance. Lone Earth. Xiaobai stood up and sat on the ground, with three white tails waving behind him, looking expectantly in Feng Yu's direction. Anubis. Meduzi in the wooden house looked puzzled when she saw Xiaobai running out. She was a little worried about what happened to Xiaobai, but the fatal sun made her dare not take a step. Nezuko could only hide where the sun couldn't shine, looking at Zayabai worriedly. Next to him, Kintaki Sakanji also noticed something strange about Zayabai. Get up and walk out of the cabins. Following the direction Zayabai was looking, he saw Feng Yu and his group flying towards them. It'll be good if you come back. It'll be good if you come back. Sakanji's voice was choked with sobs, but he soon returned to normal after sighing. The red Tengu mask looked so weird, but it couldn't hide his complicated mood at this time. Above the sky. As the distance from Sajiri Mountain got closer and closer, I finally saw the wooden house in the mountain. And at the same time I saw Zayabai, who was waiting for me, and Ninataki, Sakanji wearing a red Tengu mask next to him. Zayabai fell slowly, and his wings produced strong airflow that caused dust on the ground to fly. Long time no see, Master Linlong. Feng Yu said quietly as he looked at Rintaki Sakanji in front of him. It's good to be back. Lin Takaza recently discovered that Feng Yu seemed to be different from before. He became less lively than before and lost that sassy momentum. On the contrary, he became taciturn and his mentality became calmer. Nintaki Sakanji didn't know whether this change was good or bad, so he could only say, "It'll be good if I'm back." After all, in this world, only living is the best answer to your loved ones. Well, by the way, this is Nanako, my new apprentice. Feng Yu pulled Nanako, who was hiding behind him, in front of him and said, "Mr. Lintaki, hello." Nanako said hesitantly, as if she was frightened by the Tengu mask on Nintaki Sakanji's face. "My name is Patriarch Linlong, he is your master's master." Feng Yu said, "Grandmaster Linlong." Nanako said aggrievedly, "He has green eyes, he is a pretty good kid." Kintaki Sakanji looked at the color of Nanako's pupils and praised her. Zayabai on the side looked at his master and didn't notice it and said hurriedly, Master, you are ignoring Zayabai." Zayabai said aggrievedly from the side. Feng Yu saw the three tails wagging behind Zayabai. He was stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face. "Long time no see, Zayabai, it seems you have successfully mastered that power." Feng Yu opened his arms and said with a smile. Zayabai immediately jumped into Feng Yu's arms with a smile on his face and kept rubbing his head. Feng Yu discovered that the energy fluctuations in Zayabai's body were more than twice as strong as before. "I'm sorry it took me so long to come back to see you." Feng Yu touched Zayabai's head with a doting look on his face. "Master, it doesn't matter. As long as you still remember Zayabai and want Zayabai, I will wait for you no matter how long you wait." Zayabai said happily. Perhaps in Zayabai's eyes, Feng Yu is his world. What a cute white fox, I really want to touch and hug it. Nanako on the side looked at Zayabai's appearance and the soft hair on her body, and couldn't help but say. Feng Yu just smiled. "Zayabai, this is Nanako, we will be a family from now on. You two should get to know each other." Zayabai stuck out his head and looked at Nanako. The white tail suddenly grew longer and wrapped around Nanako's hand. "Hello, I am Zayabai, the master's favorite Zayabai." Hearing this, Nanako seemed to have heard this sentence somewhere, and couldn't help but look at Zayohei. Zayohei saw Nanako's gaze and turned away, pretending not to know anything. Nanako seemed to have discovered something interesting and couldn't help but smile. "Hello, Zayabai, I am Master Feng Yu's apprentice, just call me Nanako." Feeling the softness in her palm, Nanako smiled. In this way, everyone reunited after a long absence. We entered the wooden house together. The bonfire in the house is still burning, and it seems that it has not been extinguished all year round. Seeing everyone returning to the wooden house, Miduzi, who was hiding in the dark, poked his head out. After glancing around, his eyes fell on Nanako, who had an unfamiliar smell. Nezuko leaned over, stared closely into Nanako's eyes, pointed at Nanako, and then pointed at his own eyes. Don't be sad." Nezuko touched Nanako's head from behind. Nanako stayed where she was, seemingly unresponsive, but her eyes were slightly red. It was obvious that at that moment she remembered something, or her disguise was discovered. Feng Yu raised his eyebrows and said, "Nanako, this is Nezuko. Just like you, her family was killed by evil spirits and she also became a ghost. She also has a brother, Tanjiro, who should still be in the back mountain now. Cultivation, let's get to know each other. Ghost family." Nanako didn't seem to expect that the cute girl in front of her was actually the same ghost who killed her mother that night, so she couldn't help but look at her carefully. Except for the red pupils and the bamboo biting in his mouth, there is no difference from him. After all, he has green pupils, but he is not biting bamboo. Hello. After sweeping away the panic in her heart, Nanako stretched out her hand and said. But Nezuko in front of her suddenly hugged her and gently stroked Nanako's head with her hand. Nanako did not react to this sudden change, but she quickly broke away and hid behind Feng Yu. Master Feng Yu, she is so strange. Nanako stuck her head and said, Nezuko, what's wrong with you? Feng Yu asked Home's family people. Nezuko said family. Feng Yu looked at Nezuko and Nanako strangely, not understanding why Nezuko would say such a thing. On the side, Rinaki Sakonji interrupted them and said, maybe it's because Nezuko felt Nanako's sadness after losing her family. Is that so? Feng Yu looked at Nezuko. Nezuko nodded cutely. Okay, come over and eat. Rintaki Sakonji said. Feng Yu nodded, then took out a few marrow cleansing pills and handed them to Nezuko. Nezuko started drooling as soon as she saw the marrow cleansing pill, with a happy smile on her face. Inside the wooden house, Feng Yu and Lin Takisao didn't speak recently, they just ate quietly. Nanako on the side also became surprisingly quiet, and the atmosphere was calm. Only Nezuko, who was eating next to her with a satisfied face, made a crunching sound like she was biting candy. Zaiabai and Ziohei did not step forward but came outside. Ziohei listened quietly to Ziohei's account of what Feng Yu had experienced over the past month. Boss Ziohei, you don't know how dangerous it was at that time. It was the master who killed the snake at the critical moment. Otherwise, I would never see you again. Ziohei said with tears streaming down his face. Then after Ziohei finished telling everything, Ziohei just tilted his head and looked at Ziohei and said, so you are also awake. Yeah, I'm so powerful now. Not only can I master the sun's flames to kill ghosts, my speed has also become faster and my screams are also louder. Ziohei said slowly. So that's it. Ziohei looked at Ziohei meaningfully. Ziohei, it seems that we haven't sparred for a long time, so let's spar. Quack. Then there was only the sound of Ziohei screaming. The sound was very loud and resounded throughout the entire Zawu mountain. For a moment, the birds and animals fled in panic or hid in their nests and shivered, not daring to come out. The back mountain of Mt. Sajiri. Under the huge waterfall, a young man wearing gray clothes opened his eyes and said doubtfully, why does this sound so like senior brother Feng Yu's eagle crow? In the wooden house, Feng Yu and Ningtaki Sakonji were unmoved, as if they were used to such scenes. Only Nanako could not sit still, but when they saw Feng Yu and Ningtaki Sakonji, they did not dare to move. It was scratching like a kitten. Feng Yu saw what Nanako meant and said lightly, go if you want to. When Nanako heard this, she nodded quickly, put down her bowls and chopsticks and ran outside. After Nanako went out, only Feng Yu, Nintaki Sakonji and Nezuko were left. What are you going to do next? Nintaki Sakonji spoke. Next, I want to personally teach Nanako and Tanjiro for a period of time, and then let Tanjiro participate in the final trial 6 months later. Feng Yu said calmly. Have you decided which breathing method you want Nanako to learn? Not yet, it's up to her to make her own choice. Since the child experienced her mother's death, her personality seems to have changed a little. I don't know whether it is for good or bad. Feng Yu remembered Nanako sighing at her weird behavior. That's it. Kintaki Sakonji looked at Feng Yu quietly and said, why do you suddenly think of taking on a disciple? Naturally, Feng Yu would not tell Rintaki Sakonji that this was a system task. I had to make up a reason and said, maybe I saw my past in her. Nintaki Seigo was silent for the first time, and then he remembered that when Tomioka Jiu introduced Feng Yu, he explained that his parents were also killed by ghosts. So that's it. Nezuko on the side suddenly came over and took out a small wooden figure from his arms. The wooden figure was carved somewhat like Feng Yu, but it didn't look like it either. Feng Yu was a little confused and didn't understand why Nezuko suddenly gave him such a thing. Take it, this is the wooden figure that Nezuko has personally carved for all of us during this period of time. Kintaki Sakonji also took out his wooden figure from his arms. The rough carving technique showed that it was made by the same person. Feng Yu touched Nezuko's head and accepted the wooden figure. Nezuko seemed to enjoy Feng Yu's touch, with a satisfied smile on her face. This kid Nezuko, well, he is also a poor person. Rintaki Sakonji said, I believe in Tanjiro, and I also believe that Nezuko will one day recover as an adult. Feng Yu said with a smile. Well, by the way, are you fighting Zusan this time? Rintagaki Sakonji asked. Well, it's very powerful. There may not be many in the Demon Slayer Corps who can rival it. Feng Yu was silent, that's it. For hundreds of years, we in the Demon Slayer Corps have never encountered a ghost on the string. None of the ghosts we have encountered have come back, and we don't know how powerful they are. It seems the Demon Slayer Corps is still very weak. Rintagaki Sakonji sighed. We Demon Slayer Corps have been fighting evil spirits for more than 1,000 years. We have always been in a weak state and we have almost been wiped out. Nintaki-sa recently began to talk about the history of the Demon Slayer Corps fight against Muzan. That was more than 400 years ago. There was once a born-starting swordsman who controlled the breath of the sun and constantly chased and killed the ghost King Wuhan. However, human life is limited after all. After the ghost King Wuhan killed that existence, led Shanxian Yu to retaliate crazily against the Demon Slayer Corps until they were destroyed, eradicating all traces of the breath of the sun. So all the breathing methods now are derived from the breath of the sun, and the breath of the sun can never be found again. It's not here. In the end, it was because the Yanju Purgatory family withdrew at that time that they escaped the revenge of the evil ghosts. It was precisely because of the retreat of the Yanju ancestors that the family was not attacked by the ghosts. Many years later, the Yanju family returned. The Demon Slayer Corps has been reorganized again. Looking at it this way, the chance of completely killing Kibutsuji without misfortune is really very small. Ningtaki Saji's voice was a little choked, and he seemed to feel an unprecedented despair. The reason why human beings are human is that we will experience birth, old age, illness, and death, but evil ghosts are different. As long as Kibutsuji exists for one day, a steady stream of evil ghosts will be born. Their resilience is amazing, and they have eternal life. We humans are not comparable. The swordsmen of our Demon Slayer Corps have all been trained by our trainers for several years. In this battle, the losses of our Demon Slayer Corps are tantamount to the disaster of destruction in the past. It will take at least 5 years for our Demon Slayer Corps to return to its peak state. And in 5 years, the evil spirits have already recovered and even reached greater power. Rintagaki Sakonji sighed. I don't think so. I think we humans have unlimited growth potential. We can achieve the power to kill 12 Kazuki through several years of practice, but the birth of 12 Kazuki takes a long time to accumulate strength. We Demon Slayer Corps still have a chance. Feng Yu said with firm eyes. Lin Takizao seemed to be surprised by Feng Yu's will recently, because he felt that Feng Yu had an aura of fighting spirit that he had cultivated with the Purgatory family. Ningtaki Sato looked at Feng Yu recently and seemed to see in him the appearance of the portrait of the person who once started the breath of the sun. Perhaps Kibutsuji can really be killed by our Demon Slayer Corps in this era. Inside the wooden house, Nezuko was the only one listening to the recent conversation between Fuha and Lintakiza. After the two talked, they became silent again. Master Lintaki, take this. Feng Yu took out a small lucky bag and handed it to Lintaki Sakonji. Lintaki took it for the last time and took a look. There were 10 marrow-cleansing pills inside. Before Lintaki Zuo could speak for the first time, Feng Yu said, "Eat it, these can enhance your strength even if you have retired from the front line and become a breeder. You'd better leave it to those in need. I have no use for my old bones." Kintaki Sakonji refused, saying that he knew how much the marrow-cleansing pill in his hand was cherished and what its effect was. Feng Yu was not surprised by Nintaki Sakonji's rejection, so he continued, "I have a hunch that the next few days will be the peak of the battle between the Demon Slayer Corps and the evil spirits. I hope you being able to become stronger can better protect everyone." Feng Yu then looked at Nezuko. Lintaki Zuo was silent for the last time. He understood that he was getting old and his strength had dropped by an unknown amount compared to when he was at his peak. "I still have more marrow-cleansing pills, so you don't have to worry about me running out of them. Also, whether it's Nanako or another apprentice I accept in the future, they will have no shortage of marrow-cleansing pills." Now Demon Slayer the Corps has developed the marrow-cleansing pill, which, although not as effective as these, can improve the overall capabilities of the Demon Slayer Corps. Besides, the current Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen have suffered huge losses. It is the time when a large number of trainers are needed to cultivate swordsmen. If your strength is getting lower and lower, or your health is not good, then the entire Demon Slayer Corps way of cultivating swordsmen, there's just one missing. Feng Yu looked at Ningtaki Sakonji quietly and said, "I don't want you to be killed by a ghost one day because of your strength. This way I will look down on you, Master Lintaki." After Feng Yu finished speaking, he put down his bowls and chopsticks, stood up slowly and walked outside the room. Only Ningtaki Sakonji was left quietly looking at the marrow-cleansing pill in the small lucky bag in his hand. Ever since Nanako came outside the house, she saw a white and yellow figure fighting. That's not right. It should be said that it was a one-sided crushing. Zio Bai pressed Zio high to the ground and rubbed him. "Sure enough, I have become stronger. Such attacks did not hurt you." Zio Bai looked at Zio high below him and said, "Boss Ziraba, you will always be my boss. Don't hit me, don't hit me." Zio high cried and begged for mercy. Humph, seeing as you are so sincere, I won't bully you. Ziobai let go of his paw on Zio-Hai and said proudly, Thank you, Boss Ziobai. By the way, Boss Ziobai, what was that move you just made? Why did a shadow with 9 tails appear behind you? Zio-Hai asked with a playful smile. Humph, this is the ability I gained this time. This move is called Inviting the Gods. I can summon a special kind of shadow and then control it. Ziobai said, Sure enough, Ziobai is still the boss. Zio-Hai is completely convinced. Why were you dissatisfied before? Ziobai said with a smile. No, I was convinced before and I am convinced now. Zio-Hai said quickly, fearing that the white fox in front of him would bully him again if he disagreed. Oh, why is my crow life so miserable? I thought I could turn over and become the boss. Zio-Hai was crying, completely unaware that Zio-Bai was watching its every move. It seems that I will have to find an opportunity to educate Zio-Hai in the future. Thinking of this, Zio-Bai nodded. Wow, Zio-Bai, you are so awesome. Nanako looked at Zio-Bai and exclaimed. In her knowledge, Zio-Hai was very powerful, but the scene just now, when he stepped on Zio-Hai and knelt down to beg for mercy, was so impressive. Zio-Bai and Zio-Hai turned their heads to look at Nanako at the same time, with smiles in their eyes. I will protect you from now on, Zio-Nanako. Zio-Kz. Nanako tasted the title carefully and seemed to feel that something was wrong, but she couldn't feel it, so she nodded. Seeing Nanako's appearance, Zio-Bai secretly rejoiced, then raised his head proudly and passed by Nanako, coming to Feng Yu. Feng Yu bent down and picked up Zio-Bai, and then carefully examined Zio-Bai's changes at this moment. 3 tails. Are you really going to turn into a 9-tailed fox? Feng Yu stroked Zio-Bai's 3 tails and said, Name Zio-Bai. Race white fox. Divinity value 0.1. Owner Feng Yu. Kung Fu. Monster breathing technique Dasheng. Awakening, telekinesis, charm, body shape control, inviting gods. Introduction, this was originally just an ordinary little white fox. After transformation, it has become qualified to become a god. I have mastered the breathing method and mastered the skills to invite gods. The profile has also changed, and I have become qualified to become a god. Feng Yu looked at the attribute panel belonging to Zio-Bai carefully and murmured. Zio-Bai, was this ability to invite gods learned through this transformation? Feng Yu asked. Yes, master, this is the skill I learned during this transformation. Zio-Bai replied happily. That's it, then can you demonstrate it for me? Feng Yu touched Zio-Bai's head and said. Zio-Bai nodded, then jumped far away and began to demonstrate the skill of inviting gods. I saw white light shining on Zio-Bai's body, and a huge 9-tailed fox phantom appeared behind it. The terrifying momentum directly shook the surrounding trees and caused dust to fly. Then the 9 tails of the phantom shot a ball of light directly towards the hill in the distance. Bang! The hill exploded directly and turned into a big pit. Feng Yu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Zio-Bai's skill to be so powerful. After the display, Zio-Bai put away the phantom, but when Feng Yu noticed that the phantom disappeared, there seemed to be a hint of intelligence and he looked at himself. Feng Yu Zume, with his current mental strength, he can sense any small changes, so he is very sure that the shadow summoned by Zio-Bai just now must have glanced at him. Zio-Bai, does the phantom you summon appear in your memory? Feng Yu asked. Zio-Bai seemed to have discovered his master's doubts and carefully recalled his sleeping memories. Okay, it seems there is. I remember that after I absorbed that power, I entered a space, and then many voices rang in my ears, and finally a white figure pulled me out. I can't see the shadow clearly, but I can feel that it is my kind. Zio-Bai said. Okay, it's okay. Feng Yu saw that Zio-Bai didn't understand, so he didn't continue to ask but just kept it in mind. Soon, dusk fell and Tanjiro, who was training in the back mountain, dragged his exhausted body back to the wooden house in the forest. Night falls. Tanjiro walked toward the wooden house feeling a little tired. Suddenly he stopped. There is a familiar smell. It seems to be senior brother Feng Yu and someone unfamiliar. A smile appeared on Tanjiro's face, and Feng Yu scent hit him, which meant that he had returned safely. In this month, Tanjiro didn't see Feng Yu come back, so he asked Lintaki-Saken several times, but the atmosphere was solemn every time, and he thought Feng Yu had an accident. Now that I smell his breath, I finally let go of my worries. Tanjiro quickened his pace and soon returned to the wooden house, only to see Zio-Hai still fluttering and playing with Nanako. Senior brother Feng Yu's eagle crow, and this little girl I don't know. At this time, Zio-Hai and Nanako also discovered Tanjiro, so they said, Zio-Hai, who is he? Gaga, he is Nezuko's brother, Kamado Tanjiro, the master's junior brother. Zio-Hai said, Wow, then he is my uncle's. Nanako stared at Tanjiro with a hint of slyness on her lips. Uncle Tanjiro, my name is Nanako, and I am Master Feng Yu's apprentice. Nanako said with a smile, ah. Senior brother Feng Yu has accepted a disciple. Tanjiro was obviously stunned and didn't seem to react. Okay, stop making trouble and come in quickly. Feng Yu's voice came from inside the house. Then Tanjiro entered the house tremblingly. As soon as he entered the house, Tanjiro saw Feng Yu's face looking extremely handsome under the firelight. Senior brother Feng Yu, you are finally back. Tanjiro said with a smile. Feng Yu looked at Tanjiro, smiled and said nothing, but nodded and motioned for Tanjiro to sit down. As soon as Tanjiro sat down, Nezuko came over and clung to Tanjiro's body. Then he quietly took out a marrow-cleansing pill given by Tian Feng Yu from his arms and stuffed it into his hand. As soon as Tanjiro looked at the marrow-cleansing pill, he knew it was from Feng Yu and said, Senior brother Feng Yu, you don't have to give Nezuko so many marrow-cleansing pills. It's okay, just accept what's given to you. Feng Yu said with a smile. The red Tengu mask on his face was still as scary as ever. It seems that in the past month, Tanjiro, your training has not fallen behind, and your strength has improved a lot. Feng Yu said, now that I'm back this time, let's fulfill my original promise. Teach you how to master concentrated breathing, always in the center. And Nanako's trainings. Feng Yu's eyes looked at Lintaki Sakonji. Lintaki Sakonji nodded and said lightly, "No." Feng Yu nodded with satisfaction and the wooden house seemed warm at this moment. Midnight. Feng Yu and Bai came outside the house alone and looked at the moon in the sky. Bai looked at the moon in the sky so round. Feng Yu sighed, Master, are you worried about something? Bai felt that Feng Yu's tone seemed a little sad. Maybe. Feng Yu watched the moonlight in the sky shining on the earth without saying a word for a long time. Master, it's okay. No matter what happens, Bai will be by your side. Bai cupped Feng Yu's cheek with his forehead and said, I'll use. Feng Yu pinched Bai's face and then said, I just hope that no one will die because of me. On the second day, Nanako and Tanjiro got up early. Well, not bad, the consciousness is not bad. Feng Yu and Lintaki Sakonji stood together, looking at Tanjiro and Nanako. Then next, I will teach Tanjiro the full concentration breathing and Sunika, and Master Lintaki will teach Nanako the training to become a demon slayer swordsman. Feng Yu had a smile on his face. Tanjiro looked at Feng Yu, feeling terrified. Only Nanako on the side tilted her head and looked at Nintaki Sakonji in confusion. Am I going to become as powerful as Master? Nanako clenched her fists, as if she had already thought about how she would kill an evil ghost in the future. Nanako, you have to work hard, you must come back alive. Tanjiro said to Nanako before being pulled away by Feng Yu. Alive, alive. Nanako was confused, but she felt a little scared when she looked at the red Tengu mask on Nintaki Sakonji's face. Come with me. Nintaki Sakonji led Nanako up the mountain. The mountains are rugged, so be careful. Kintaki Sakonji looked at Nanako behind him and said, Okay, Master Lintaki. Nanako's eyes were shining, as if walking up this mountain was the path to the strong. It's just that you may not be so happy afterwards, other side. Feng Yu led Tanjiro to an open space and said, From now on, I will keep training here until I blow up the gourd in my hand, and I will concentrate on breathing every moment, whether I am sleeping or whatever. Yes, senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro shouted back. You know, with the blessing of concentrated breathing, human beings can not only have physical strength that rivals ghosts, but also can improve the accuracy of breathing control and accurately control the flow of blood with nerves throughout the body, thereby carrying out changes in the body. Hemostatic treatment. The Demon Slayer core swordsmen are based on concentrated breathing, and combined with sword skills, they form the major types of breathing methods we have seen. Next, I will teach you to practice concentrated breathing and a constant state of concentration. Let me explain to you why there is still the realm of Changzhong in the complete collection. Although fully concentrated breathing can greatly improve physical fitness, due to the accelerated blood flow and rapid heartbeat during use, it is very difficult to maintain it for a long time. However, only by ensuring full concentrated breathing for a long time can one's own strength be improved. A qualitative change occurs, and this advanced state of maintaining full concentration of breathing for a long time is normal. In the normal state, not only the physical fitness will be maintained at a higher intensity, but the basic physical fitness will also be improved. I hope you can become stronger in a short period of time and pass the trial with the strongest attitude. Feng Yu said sharply. Yes, senior brother Feng Yu, I will not disappoint your expectations. Tanjiro shouted, very good, then it's up to you Zio Hai and Zio Bai. Soon Zio Hai Zio Bai, who had transformed into a giant beast, appeared in front of Tanjiro and said with a smile, Master, we promise to complete the mission. Tanjiro took a breath and looked nervously at the two giant beasts in front of him. Ha ha ha, Kamado Tanjiro, we won't show mercy next time. Zio Hai said meaningfully. Senior Zio Hai, just come over here. Tanjiro replied, very good, then I will tell you the rules of our training. Zio Hai had a sly smile on his face. Tanjiro, the next rule is this. You must maintain a state of concentrated breathing at all times, and then accept the attacks from me and boss Zio Abai. During this period you can dodge, but you cannot stop breathing fully. If you are fully concentrated, if you stop breathing, it depends on how the master punishes you. Tanjiro nodded and then looked at Feng Yu, who was drinking tea beside him. It's okay, don't look at me, just train well. Feng Yu said with a smile. Then he took out a wooden stick larger than his fist from behind and placed it at his feet. Oh, I'm sorry for letting you see. Tanjiro. Tanjiro took a deep breath, cleared the painful memories from his mind and said firmly, come on. Gaga, let's get started. After saying that, Zio Hai flew directly into the air, his huge wings flapping faster and faster, and a violent airflow rushed towards Tanjiro. Wherever the airflow passes, sand and rocks fly everywhere. At the same time, Ziobai is still gathering energy balls on the side and then attacks Tanjiro. The violent airflow directly caught Tanjiro off guard, sending him flying and hitting the tree trunk behind him. Tanjiro felt the severe pain coming from his body, and for a moment he stopped breathing with all his concentration. My breathing stopped during the entire episode. Feng Yu silently picked up the wooden stick at his feet and walked towards Tanjiro with a smile. Tanjiro's screams echoed through the sky, go ahead. Feng Yu sat back silently. Tanjiro stood up with difficulty, regained control of his breathing, and avoided the attacks of Zio Hai and Zio Bai. Only this time, Zio Bai did not hit the energy ball like before, but attacked Tanjiro directly with three tails, so fast that Tanjiro did not react to avoid it. Tanjiro was knocked away again. Feng Yu silently stood up with the wooden stick, so Tanjiro was beaten all day long. Every time he fell to the ground after being beaten, Feng Yu always silently took out the healing pill and fed it to Tanjiro. Then a new round of torture began, other side. Nanako followed Nintaki Sakonji as she walked to the top of the mountain. As the top of the mountain got higher and higher, the oxygen in the air became thinner and thinner. There was no trace of disorder in Nanako's breathing recently, but Nanako's face had turned red and her breathing had begun to quicken. Grandmaster Linlong, how long will it take to arrive? Nanako asked. Soon. Nintaki Sakonji replied calmly. If you can't even endure such an environment, then you are not qualified to become a ghost-slaying swordsman, and you don't have the determination to avenge your mother. Nanako's face changed instantly, and she was obviously angry. Your masters Feng Yu and Tanjiro have all experienced this. They are much better than you. You know that your current performance is really, really bad. You have green pupils, extraordinary speed and quick reactions. You shouldn't behave like this. Nanako, take out the courage in your heart and think about the scene where your mother was killed by the evil spirit. Think about how your mother was eaten by the evil spirit bite by bite, and how she was despised in the end. Nanako's nerves are stimulated by every word that Nintaki-sa said recently. Enough. Nanako shouted. I'm not a useless person. Nanako bit her lips and said while suppressing her physical discomfort. Nintaki Sakonji turned around and looked at Nanako quietly. I saw that her lips had been bitten so much that they were bleeding. Nintaki Sakonji nodded and said, very good, you have the determination to become a demon slayer swordsman, but determination alone is useless. The next step is to test your qualifications to become a swordsman. Sakonji's voice suddenly became louder, and he continued walking. Nanako also followed silently, but the air became thinner and thinner, and Nanako's speed became slower and slower. She had to stop and gasp for breath every few steps. My lungs hurt. I feel dizzy. Nanako murmured, feeling the strangeness in her body. But when I thought of what Nintaki Sakon said just now, I still endured it and continued walking. Soon. Nanako lost her skin like Taki Sakonji. Hey, Patriarch Linlong, where are you? Nanako shouted. The tall pine trees were constantly swaying under the influence of the wind, making strange, rustling sounds. The pine trees were constantly swaying, blocking the sun in the sky. Nanako discovered that the originally dark forest was completely dark at this moment. Linlong Patriarch, where are you? Nanako asked fearfully. but what she responded to was dry pine branches falling around her. Zah! Nanako shouted in horror. After calming down, I realized it was a dry branch. Am I really so useless? Even a branch can scare me. If this is the case, then how can I avenge my mother? Nanako sat weakly on the ground, tears starting to fall. Mothers, what do you tell Nanako? At this moment, she was like a frightened deer, huddled under the tree, covering her ears and crying. The extreme lack of oxygen made Nanako's dizziness more and more obvious, and her vision became increasingly blurry. The surroundings seemed quiet, and she seemed to hear her own heartbeat, which was beating slowly but powerfully. Child. Nanako opened her eyes and burst into tears. Mother. Nanako hugged the woman and cried. Kid, thank you for your hard work. Mother is always by your side, so don't fall down here. Nanako's mother's shadow disappeared, and she also opened her eyes at this moment. But her eyes stared blankly at the place where her mother's shadow just disappeared. If Feng Yu were here, he would have noticed that the green color in Nanako's eyes had become darker. I don't know how long it took, but the voice of Ningtaki Sakanji interrupted her. Follow me. Nanako looked up and saw that it was Sakanji Nadaki wearing a Tengu mask. Oh, it's still a little bit worse after all. But you are still young, so it is already very good to be able to do this. Hinataki Sakanji consoled him. Nanako wiped away her tears, stood up, followed quietly behind Nintaki Sakanji, and then continued to look at the top of the mountain. Only this time, Nanako seemed to have changed, and her breathing was much calmer. Nintakiza also noticed Nanako's changes recently. Although he was confused, he didn't say anything and just walked quietly. Finally, Nintaki Sakanji stopped, turned around and said to Nanako, "This is it. You have to go back to the cabin at the foot of the mountain from here before it gets dark." Nanako wanted to say something, but a gust of wind came and Nanako's sight was blocked. After calming down, Nantaki Sakanji's figure had disappeared. Go back again. Nanako turned around and looked at the road she had just come up, but at this moment all the traces had disappeared and became unfamiliar. Mother. I will definitely be able to. Nanako clenched her fists. Hidden in the dark, Sakanji watched her quietly, never telling her that Feng Yu and Tanjiro went up the mountain at night. Mainly because of the consideration of Nanako's age, but now it seems that Nintaki Saji is quite satisfied with Nanako's performance. It's a good seedling. Nanako's small body moved quickly among the trees, and the dim woods kept swinging like tall ghosts. Nanako not only has to endure her inner fear, but she also has to always be on guard against hidden traps. Bang. Zah. Nanako let out a scream when she was hit by a huge piece of wood. Nanako stood up from the ground with difficulty, spit out a ball of blood in her mouth, and wiped her mouth with her hand. The whole person started to run down the mountain again. Although Nanako's physical fitness is different from ordinary people, it is always because of her young age and lack of special training that she was tortured by obstacles along the way and was covered in wounds. Nanako's clothes were stained red by the blood flowing from the wounds on her body. Nanako gasped for air. The thin oxygen in the air made her feel breathless and dizzy. She felt so tired, but there was a belief in her heart that led her not to give up and to keep going. I really want to stop. Nanako's mind began to become a little confused, and the physical torture made her particularly tired. The drooped eyelids kept urging her to rest quickly. Nanako was still persisting, but the obstacles on the road came one after another without distracting her for a moment. Her thin body was constantly tied up by traps on the road, hindering her progress. But every time she fell, she could stand up slowly. Even though the wounds on her body had begun to heal, new wounds appeared one after another. "Oh, mother!" Nanako shouted in confusion. However, what greeted her was the ruthless trap, and Rinataki Sakanji, who was hiding in the dark and watching, felt a little unbearable. Those children back then were older than this child. Nintaki Sakanji murmured, perhaps she has reached her limit. Nanako was hit by a piece of wood and fell to the ground motionless. This time, Nintaki-sa wanted to show up and take Nanako back for treatment, because he already recognized Nanako in his heart. Regardless of whether Nanako could successfully descend the mountain before sunset this time, she was already qualified to become a swordsman. Just when Nintaki Sakanji was about to start, he stopped again because he was surprised to find that Nanako got up shakily on her own again. I will not give up. Nanako said through gritted teeth. Then power popped out of nowhere, and Nintaki Seigo discovered for the first time that her speed was actually faster, and her reaction speed also improved a lot. Although he was still trapped in the trap, he was able to avoid part of it. What does this mean? This means that Nanako has made progress again. Looking at Nanako's figure, she is so thin but so strong. Nintaki saw recently looked at Nanako's figure, and there seemed to be a figure overlapping her. Makomo. For the last time, Nintakizeg saw the kind of will that belonged to Makomo in Nanako, and he had also seen it in that girl. Nanako has suffered a lot and is still avoiding traps, and Tanjiro is not having an easy time either. Bang! Tanjiro was knocked out again and knocked down under a big tree. If you look carefully, you will find that a lot of bark has fallen off the tree trunk. The fallen bark revealed the yellow trunk inside, but the yellow trunk was mixed with a little bright red. Seeing Tanjiro, he stopped breathing again. Feng Yu shook his head and silently picked up the wooden stick on the side. I can't bear it anymore. Tanjiro. Zio high on the side looked at Feng Yu, who was walking towards Tanjiro, and said, Boss, are we too cruel? Zio Hai looked a little unbearable as he watched Tanjiro fall to the ground motionless. Zio shook his head and said, What are you afraid of? As long as Tanjiro is not dead, the master will have a way to revive him. The master must have a reason for doing this. Okay, boss Zioba, I just, forget it, pretend I didn't say. Zio Hai was just about to intercede for Tanjiro, but when he saw Ziobai's eyes staring at him, he felt terrified inside. Feng Yu slowly walked to Tanjiro, leaned down, and said to Tanjiro, who was breathing heavily, Do you hate me? Tanjiro did not open his eyes, or in other words, he had no strength to open his eyes, and the severe pain in his body kept coming, but he did not dare to shout out, so he just bit his lip and made a hum sound. I don't hate you, senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro slowly opened his eyes and said, I know you are doing this for me, I have no complaints. What I hate is that I am not strong enough. Otherwise Nezuko and everyone would not be what they are now. Well, it's good that you know. Feng Yu nodded with satisfaction at Tanjiro's answer. Then he took out a healing pill and a marrow cleansing pill and fed them to Tanjiro. Soon, Tanjiro regained his strength and the pain in his body disappeared. After a while, Tanjiro started a new round of training. Soon, the day's training passed. Tanjiro followed Feng Yu back to the cabin, dragging his injured and exhausted body. At the same time, Sakonji Kintaki, who was wearing a red Tengu mask, also returned to the cabin holding Nanako, who had fallen into a deep sleep. Feng Yu saw that the wound on Nanako's face had recovered, and knew that she had been fed a healing pill by Ningtaki Sakin for the first time. This kid is very good and has the qualifications to become a swordsman. Lintaki Zuo said to Feng Yu for the first time, Feng Yu nodded and then motioned for Tanjiro to enter the room. As soon as he entered the house, Feng Yu mysteriously came to a stove where medicine was boiling. Zio Hai Zio Bai take off Tanjiro naked and put it in the barrel, then pour in warm water, and then pour in the medicine boiled in the stove. Zio Hai and Zio Bai did as they were told, and Tanjiro was soon placed in the barrel. Tanjiro relaxed and his droopy eyelids began to close. Finally, he fell asleep in front of everyone. Master, what is this? Zio Hai looked at the stove that Zio Bai rolled up with its tail, and felt a strange smell coming from it and couldn't help but ask. This is something, let Tanjiro soak in this thing tonight. Then he motioned to Ziobai to pour it in. Ziobai was very sensible and did not pour it in all at once. He just mixed it with water from outside and then poured it into the barrel. Tanjiro soaked in the dark green water, his closed eyes began to move, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead one by one. Loners, Zio Hai asked when he saw Tanjiro's appearance. Don't worry about him, this can improve his physical fitness. Feng Yu said, After all, I spent 1,000,000 sword swings in exchange for a precious medicinal bath. Feng Yu's heart ached when he saw Tanjiro lying in the barrel, continuously absorbing the medicinal bath. After all, 1,000,000 knife swings were enough to kill 2 ghosts with supernatural powers. Just last night, Wu Wu Mall suddenly refreshed, and the purple light instantly attracted his attention. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a one-time medicinal bath. It was worth 1,000,000 times of knife swings, which made him a little reluctant to part with it, but as soon as he saw the effect, he bought it without hesitation. Medicinal bath. It can enhance the body's quality, and at the same time, the absorption effect is better when the body suffers a large amount of loss. Hence the scene of training Tanjiro today. Of course, in addition to Tanjiro, Feng Yu also bought a good thing for Nanako. Zio Hai looked at Feng Yu in confusion. He didn't know why he always felt that Tanjiro was tortured so badly today. This was the effect Feng Yu wanted to achieve. Zio Hai glanced at Tanjiro silently and couldn't help but feel sorry for him for a second. If Feng Yu knew Zio Hai's thoughts, he would definitely praise Zio Hai for his good guess. If those 1,000,000 knife swings cannot be used to the best effect, then it is a waste, and waste is shameful. Feng Yu looked at Nanako, who was covered in blood, and knew that her training process today was not that easy. On the contrary, it may be even more dangerous. After all, Nanako is young, has never learned breathing techniques, and has never taken marrow cleansing pills. She just relied on her original talent to survive until the last moment. Thanks a lot. Feng Yu reached out and touched Nanako's forehead and said happily, "When you wake up, I will give you this gift. It will be the first gift that the master gives to his apprentice." Nanako made no movement and was still sleeping soundly. It was obvious how exhausted Nanako was at the moment. Nightfall. Tanjiro was still taking a medicinal bath, but Feng Yu and Lintaki Sakonji came outside the house. Nanako's performance really surprised me. I couldn't believe that she was a child of about 10 years old. Rintaki Sakonji said, "Perhaps it has something to do with her childhood experience. When I met her, she was like a little adult with a mature mind and able to take care of herself." Feng Yu's mind recalled the first time he met Nanako. He was fishing while she was peeking from behind. At that time, Nanako had a rebellious look on her face like a wild child, but her kindness and unwillingness could be felt. Ever since Feng Yu's mental power broke through, he had reached a new state. As long as he wanted to, he could see a different world. It was blank, as if everything in this world was invisible to him, including people's past and inner feelings. Feng Yu didn't know if this realm was transparent to the world, but it was almost the same. In his previous life, the original work introduced the transparent world description of the Supreme Realm in the same way, but Feng Yu could feel that his realm was a little incomplete. Feng Yu tried to find the reason but never found it. "Have you decided what breathing techniques you want to teach her?" Rintaki Sakonji said, "It's up to her to choose. After all, the breath of light is not perfect now." Lintaki Sakonji nodded, as if he recognized Feng Yu's statement. "Then she insists on learning your breathing technique. After all, this child, I can tell, she seems to have a special feeling for you." Lin Takizao looked at Feng Yu for the first time, but Feng Yu just remained silent for a while and said, "That may be because she just lost her family and regards me as a family member." Feng Yu didn't really want to discuss this topic, so he said, "Master Linlong, do you know the legend of the spotted swordsman?" "Striped swordsman." Rintagaki Sakonji raised his eyebrows and said, "Where did you hear that name?" "I overheard it before, I still don't understand it. I wanted to ask you if you know anything." Feng Yu replied, "Striped swordsman, I have heard a little bit about it. In the records of the Demon Slayer Corps, there is an introduction to the spotted swordsman. It is said that as long as a spotted swordsman appears, then he will appear next to him. There are more and more striped swordsmen, but although stripes can bring a swordsman short-term power, they have a fatal flaw. It is rumored that swordsmen who turn on their stripes will not live to be 25 years old, because every time they turn on their stripes to fight, their vitality will be consumed. Swordsmen with stripes are also called short-lived people. There once was a swordsman who turned on the pattern, and his existence was not limited by his lifespan. He still lived to be dozens of years old. However, except for him, all the swordsmen who turned on the pattern did not live long. Although their lifespan was short, their soaring strength was its very tempting, but the method of unlocking stripes has been lost, and striped swordsmen haven't appeared for hundreds of years. As for whether it is a legend or a real thing, we don't know." Nintaki Sakonji sighed and said, "That's it, what a pity." Feng Yu sighed. The person who turned on the stripes should be Enishi Jiguo, the founder of Breath of the Sun, the ceiling of power in this world. Feng Yu knew it well. "It's just a pity that there is no way to turn on the markings. Otherwise, with my ageless physique, it would be a perfect harmless buff. It seems that the scar on Tanjiro's forehead is a mark, but he hasn't awakened yet. Perhaps we can try to push Tanjiro to a desperate situation, and then reverse the situation with the protagonist's routine. There may be a high possibility of awakening the stripes." Feng Yu thought this, but Tanjiro, who had his eyes closed in the room, was shocked. "Oh, if I had known about my previous life, I would have looked more carefully. Otherwise, if I had remembered how to activate the markings, my strength would not have been rising." "Zeba Hidao, it's really hard to understand. Do we really have to wait for Tanjiro to grow up to that point?" Thinking that it would take so long for Tanjiro to awaken his stripes, Feng Yu could not wait to throw Tanjiro in front of the winding ghosts immediately, and then let them torture him to stimulate Tanjiro's potential. The road of life is long and long. Feng Yu sighed. On the side, Kintaki Sakonji just looked at Feng Yu quietly and didn't say anything. After all, he himself didn't know how to open the stripes. Kintaki Sakonji discovered that since Feng Yu came back this time, his desire to improve his strength has become stronger and stronger. But as his master, Kintaki Sakonji failed to give any good advice. On the contrary, Feng Yu's strength has far surpassed him. Rintagisa was both happy and worried these days. He was happy that the apprentice he taught had surpassed himself, but he was worried that time was getting tighter and tighter. Soon it arrived the next day. Nanako and Tanjiro also woke up. When he found himself soaked in a bucket, Tanjiro's reaction was surprised, but soon he found that his body became lighter than before, his speed was faster, and the power in his body became stronger. This is... Tanjiro turned his attention to Feng Yu, who just smiled and did not answer. He just came to Nanako and said, "Your performance yesterday was great, so the master decided to reward you with something." Feng Yu took out a blue crystal necklace from his arms and put it on Nanako's neck and said, "No matter what happens in the future, you can't take off this necklace." Feng Yu's face suddenly became serious and he said to Nanako, Why? Nanako asked doubtfully, "There is no reason, you just listen to me." Feng Yu didn't want to explain too much. After all, others wouldn't believe it if he told it. This small crystal necklace can actually form a protective shield 3 times when the wearer is fatally injured to resist fatal attacks. At the same time, wearing it for a long time can also improve the appearance. "Okay, thank you, master. The necklace is very beautiful. I will definitely obey your orders and I will never take it off until I die." Nanako said in surprise, "I spent 2 million swings to buy this." Feng Yu saw that he still had about 7 million sword swings left, which was not unacceptable. Moreover, after Nanako put on the crystal necklace, her temperament instantly became different. "It seems to look cuter." No one understood the purpose of Feng Yu giving it to Nanako, but judging from the serious expression on his face, the crystal necklace might not be as ordinary as it seemed. After all, every time Feng Yu takes out something, it has a magical effect. Not to mention the first time he ordered an item so seriously. Kintaki Sakonji just glanced at the necklace around Nanako's neck quietly and didn't pay much attention to it, while Tanjiro on the side was familiar with the changes in his body. "Senior brother Feng Yu, I feel so strong now." Tanjiro said in surprise, "Strong?" Feng Yu turned around and said with a smile, "If it's very strong, that means we can continue training today." When Tanjiro heard this, his body couldn't help but tremble, and he looked at Zio Hai and Zio Bai with a hint of timidity in his eyes. Tanjiro swallowed and said, "Senior brother Feng Yu, let's continue yesterday's training." Seeing Tanjiro's confident look, Feng Yu nodded, and then said to Zio Hai and Zio Bai, "Today there is no need to be as merciful as yesterday." "Yes, master," Zio Hai and Zio Bai replied at the same time. Zio Hai's eyes were red and he looked at Tanjiro with a strange look, as if there was a trace of sympathy in his eyes. "Then Tanjiro, you will train with Zio Hai and Zio Bai today. Remember, what you want to train is to focus on breathing and constant concentration, not your reaction ability. What you have to do is, no matter what happens, don't stop your breathing and breathe fully at all times." Feng Yu looked at Tanjiro and said seriously, "Yes, senior brother Feng Yu." Tanjiro replied immediately. Lintaki Zuo on the side did not say anything recently, as if he was waiting for Feng Yu to arrange a task for him. Then next is Nanako. Feng Yu knew it well. "Nanako, just follow me today. I have already made a training plan for you." Nanako nodded and then touched the necklace around her neck fondly. "Master Lintaki, if you have nothing to do, you can supervise or punish Tanjiro if you need to. As long as you are alive, I can save you." Then, the wooden stick used to punish Tanjiro yesterday was pulled out from somewhere. I saw that there was still some blood stains on the wooden stick. "Feng Yu, senior brother, I'm still here." Tanjiro looked at the wooden stick in Feng Yu's hand as if he saw something very scary. The body instinctively produces a trace of fear. Ningtaki Sakonji took the wooden stick from Feng Yu's hand and then looked at Tanjiro doubtfully. I saw Ningataki Sakonji actually doing what Fuha did yesterday, hitting the palm of his other hand up and down with a wooden stick while looking at Tanjiro. At this moment, Tanjiro only felt that the image of Ningtaki Sakonji suddenly turned into a wind feather smiling at himself. "Master Lintaki, be gentle." Ningtaki Sakonji nodded lightly. Nezuko, who had been behind everyone, also came over, hugged Tanjiro, and then made a thumbs-up gesture with his fingers under his surprised gaze. Then everyone dispersed, and everyone returned to where they should go in an orderly manner. Tanjiro and the others returned to the place where they trained yesterday, and then began a day of torture and rapid strength growth. "Come on, seniors Zio Hai and Zio Bai." Tanjiro prepares himself for the attack of Zio Hai and Zio Bai. "Ga kid, don't hold on like yesterday, even for 3 seconds." Zio Hai said with a smile, "I feel that my strength has become stronger. Senior Zio Hai, please feel free to come over." On the side, Kintaki Sakonji held a wooden stick in his hand and looked at Tanjiro, Zio Hai and Zio Bai quietly. "Quack scream attack." A terrifying sound wave came from Ziohe's mouth. Tanjiro immediately covered his ears, and all his breathing stopped at this moment. Mr. Lintaki, Tanjiro's breathing stopped during the entire episode. It's time for you to punish him, Ziohei said to Nadaki Sakanji. Nadaki Sakanji stood up. The red Tengu mask made him look like a devil in Tanjiro's eyes at this moment, and the wooden stick in his hand became a terrifying instrument of torture. Master Lintaki ... Can you please be gentle? Tanjiro begged for mercy. However, Nintaki Sakanji did not give him a chance and directly swung the wooden stick. Immediately, Tanjiro fell to the ground in pain, clutching his stomach. Feng Yu must have told you that you are too easily— Master Feng Yu. Nanako came out of the water with her face exposed and called Feng Yu to stop. Master, I feel that my body has become so light. Nanako jumped up and ran quickly across the water to the shore. I feel an unprecedented sense of comfort throughout my body. Feng Yu nodded, still immersed in the changes in his body, and said, It seems that your body has absorbed it well and your original speed is different from ordinary people. Now that your qualifications have improved, you can try your speed and see how it goes. Nanako nodded and then ran quickly. In an instant she ran 10 meters away, twice as fast as before. Master, look at me. Nanako waved to Feng Yu from a distance. The marrow cleansing pill should be used to maximize the absorption effect for Nanako to absorb. Feng Yu looked at Nanako and said knowingly. Soon Nanako ran back and looked at Feng Yu as if he was taking credit. Very good, then let's start today's training. Feng Yu's face suddenly became serious, and then he led Nanako step by step towards the top of Mount Samajiri. But this time Nanako didn't look as embarrassed as yesterday but looked relaxed. Remember, the training has just begun and it will get harder and harder in the future. What I have to do now is to improve your qualifications and bring out your potential, so that I can rest assured that you will avenge your mother in the future. You know, Nanako, Feng Yu said. Nanako followed him with a thoughtful expression on her face. I know, Master Feng Yu. This time the two of them reached the top of the mountain quickly. Although Nanako was still a little breathless, she was much better than yesterday. Today's rules are the same as yesterday. Return to the cabin before dark. Then Feng Yu jumped to the top of the tree and slowly disappeared from Nanako's sight. What? Just like Patriarch Linlong, I disappeared. It's true that we are the same generation. Nanako stuck out her tongue and said. Then she turned around and was about to run down the mountain, but Nanako soon discovered something was wrong. This time there were more traps and obstacles. Although her speed and reaction had become stronger, she still faced the obstacles that came one after another. Stumbled. As soon as Nanako dodged the deep pit on the ground, a giant tree struck her instantly, and all the traps in all directions were activated at this moment. Nanako had no time to dodge to the correct foothold and direction and fell directly into a deep pit. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Nanako said angrily, then he started running again. Feng Yu kept watching Nanako from the top of the tree, avoiding various obstacles and traps, but from time to time he would be tripped or knocked away. When she can handle such training satisfactorily, she can move on to the next stage. Feng Yu murmured. Time passed quickly and dusk appeared, indicating that night was coming. Why do I have a bad feeling? Looking up at the mountains and forest in the distance, they are still as calm as ever. I recall that I came to Sajiri Mountain from the other side of the mountain, asked the passers-by over and over again, became a disciple of Rinataki Sakanji, and traveled through the mountains. From the one who used all his strength every day to earn the number of sword swings to activate the system, to the current one who stands on a high place and looks at the small figure below, just like his former self, working hard to move forward and avoid obstacles and difficulties. The scenes of the past are so clearly replayed in my mind. Looking at the yellow-red sky, Feng Yu had a complicated expression on his face. He often wondered whether Demon Slayer's world was real or false. This world was made of flesh and blood, but the memories of his previous life were so fresh. In the previous life, this world was just an anime, but now it is a world. So which world's Feng Yu is real or both are real? Thinking back to everything that had happened in the past, Feng Yu shook his head and wanted to get rid of the thoughts in his mind. But at this moment, the bad feeling in his heart suddenly became violent. What the hell is going on? Feng Yu felt his heart beating very fast, the special state was activated directly, and a blank world appeared in Feng Yu's eyes. Did someone have an accident? Feng Yu gasped and said, Damn it, what's going on? The bad premonition in his heart gradually became stronger, but he didn't know what was happening, which made him feel very irritable. Quack, Master, it's urgent, it's urgent. 2 winding ghosts are suspected to have appeared in the east and southeast. Emergency rescue water column Tomioka Jiu. Zio Hai shouted anxiously when he saw Feng Yu. Two winding ghosts. Zio Hai, let's go. Feng Yu jumped on Zio Hai's back, and then quickly flew towards the east-southeast direction. Zio Hai used his speed talent and was very fast. Before the people on the ground could react, they only saw a black shadow flash past and then disappear. Other side. In a damaged house, a man covered in blood held a girl tightly in his arms. The girl was crying and gently wiping the blood from the man's face with her hands. Father, mother, has she left us? The girl looked at the woman lying in a pool of blood not far away and cried, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it's all my father's fault, makes you. The man gently touched Makeseu's face and said distressedly. Loud noises kept coming from outside, and the three figures were constantly struggling. The terrifying destructive power made the already dilapidated house even more dangerous. Looking outside, the man who once asked Feng Yu to become a disciple was resisting the attack of two terrifying evil spirits. Feng Yu's figure kept flashing in Makeseu's mind. Brother Feng Yu, where are you? Come and save father, didn't you say you would come back to protect me? Makeseu's face showed a desperate expression because she found that the man outside was shot away, and she only heard. With a sound of bang, Tomioka Yashiang was knocked down on the beam. Vomit! Tomioka Jiu spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes revealed a sense of indifference, and he stared at the ghost who stepped into the house step by step. The ominous premonition in Feng Yu's heart became stronger and stronger, stimulating his nerves every moment. It's impossible. It can't be that something happened to Tomioka Jiu. Could it be? Feng Yun suddenly woke up. The route Zio Hai was flying at this moment was not the direction in which he had climbed mountains and waded in the river to reach Sawu Mountain. Night falls. It indicates that the danger hidden in the darkness is greeted by the exposed fangs. Feng Yu was anxious, very anxious. He originally planned to go back to visit Makeseu's family after a while and even bring them to live with him. Don't let anything happen. Feng Yu frowned and looked into the distance, while Zio Hai also tried his best to increase his speed to the extreme. Why is this happening again? It was the same last time. Feng Yu looked up at the sky. He seemed to feel that there were threads controlling him, and even controlling what happened in the world. I was lying on the bed and looking at my phone while imagining the bean curd spicy soup, and I was suddenly shocked. Just kidding. Master, because the crows in the water column came here to convey the message that they had encountered two winding ghosts. One was the one we met in Tiancheng Mountain before, and the other one didn't know about it. He only knew that his whole body was hidden in the pot. Now all the pillars without tasks have begun to rush to Lord Shuizhu. Zio Hai felt Feng Yu's restless mood and spoke quickly. The pot, the ghost in the pot, could it be the fifth string on the string, the jade pot? Feng Yu carefully recalled the memories of his previous life and found that among all the ghosts, only Yu Hu fit the most. With the Yiwo seat and the jade pot, Tomioka Jiu may not be able to protect himself. I hope I can hold on until I arrive. Suddenly, out of the corner of Feng Yu's eyes, he caught a white figure running quickly on the ground. Anubis. Zio Hai understood immediately, and the flying height slowly dropped, but the speed did not decrease until he reached the edge of a cliff. Ziobai on the ground jumped up, and under the bright white moonlight, three tails were swaying in the air. Ziobai's size continued to shrink and finally fell directly into Feng Yu's arms. Master, you forgot to take me with you. I said where you are, Ziobai will be there. Ziobai expressed dissatisfaction with Feng Yu's behavior of abandoning him, but Feng Yu's touch quickly dissipated his anger. I didn't expect that Ziobai's speed would become so fast. Even Zio Hai, who broke through the speed of sound, could catch up. It seems that this transformation, Ziobai, is not just as simple as acquiring the skill of praying to gods. Feng Yu looked at Ziobai, who kept clinging to him, and said, on the Demon Slayer core side, Flame Pillar, Insect Pillar, and Wind Pillar are rushing quickly. Is that the ghost from last time? Kachu Shinobu recalled the terrifying aura exuded by Yiwazo, with a solemn expression on his face without his usual smile. HMPH, no matter how strong the ghosts are, I can defeat them. Shinazugawa looked at the solemn look on Kachu Shinobu's face and said arrogantly, oh, it's really exciting. Mr. Shinazugawa is going to use all his strength to burn himself. The flame-patterned Hayori kept flying in the air, burning like a ball of flame. Among the three pillars, only Kachu Shinobu has felt the pressure of Shanxian, and she is the only one who knows the terror of Shanxian's strength. She was silent, she couldn't back down because she was a pillar and a girl who wanted to avenge her family. Purgatory Anjuro has a smile on his face, which makes people seem to have a full sense of security, But this is also the first time he is preparing to meet the ghost of the string. He pursues strong strength and justice, and the passion in his heart begins, tumbling. Although Shinazugawa's tone is arrogant, the horrific scars on his face embellish his madness. Since that kid can beat Shanxian no. 3. It means that the Shanxian ghost is also weak. Shinazugawa said. Kachu Shinobu and Anjiro didn't speak, they just hurried on as fast as possible. Tianshan village. Tomioka Jiu, who fell on the ground, slowly stood up. But the blood dripping from his arms indicated that his injuries were not as relaxed as the expression on his face. Tomioka Jiu stood up and looked coldly at the two ghosts in front of him who exuded unprecedented terror and coercion. The blue knife in his hand was held tightly in his hand. Tusk, that's right, you should be the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. I didn't expect that I could still stand up after being hit by my destruction kill, final style, and blue eyes. I already recognize you. My name is 12 Kazuki. Come become a ghost and explore the highest realm with me. The human body will only limit you. You will slowly grow old, you will die, and your strength will decrease. But becoming a ghost is different. As a ghost, you can have eternal life and the ability to recover from injuries instantly. Healing powers. Iwazo extended his hand to invite Tomioka Jiu. But Tomioka Jiu across from him just looked at him quietly, then took out a healing pill developed by the Demon Slayer Corps from his arms and swallowed it in one gulp. After entering the elixir, Tomioka Yoshiyuki's injuries began to slowly recover. Look, this is you humans. When you are injured, you just wait, but we ghosts can recover from injuries in an instant, even broken limbs. Then Yuazuo directly pulled his arm off and then pressed it back. Then countless granules grew out of the wound and then began to pull each other. Finally, Yuazuo's arm recovered as if it had never been broken. Tomioka Yeong didn't speak and still looked at him coldly. You should be from the same sect as Nakagawa Fengyu last time, because the breathing methods you use are exactly the same, although the ghost hunter seems to know other breathing methods. Yuazuo said with a smile, he knew that these ghost hunters were like this. No matter how strong the temptation to become a ghost was, they would not waver. When Tomioka Jiu heard Fengyu's name, his face seemed moved, and then quickly returned to his indifferent expression. Yuazuo wanted to say something more, but the jade pot with his body hidden in the pot slowly crawled out from the spout, and a fishy smell filled the air. It is all white, with yellow eyes, green lips, and purple fins on its head. The mouth is located where the eyes are located on the forehead and mouth, and several small arms sprout from the head. The jade pot is really ugly, forming a sharp contrast with the Yiwo seat next to it. Jie, there seems to be a little girl with thin skin and tender meat inside, haha, it must be delicious. Yuhu smiled excitedly. Bang! The powerful impact caused the jade pot to knock down the house and was crushed underneath. The smile disappeared from Yuazuo's face, and he punched the jade pot away and said, I told you, you are not allowed to eat women in front of me. Yuhu slowly shook away the things that were pressing on him, staring at Yuazuo with a sullen expression on his face. It's just that he knows that he is not strong enough to fight in Yuazuo, and he has not forgotten Wuhan's order, as long as he swallows his anger alive. Sorry, Mr. Yuazuo, it's the jade pot that's wrong. Yuhu came to Yuazai again. On the surface, his eyes were fixed on Tomioka Jiu, but in his heart he was surprised that Yuazo had become stronger again. Tomioka Jiu looked at Yuazuo and Yuhu coldly throughout the whole process, without any change on his face. I saw him slowly picking up the knife in his hand and making an attack posture. As expected, none of you ghost hunters accepted my invitation. Since you don't want to become a noble ghost and are willing to degenerate into a lowly human being, then go and die. Yuazuo said with a smile and then ordered the jade pot next to him. Don't hurt that girl without my permission. Mr. Yuazuo, don't forget our mission. Yuhu said, feeling unhappy when he saw Yuazuo not giving him any face and ordering him in a condescending manner. Humph, you don't need to teach me. Yuazuo looked at the jade pot contemptuously and said, what I despise the most are ghosts who eat women to increase their strength. It's up to you. Anyway, if something happens and the task is not completed, you will be responsible for it, Sir Wuhan. Yuhu rolled his asymmetrical eyes, then stepped aside, quietly watching Yuazuo's performance. All right, this unknown member of the Demon Slayer Corps, can you tell me your name? Yuazo looked at Tomioka Jiu quietly, then stretched out his hand to invite again. I can see the superb and exquisite swordsmanship in you. Come and become a ghost. Tomioka Jiu. Tomioka Jiu said quietly, very well then, Mr. Yeong, please go die. Yuazuo suddenly attacked Yeong. Destruction kill kick style flashing group of lights. Yuazo violently kicked Tomioka Yashiyuki several times at high speed. Tomioka Jiu took a deep breath and said quietly, "Full concentration breath of water 1 type water slash." Blue and white water patterns emerged from the tip of the knife, directly blocking Yuazu's attack, and a flash explosion suddenly appeared from his side. The surrounding soil was flying and smoke was billowing. Breath of water 3 forms flowing dance. Tomioka Yashiyuki directly used flexible movements to attack Yuaza. "Hahaha, come on, please enjoy me as much as you want." Yuazu laughs. Then gain momentums. Destruction and killing random style. Yuaza's figure disappeared and attacked Tomioka Jiu directly. Bangs! The two collided instantly, producing a strong airflow and a loud noise. Bang bang bang. Their speed is very fast as lightning, making people unable to see their movements clearly. Tomioka Yashiyuki wields his sword and Yuaza wields his fists. Their speed and attacks are comparable. Just looking at the relaxed look on Yuazo's face, Tomioka Yeong had already guessed that he was no match for Yuazo. Exquisite swordsmanship, not bad, very good. Then another punch with terrifying and destructive power hit Tomioka Jiu. The expression on Tomioka Yashiyuki's face did not change, he always had that indifferent face. Destruction kill foot style crown first cut. A top-down kick directly hit Tomioka Jiu. Full concentration breath of water type of land twisting whirlpool kai flow. Tomioka Jiu twists his upper and lower body vigorously and continues to strike with momentum. A blue-white vortex appears and every twist is a sharp slash. At the same time, the third type of Liuliu's footwork was like flowing water, dodging Yuazu's attack and slashing towards his neck. Yuazo jumped directly to avoid Tomioka Jiu's attack and said with a joking expression on his face, "You are no match for me, you are much weaker than that Nakagawa Fengyu, okay, the warm-up is over. I'm going to get serious next time." Destruction kill final style blue eyes chaotic afterglow. Huge blue snowflake runes sprouted from the soles of his feet, and blue compass needles began to appear around him, constantly rotating in the air, and the surrounding airflow began to surge with the surge of the compass needles. Whoosh! All the needles flew out instantly, attacking Tomioka Jiu with an irresistible momentum. That power forced Tomioka Yashiyuki to take a defensive posture. Full concentration breath of water shadow of 1 and 1 Nagi. A blue horizontal plane field appears with Tomioka Jiu as the center. As soon as the blue compass needle touched Tomioka Jiu's domain, it was blocked. Boom boom boom. The Luo needle bombarded Tomioka Yashiyuki's field. A huge sound spread and dust and smoke filled the surrounding area. More and more needles were attacking, and Tomioka Yashiyuki found that his field seemed to be like a candle in the wind, and it began to sway and cracks gradually appeared. Crack! Tomioka Jiu saw that his lightest defense was broken, and countless needles roared towards him. Bang! A figure flew out upside down, puff. Tomioka Yashiyuki spat out a mouthful of blood, and his chest was stained red. At this moment he felt that all the bones in his body had fallen apart, and many blood vessels in his body were broken. Am I going to die? I am indeed a weak person. There seemed to be a hint of relief on Tomioka Jiu's face. That's fine. It should have been me who died. Tomioka Yashiyuki slowly closed his eyes, and scenes of the past flashed through his mind. Yang righteousness, wake up, wake up. Tomioka Jiu seemed to hear someone calling his name. He slowly opened his eyes, and what caught his eyes was the sister he had longed for, Tomioka Tsutako. Elder sister. Tomioka Jiu hugged Tomioka Tsutako in front of him, tears streaming down his face. Sister, I really miss you, I'm sorry, I should have died in the first place. Tomioka Yashiyuki is like a real child in front of his sister at this moment. Perhaps this is the emotion and heartbreak that Tomioka Yashiyong has buried deep in his heart. It's okay, my brother Zio Yeong is the most powerful. Tomioka Tsutoko stroked Jiwoo's head and said softly, Sister, I know you are tired, but you can't fall down now. There are many people in this world who need you to save, so Yeong, cheer up, okay? Yes, Yeong Makomo, and I have been watching you. You must work hard and live bravely to continue the future entrusted to you by your sister. The white mist dissipated, and the figures of Chu Uzagi and Makomo appeared, both wearing fox masks, standing in front of Tomioka Jiu and waving to him. Tomioka Jiu wanted to reach out and touch them, but even though they were close, it was like a gap blocking him. Chinese letter R a B B I T, Makomo. Tomioka Jiu looked at the two of them blankly. Yeong, you must always remember what I told you. You must cheer up. You must live bravely. You must live. The figures of Kyo-tu and Makomo gradually disappeared. Tomioka Yoshiyuki hurriedly got up and tried to catch them, but he only missed them. Something suddenly occurred to my mind, and I turned around to see that my sister Tomioka Tsutako was slowly disappearing. Yiyang's sister will always be with you. You have to live well, live well. Tomioka Tsutako's figure disappeared. Tomioka Jiu shouted. No, elder sister. In reality. Yiwazo looked at the lifeless Tomioka Jiu in the ruins and said with a smile. It seems that he is dead. Master Wuhan should be happy he killed a pillar. The jade pot in the distance saw that Yiwazu knocked Tomioka Yiyang to the ground so quickly. He quickly rolled the jade pot and came to Yiwazu and said, Your Excellency Yiwazu, I didn't expect that my strength improved so quickly. We are almost catching up with Lord Kokoshibu. Yiwazu smiled and said nothing, just looked at the jade pot quietly. Yuhu was shocked by what he saw and said quickly, Since you have killed this Zhu, Your Excellency Yiwazu, please use your prey slowly. The jade pot poked its head out of the pot and said respectfully, Then I will complete the task assigned by Master Wuhan. Yuhu saw that Yiwazu was silent and was worried about what would happen. He quickly wanted to complete the task Wu Mei had given him as soon as possible and then continue his life of making pots with salted fish. Yiwazu nodded and then let Yuhu slowly walk into the wooden house, and he himself slowly walked towards Tomioka Jiu. Don't. Please let us go. When Meixiu's father saw Yuhu coming in, he quickly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Jai, if I want to blame you, it's your relationship with that ghost hunter that angered Lord Wuhan, so just be prepared to die. The jade pot flicked its hand. There was a pool of blood on the door wall. Meixiu's father's head rolled to the ground, and the blood spurting out instantly stained the entire floor red. No, fathers. Meixiu's eyes widened and she couldn't believe what she saw. Her most beloved father's head and body were separated at this moment, and he was completely dead. Meixiu collapsed on the ground. Her feet had no strength to stand up. Tears fell like rain on her face. She felt that she was about to suffocate. She wanted to hug her father. She lay on the ground and crawled towards her father little by little. He was still chanting in his mouth. Father's mother. Jai, what a sad feeling. Only humans can have such disgusting and ugly feelings. Yuhu looked at Meixiu crawling towards his father and said disdainfully, Okay, it's time to arrest you and take you back to report. Yuhu stretched out his hands covered with fish scales to touch Meixiu. Sudden. A white light flashed. The beauty in front of me suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Yuhu's entire arm fell directly to the ground, and blood spurted out. Who is it? Yuhu was shocked. Sorry, I'm late. Feng Yu hugged Meixiu tightly and said, I'm sorry, I'm late. But the girl in my arms didn't react at all. There was no change in her eyes, she just stared blankly at the headless corpse in the distance and kept muttering, Father. Feng Yu's pupils shrank. He was so anxious to save Meixiu that he didn't notice the headless corpse on the other side. Only then did he realize that the headless corpse on the ground was actually Meixiu's father. The honest man he once was now the only thing left. A body fell to the ground coldly. An unprecedented anger emerged. Feng Yu's momentum continued to surge. The light yellow fighting spirit began to gradually appear, and the surrounding dust continued to rise. Opposite Yu, who felt the sense of oppression coming from Feng Yu, and he began to retreat in his heart. Humans? How can humans be so powerful? Yu, who seemed a little unable to believe that the human being in front of him was letting his biological instincts give him constant warning. No wonder Yiwazu ran away last time. The jade pot's body gradually retreated into the pot, and then jumped directly outside, but soon a white tail flew back directly. Bang! The powerful impact directly caused cracks in the pot body. How dare you destroy my artwork, unforgivable. Yuhu stared at Xiaobai and said. At this moment, Xiaobai's size grew larger, with 3 white tails rising into the sky. At the same time, the phantom of the 9-tailed fox appeared behind it, which could only be described as noble, sacred, and powerful. Yuhu's pupils shrank and he shouted, Impossible, why would a fox use vampire magic? HMPH, you dirty thing, you dare to offend your master, see if I don't kill you. Xiaobai snorted coldly, and then the 9 tails of the shadow behind him instantly attacked the jade pot. Vampire art 1,000 needles fish killing. Jade pot instantly took out a pot with a waterweed pattern and shouted. I saw a goldfish instantly appear in the pot. As soon as the goldfish appeared, it spit out golden needles to attack Xiaobai. Bang! The 9-tailed fox shadow collided with the golden needle, causing a violent explosion. But soon the tail of the 9-tailed fox phantom pressed hard against the golden needle, and the attack fell directly on Yuhu. Bang! The jade pot had no time to defend itself and flew out directly. How dare a stinky fox do this to me? I saw that the pot hidden by the jade pot began to break. The skin on his body began to shed, and the whole body of the jade pot stood out. There were webs between his palms, and his lower body looked like a snake. The whole body was covered with scales, but the whole body seemed to be extremely soft. He twisted his whole body 180 degrees and took out a small white pot from behind and shouted, "Vampire Art Corpus pot hell." An octopus the size of a house was summoned, and its tentacles directly wrapped around Xiaobai's feet. Bang. Xiaobai's size increased again, becoming even bigger than an octopus. The powerful force directly pulled the octopus over. The nine-tailed shadow behind Xiaobai directly condensed an energy ball and attacked the octopus. The huge force caused half of the entire octopus to be blown away. Roar! The octopus howled. Xiaobai wanted to hit him again, but the jade pot instantly appeared on top of Xiaobai's head, and then took out a wave-patterned pot and poured water on Xiaobai. Vampire Art Blood Hell Bowls. A water bowl surrounded Xiaobai. Bang! The nine-tailed shadow directly attacks the water wall, but this water wall is very strange, giving Xiaobai a very soft and very hard feeling. Xiaobai continued to attack Shuibai, but soon Xiaobai discovered something was wrong, because it feels like the air in this water bowl is getting thinner and thinner. What to do? Xiaobai started to get anxious, but he didn't expect to be trapped by the jade pot. When the jade pot on the ground saw Xiaobai trapped, a smile of success appeared on his face. Just as he was about to take something out of the pot behind him, he was stopped by a terrifying sound wave. Ah! A golden figure appeared in the sky. It was Xiaobai. At this moment, he used the scream skill for the first time and attacked the jade pot. Ah, it sounds so unpleasant. Yuhu covered his head, seeming to be suffering unspeakable torture. Boss Xiaobai, I'm here to save you. Xiaobai shouted to Xiaobai, who was trapped. Then he used the sun flame skill towards the water bowl that trapped Xiaobai. The strong high temperature directly melted a gap in the water bowl. As soon as the gap appeared, Xiaobai's condition immediately improved, started breathing heavily. Xiaobai, hurry up and get me out. This thing is really making me uncomfortable. Xiaobai said to Xiaobai, hee okay boss Xiaobai. Then another ray of sunlight shot out, and soon the entire water bowl was melted. Xiaobai, who regained his freedom, summoned the nine-tailed shadow again and looked at the jade pot with cold eyes. Damn ugly monster. The nine-tailed shadow began to gather energy balls, and then directly attacked the jade pot. Upon seeing this, Xiaobai also shot out a ray of sunlight to follow. Seeing that something was not going well, the jade pot jumped directly into the pot. Bang. The thick smoke dissipated, revealing a complete white jade pot. The jade pot gradually came out of the pot, and then directly took out 10 pots with fish patterns on them. Vampire Art 10,000 sliding and sticking fish. Countless sticky fish with sharp teeth began to appear from the mouth of the pot, and then attacked Xiaobai and Xiaobai. Wherever the sticky fish passed, everything became bare and even the fallen beams were eaten away. Seeing this, Xiaobai quickly shrank in size and jumped on Xiaohai's back, and Xiaobai also quickly flew into the sky. Start working together to deal with the terrifying monster fish on the ground. Please God. Sunfire. Bangs. Bangs. Explosions continued to sound, and the terrifying monster fish on the ground seemed to be being slaughtered. Suddenly, the flying soil was mixed with the minced meat of the strange fish. While the strange fish turned into minced meat, it also shot black venom towards Xiaobai and Xiaobai. Fortunately, Xiaobai flew high enough, otherwise he would have been hit by the venom sprayed by the strange fish. The venom fell on the ground, instantly corroding a large pit, while black smoke was still rising. Wow, so poisonous. Xiaobai shouted when he saw this. A trace of sneer appeared on Yuhu's face in the distance, and then his body disappeared instantly. Vampire technique array killing fish scales. Yuhu's figure appeared directly on Xiaohai's back, and then smiled and said, "Turn them all into fish for me. Hand of God." I saw Yuhu punching Xiaobai directly, and just as it was about to land on him, a familiar figure appeared in Xiaobai's sight. Full concentration breath of light shape of Wu flash of light. Bite. A light yellow light appeared in front of Xiaobai, blocking the jade pot's attack for it. Owner. Xiaobai shouted. The person coming is none other than Feng Yu. Xiaobai, go help Tomioka Jiu Xiaohei, protect Mixu, I will deal with this guy. Feng Yu said coldly. Xiaobai and Xiaohei nodded, and then their bodies became smaller. Feng Yu and Yuhu fell to the ground, separated by a distance. Xiaobai ran towards Tomioka Jiu, while Xiaohei fell to the side, put Makesyu, who had been put to sleep by Feng Yu, on his back and then flew away. Ghost in the pot, winding 5 jade pot. Your fist must have the ability to turn any creature it touches into a fish. Feng Yu said. Yuhu was shocked and shouted, "Yus, how did you know?" After his own secret was discovered, Yuhu began to panic. After all, this move caused everyone who met him to stumble. "You ugly and disgusting guy, please die here today." Anakiri began to glow with black energy, and the blade instantly turned red. The extreme anger caused Feng Yu's entire body to change. With the blessing of the transparent world, Feng Yu felt a powerful force welling up from deep within his body. Dong dong dongs. The heart beats fast and powerfully. As if he was about to jump out of his body, Feng Yu's body surface temperature began to rise, and the Anakiri in his hand seemed to resonate with him, responding to him. "The knife in my hand is responding to me, begging me to kill you," Feng Yu shouted. The aura on his body soared directly into the sky, and the light yellow fighting spirit turned golden at this moment. The color of the Anakiri in his hand completely turned into deep red, and the original green had already been covered. Feng Yu silently took out the fox mask and put it on his face. The fox mask instantly turned into a death mask, and then a black shadow began to appear behind him. The shadow's scarlet eyes were staring at the jade pot. Yu-Hu felt furious when being stared at. "Damn it, what's going on with this ghost hunter? Why is he so scary?" Yu-Hu looked at the death mask on Feng Yu's face, his heart beating continuously, as if the mask was a terrifying thing. Feng Yu saw the frightened expression on Yu-Hu's face, and then saw the shadow of the god of death behind him, and understood that the mental shock effect of the mask was working. The jade pot was indeed the ghost of the winding man. He immediately realized that he had been mentally disturbed, so he quickly eliminated the influence on himself and mocked. "Look at how perfect these pots are." Jade Pot took out several scarlet pots and then said with a smile, "Do you know how these pots are made? These are the most perfect works of art in the world. They are made with the flesh and blood of everyone in this village. It's done. Jai Jai Jai, I can tell that the girl and her family seem to be very important to you." Jade Pot slowly took out another pink pot. "This is a pot made from that woman. It's perfect. I still remember her expression when she dedicated herself to art. These boring lives are born to exist for perfect art." Every word Yu-Hu said stimulated Feng Yu's nerves, and bits and pieces of his life in this village began to emerge, and the simplicity and kindness on the faces of the people in the village kept replaying in his mind. "You really deserve to die," Feng Yu shouted. Full concentration breath of light 1 type moonlight slash. The light yellow sword light attacked instantly, and it was so fast that it cut off Yu-Hu's entire hand. "How is that possible?" Yu-Hu was shocked. "How can my body be so fragile?" Yu-Hu, who had become a complete body, seemed unable to believe that his defense was useless. "Recalling the extreme defense I had once, I realized that the Nichirin sword could not be so powerful, so I shouted, 'It must be your sword, there is something wrong with your sword.'" Yuhu's arms instantly grew out, and he shouted angrily, "Vampire Art Corpus Pod Hell." Another octopus with a terrifying size appeared, but it was cut into pieces by Feng Yu's blow. Complete collection breath of water shape of Shidu big waves. The blue-white huge wave field instantly covered the octopus, and Feng Yu just passed by it gently. The huge wave directly covered the octopus, and then turned into a pile of rotten meat. The wind feathers under the transparent world. Every move of Yuhu is in his eyes, and he even knows exactly what Yuhu will do in the next stage. "Have you thought about how to die?" Feng Yu looked at the jade pot coldly and said, "Vampire art 10,000 sliding and sticking fish. 10,000 strange fish were summoned by him. Kill him for me." Yu-Hu shouted, and then those strange fish started to attack Feng Yu. Feng Yu just calmly took out an antidote pill and ate it. Then he said, "Breath of water shape of she two big waves." In an instant, 10,000 strange fish were killed instantly, and countless venom was shot towards Feng Yu. Seeing that the venom was about to contaminate his body, Feng Yu just changed his moves slightly. Breath of water shape of Shi calm and calm. The venom that was about to fall on Feng Yu was blocked at once. They all fell in front of him. "These are of no use to me, you who use all your other tricks. You have to know that in my eyes you are just as disgusting and ugly as your pot." Feng Yu looked at the jade pot and said, recalling the introduction to Yuhu in his previous life, he knew that what Yuhu loved most was the pot he made, and he could not tolerate others insulting his pot. Sure enough, when Yuhu heard this, his emotions exploded instantly and he shouted, "You damn brat. Vampire art blood hell bowls. He took out the wave-patterned pot, then poured water on Feng Yu, and a giant water balloon began to wrap around Feng Yu. Feng Yu didn't hide either, he just allowed himself to be trapped. That's it. I saw Feng Yu simply waving the Onakiri in his hand, and the water bowl that had trapped countless ghost hunters was split open in an instant. Sure enough, it's as defective as the pot you made. What you actually said that my pot is defective, you damn brat, damn brat. When Yu-Hu heard about the defective product, he instantly lost his mind and attacked Feng Yu directly. Yu-Hu is now in complete form. Although it is very fast under Feng Yu's transparent world, Yu-Hu's speed seems to have been slowed down several times. I won't let you die so easily. Feng Yu looked at the jade pot coming towards him and said with understanding. Full concentration breath of light glory to the world. The Onakiri in his hand instantly emitted a fierce light, and Yu-Hu had no way to dodge and was directly illuminated. I saw Yu-Hu covering his eyes and black smoke appeared in the place where the light hit him as if it was burned by flames. My eyes, my eyes. What did you do to me? Why can't my eyes recover? Yu-Hu shouted in pain, and at the same time because he lost his vision, Yu-Hu attacked all around crazily. Bang! Yu-Hu fell to the ground and howled in pain. What's going on? Why does the glorious world have a burning effect? Seeing the burns appearing on large areas of Yu-Hu's body, he was puzzled. It seems to have the ability to inhibit self-healing. Feng Yu looked at the jade pot and said knowingly, is it because of the transparent world, or is it because of Onakiri's changes? Feng Yu looked at the blood-red Onakiri in his hand, and then walked towards the pot that Yu-Hu had taken out before. He said to the jade pot, these pots of yours are ugly and disgusting, let me destroy them for you. Poof. The pot Feng Yu picked up was smashed to the ground and shattered. No. Let go of my pots. Yu-Hu shouted although he could not see Feng Yu, but he followed the sound and ran towards Feng Yu. Release my pot. Haha, do you think it's possible? Feng Yu sneered. Then another pot broke and then another until they were all smashed to the ground. No. Every time the pot is broken, the faith in Yu-Hu's heart is shattered. No more damn kid. Yu-Hu fell to the ground and said viciously. Full concentration, the breath of water, the pattern of picking up the flow of life. The blue and white water dragon appeared and landed directly on the jade pot. Then Feng Yu gently took back the ghost cutter in his hand and put it into the sheath, leaving only a back figure for Yu-Hu. Yu-Hu also regained his sight at this time, his eyes widened as if he couldn't believe that his head had been chopped off. You damn brat, you don't understand art at all. You humans are just boring lives. You should devote your lives to art. Yu-Hu's eyes began to show memories of his past human days. When he was still a human, Yu-Hu began to kill animals in a prank and sewed scales and bones on the pot. This also caused him to be R******D by others in the fishing village where he was born and raised. Tabooed and isolated. Until he met Kibitsuji by chance, was attracted by him and was given blood to become a ghost. Later, Yu-Hu became a member of Shangxianwu through his own efforts. Scenes from the past emerged one after another, and Yu-Hu continued to scold Feng Yu. Damn stinky brat. Damn stinky. Yu-Hu's head finally dissipated into the air. Congratulations on getting the number of sword swings *500W. With a smile on Yuazo's face, he walked towards Tomioka Jiu step by step. Human life is so fragile. It's a pity that you don't want to become a ghost and explore the highest realms in this world with me. If you were a ghost, you would have recovered from this injury long ago. Yuo said with full sarcasm. Be obedient and become my delicious food. Yuazo went straight towards Tomioka Jiu. Sudden, Tomioka Jiu, who originally had his eyes closed, opened his eyes and waved the Nichirin sword lightly in his hand. The light of the sword and the shadow of the sword. Yuazo shouted directly, Destruction kill Kong Shiki. Directly change his fist and hit Tomioka Yashiyuki with 6 consecutive hits. Bang bang bangs. There was an explosion behind Tomioka Yashiyuki, and one can imagine how powerful Yuazo's attack power was. Yuazo's attack was very fast, but Tomioka Yashiyuki was like a shadow, perfectly dodging the attack. Impossible. Yuazo took a few steps back and stared at Tomioka Jiu with a shocked face. How could you possibly have stepped into the gate of the Supreme Realm? I don't believe humans can do this. Yuazo shouted. Destruction killed destruction style. Terrifying fighting energy gathered in his fist, and violent explosions occurred wherever the attack passed. Boom boom boom. The terrifying energy exploded, instantly igniting surrounding houses. Fires were everywhere and the smoke dispersed. The figure belonging to Tomioka Jiu slowly appeared, and the firelight behind him reflected his shadow, gradually lengthening. At this time, Tomioka Jiu entered a special state. He had no aura at all and was like an ordinary person. However, in the eyes of Yiwazo, Tomioka Jiu was already as dangerous as Feng Yu back then. Impossible. Just humans, just humans. Yiwazo fell into self-doubt. It was Feng Yu who entered this realm before, and now it is Tomioka Jiu, but as a ghost, he has worked hard for hundreds of years before he can even step into the gate of the highest realm. Why, you are just a human being, just a humble human being. Yuazuo had a crazy expression on his face, giving people the impression that his worldview had collapsed. Haha. But then you are qualified to be my opponent. Come on, let me enjoy fighting again. Yuazuo's face instantly regained its composure, showing his usual smile and provoking Tomioka Yeong. In the distance, Tomioka Yoshiyuki had tears on his face and kept saying, "Sister." Recalling that he had just seen Tomioka Tsutako, whom he had longed for in a coma, Tomioka Jiwu's suppressed sadness in the deepest part of his heart was completely released. Destruction Kill Ghost Core Eightfold Core. In an instant, Yiwaza punched Tomioka Jiu from all directions. Bang bang bang. Violent explosions spread. In the smoke, a blue barrier appeared, and Tomioka Yoshiyuki was unharmed. What does this feel like? Tomioka Yoshiyuki felt that at this time, he was like a god who controlled life in the world, and could obtain the information he wanted at will. The moves have also become stronger. The blue field is much stronger than before. At this moment, facing Yuazuo's attack, it was not affected at all. Suddenly, the blue field shattered. Tomioka spit out a mouthful of blood and said with a pale face, "It takes a lot of energy in this state." Tomioka Yeong half knelt on the ground, gasping for air. Seeing this, Yuazuo in the distance started laughing. "This is you humans, weak, pitiful, and helpless. You have obviously come into contact with the highest realm in this world, but you can't maintain the consumption at all. Ha 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 ha, as expected, becoming a ghost is your only way out. Come on, become a ghost, step into this highest realm with me." Yuazao's face showed a sense of heroic pride. He was proud to be a ghost, and despised Tomioka Jiu because humans could not maintain the highest realm. "I told you, I will never become a disgusting ghost." Tomioka Yeong had a painful expression on his face and gritted his teeth. "Look at yourself, at this moment you don't even have the strength to stand up and hold a knife. How can you look down on ghosts?" Yuazo looked at Tomioka Jiu coldly, as if he was irritated by him. "Since you are really stubborn, then come and die with me." Destruction Kill Final Style Blue Eyes Chaotic Afterglow. Countless needles were summoned and all attacked Tomioka Jiu. Tomioka Yoshiyuki wanted to stand up and resist, but the weakness in his body prevented him from lifting the Nichirin sword in his hand. Looking at the compass needles that were full of terrifying and destructive power, Tomioka Yoshiyuki showed a trace of despair on his face. "Sister, I may not be able to promise you a good life." Tomioka Yoshiyuki closed his eyes and seemed to have accepted his fate. Sudden. A white figure appeared directly next to Tomioka Jiu, grabbed him, and jumped far away, avoiding Luo Zhen's attack. Boom boom boom. Violent energy rods exploded. Yuazuo in the distance showed a smile on his face and said, "It's you strange creatures again. I must give you to Lord Wuhan, he should be very interested in you. After all, besides us ghosts, there are also creatures in this world that can use the bleeding ghost technique." Yuazuo looked at the huge Xiaobai at this time, thinking it was the vampire technique performed by Xiaobai, and couldn't help but show a trace of interest. "This ghost is so strong." Xiaobai slowly put down Tomioka Jiu in his hand, and then looked at his hind legs, which were already showing blood. It was obviously the attack he received when he just saved Tomioka Jiu. "I just need to hold it off for a while." Xiaobai felt the loud noises of fighting coming from the battlefield on Feng Yu's side. Recalling the terrifying aura on Feng Yu's body at that time, he believed that the battle was one-sided. "Please God." The white nine-tailed shadow instantly appeared behind Xiaobai, and its terrifying aura soared into the sky. "Oh, is it another vampire technique?" Yuazuo said with a smile. "It's a pity that a strange creature like you doesn't realize how powerful I am when I step into the highest realm." Spell Deployment Destruction Kill Liu Nadal. A huge blue snowflake symbol appeared on the sole of the foot, and the compass needle on the sole of the foot pointed directly at Xiaobai. "Haha, you have no fighting spirit at all. Destruction and killing random style." Yuazuo's body was like a cannonball, flying directly towards Xiaobai. Seeing this, Xiaobai directly condensed energy balls and continuously attacked Yuazuo. However, the energy balls were all dodged by Yuazuo. His figure was like a shadow, always appearing in another direction the moment the energy ball landed on him. Ha ha ha, your attacks are completely useless in my eyes. Xiaobai's energy ball attack, in the eyes of Yuezhu, who was blessed by the half-step transparent world, was slowed down several times. Destruction kill kick style flashing group of lights. Yuezhu launched a fierce attack directly at Xiaobai, like a flash explosion, causing Xiaobai's body to retreat continuously. Even the three tails and shadows behind him are constantly resisting Yuezhu's kick, but it's no use. Xiaobai was quickly kicked out, and the powerful force caused it to fly dozens of meters away. Trees along the way were constantly knocked down, and Xiaobai's snow-white hair became messy and covered with mud and blood. Xiaobai is injured. It felt as if Yuezhu's kick had broken all the bones in its body, and severe pain would hit it every time it moved. Under the night, his light blue eyes looked at Xiaobai, who was lying on the ground moaning, and smiled and said, "I thought you could keep me entertained for a while longer." Bang! The Yuo seat fell from the sky and landed next to Xiaobai. Then he grabbed one of Xiaobai's tails and pulled hard. Tear. Xiaobai's tail was broken and was torn off by Yuezhu. Ah. The severe pain made Xiaobai couldn't help shouting. Seeing that Xiaobai's aura had weakened, Yuezhu said with a smile, "It seems that your tail is the source of your strength. This is the first time I have seen a strange creature like you in hundreds of years. The fox with three tails, the size that grows freely, and the weird shadow. Leave you to Master Wuhan, he will definitely like you very much." Yuezhu then wanted to reach out and grab Xiaobai's other tail. Sudden, Yuezhu quickly jumped into the distance. Bang. The blood-red blade flew from the sky and cut off Yuezhu's outstretched hand. "It's you." Yuezhu's pupils shrank, with an extremely excited expression on his face. Feng Yu, who was wearing a death mask, slowly stepped from the sky and landed next to Xiaobai. Then he took out a healing pill and fed it to him. Soon Xiaobai's injuries recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wound of the broken tail also began to grow granulation and then turned into a tail. Although Xiaobai's body was still covered in mud and blood at this time, he did not feel as weak as before. "Xiaobai, take Tomioka Yu with you and stay away from here. Don't be affected by the battle." Feng Yu ordered, because at this time in his eyes, Yuezhu's aura was more than twice as strong as last time. He understood that a big battle would definitely happen next. Xiaobai and Tomioka Yoshiyuki being here would become a burden to him and distract him. Xiaobai understood what Feng Yu meant, took the healing pill, then directly grabbed Tomioka Jiu and ran away quickly. Yuezhu also moved, looked at Xiaobai, who was escaping, with a smile and said, "What did you feed that fox just now? The effect is even comparable to the self-healing ability of our ghosts." Yuezhu was a little curious, but at the same time he was also shocked, frightened by the effect of the healing pill. Yuezhu couldn't help but think that if the healing pill could be mass-produced, their advantage as ghosts would no longer exist. Feng Yu didn't speak, but coldly pulled out the onakiri stuck on the ground and then looked at Yuezhu. The shadow of the god of death behind him was also waiting to stare at him coldly with scarlet eyes. Yuezhu immediately felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. He was frightened inside, and premonitions of danger kept coming, making his heart beat extremely fast. But at the same time, he started shaking all over and laughing. "That's it, that's this sense of oppression." Yuezhu's light blue eyes radiated light. "Come on, let me kill you. Success will allow me to fully enter the Supreme Realm." Spell deployment destruction kill Liu Nadal. Yuezhu's body flew out instantly, throwing a terrifying punch at Feng Yu and then another kick. Yuezhu used his martial arts and kept attacking Feng Yu. The expression on Feng Yu's face did not change, and he always looked at Yuezhu coldly. At the same time, every move of Yuezhu was like a slowed-down rhythm under his eyes. "Resist easily. To be honest, I admire you very much. You only pursue the supreme realm of martial arts and don't kill or eat women." Feng Yu said calmly, "I'm just sorry, as a ghost and I as a human we can only be opposites." Full concentration breath of water shape of land twisting vortex. Blue and white waves emerged from the tip of the knife, and as Feng Yu's body turned, it formed a waterspout, attacking directly towards Yuezhu. As soon as the water dragon touched Yuezhu, a crack was opened in his body. The blood spurting out was gradually absorbed by the onakiri in Feng Yu's hand. Suddenly the onakiri glowed with blood-red light, and black mist kept pouring out, and then condensed towards the shadow of the god of death behind Feng Yu. As the black energy increased, the shadow of the god of death became more and more obvious, and the fangs continued to appear, no longer as vague as before. "This is..." Feng Yu felt the excitement and longing coming from the onakiri in his hand, constantly trembling. Did you see it? The knife in my hand seems to like your blood. Feng Yu raised the blood-red onakiri, pointed at Yuo Zuo and said. Yuo Zuo took a few steps back. The wound on his chest had already healed. This sword of yours is not a Nichirin sword. Yuo Zuo said in horror with his eyes widened. The fear in his heart continued to amplify, and he began to stutter a little when he spoke. Feng Yu knew that this was the mental shock effect brought by the death mask. Full concentration breath of water 3 types flow dance. Feng Yu's body was as gentle as a stream of water, attacking Yuo Zuo. Yuo Zuo was stunned for a moment, then recovered immediately and quickly made a defense to resist Feng Yu's attack. Destruction Kill Final Style Blue Eyes Chaotic Afterglow. Countless needles were instantly summoned by him, and they all attacked Feng Yu, trying to resist his attack. But from the perspective of the transparent world, these needles could not hurt Feng Yu at all. Soon, Feng Yu dodged all the needles and came to Yuo Zuo and said slowly, "It's over." Complete collection breath of water shape of Shidu big waves. In an instant, Yuo Zuo felt that his body could not move, and at the same time, a terrifying huge wave appeared in his eyes, heading directly towards him. Yuo Zuo felt that his life was threatened, but he could do nothing. He could only watch the huge wave swallow him up. Although Yuo Zuo, who was able to see through the world half-step, was very strong in the end, Feng Yu had his head cut off when he was able to see through the world completely. In reality, Feng Yu just walked past Yuo Zuo gently, and then Yuo Zuo's head fell to the ground. Yuo Zuo's body is still in place and has not fallen down. The self-healing ability of Shanxian is shown at this moment, and the speed of turning into ashes is almost the same as the speed of his recovery. Yuo Zuo's body is still healing and dissipating, and the head on the ground has its eyes widened. I was beheaded. Yuo Zuo couldn't believe that he had been beheaded. He thought that Feng Yu had only half-stepped into the transparent world, but he never thought that he had completely mastered it. I actually lost to a human. I just came into contact with the gate of the highest realm, and I haven't become the strongest yet. How could I die like this? No, I will never allow you to die like this. I want to become the strongest existence. Yuo Zuo shouted. Just then, the headless corpse in the Yuo seat had already dissipated an entire arm. In an instant, the arm was completely restored. Feng Yu Zume. The worst-case scenario has indeed occurred. The strong obsession of the Yuo zodiac sign is breaking through the boundaries of ghosts. The headless corpse of Yuo Zuo slowly began to move towards his head, then he gently picked it up and placed it at the incision. I saw that the incision began to squirm instantly, then sprouted granules and slowly healed. Feng Yu wanted to finish the attack, but stopped because a woman appeared in his eyes at this moment. It's Yuo Zuo's lover, Zhexu. I saw Zhexu dressed in blue hugging Yuo Zuo's body tightly, but Yuo Zuo didn't feel it. Number don't. Zhexu said to Feng Yu with a painful expression on her face. Feng Yu felt strange, so he decided to see what Zhexu would do. How could I die like this? I haven't become the strongest yet. I must not die. Yuo Zuo shouted, and the fracture in his neck healed instantly and returned to its previous state. Yuo Zuo was half kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily. It was obvious that the self-healing just now had taken a great toll on him. I made a breakthrough, I was beheaded and still survived. Yuo Zuo was overjoyed and burst into laughter. I Yuazo am indeed the strongest. Nakagawa Feng Yu, the knife in your hand will no longer work on me. Yuo Zuo stood up and said to Feng Yu fiercely. Feng Yu looked at him coldly from a distance and said, I think you are quite pathetic. You have forgotten everything, including the girl you once loved. Kamaji. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuo Zuo's eyes suddenly widened, and a wave of memories came out. Yuazo covered his head in pain and kept shouting, Koji, Koji. Who the hell is Kamaji? Yuo Zuo knelt on the ground and stretched out his hand to look at his face, only to find that tears were already streaming down his face. I'm Yuoza, I'm not some Kamaji. Go to hell. Yuo Zuo immediately attacked Feng Yu. Destruction and killing random style. His figure instantly appeared in front of Feng Yu. The battle between the two broke out again, and this time Yuo Zuo's attack was even more fierce. Destruction kill foot style crown first cut. Yuaza turned over and jumped from bottom to top and kicked Feng Yu's Onakiri directly. Bite. Onakiri was not affected at all, and could even be said to be motionless. Feng Yu looked at him quietly, or at Zhexu sitting on Yuo Zuo's back. I saw that Zuxu was still clasping Yuoza's neck with both hands, trying to pull out the soul of Kamaji hidden in Yuazo. But those slender arms made Feng Yu feel that she didn't have any strength at all, let alone pull out Yuo Zuo's soul. That's all, let me help you. Complete collection breath of water shape of Shidu big waves. Feng Yu's absolute attack field instantly enveloped Yuozuo. Yuozuo was shocked, wanting to escape quickly, but being under Feng Yu's domain, Yuozuo once again could only watch the blue and white waves beating against him. Crack! Yuozuo's head was chopped off by Feng Yu again. Damn, why are you so strong as a human? Yuozuo looked at Feng Yu and cursed. Feng Yu didn't take it seriously, but with another light stroke of the Onakiri in his hand, Yuozuo's head was cut into several pieces. Red blood flowed all over the ground, mixed with milky white brain flowers. But soon Yuozuo's body grew a head again. Yuozuo, who had just grown his head again, seemed stunned for a moment. Just this moment. Discovered by Feng Yu. Yuozuo paused just now, could it be? In order to verify his conjecture, Feng Yu chopped off Yuozuo's head with one blow, and then repeated the action just now. He stood aside and quietly watched Yuozuo recover. Sure enough, Yuozuo's memory is biased. In the transparent world, he saw the changes in Yuozuo. So he recalled some words that stimulated him in the introduction to Yuozuo in his previous life. Yuozuo, you are really weak. As the third string, you have been beheaded by me again and again. You know that in my eyes, you are a weak person. Just like you don't bother to kill weak people, I don't bother to kill you either. Everyone has a weak moment, and everyone must have been helped by others at one time or another. The strong need to protect the weak, and then it is natural for the weak to become strong and protect other weak people. This is the way to be strong. A sneer appeared on Feng Yu's face. You are just a coward who only dares to fight in the dark, just like last time, a coward who can only run away. The word coward deeply stimulated Yuozuo's heart, and he froze in place. I'm the coward. The way of the strong protects the weak. Is this the way to be strong? Am I wrong all along? Yuozuo covered his head and began to talk to himself continuously. Feng Yu looked at Yuozuo like this, with a satisfied smile on his face, and continued. You really disappointed your master Kingzang. Feng Yu's figure instantly appeared in front of Yuozuo. Then he gathered his strength and punched Yuozuo on the head. Bang! Yuozuo flew out instantly with stars in his eyes. But when flying upside down, he found that this scene seemed very familiar. Moreover, Feng Yu's words about the way of the strong just now were also extremely familiar, and the vague memories sealed in the depths of his mind began to emerge. Yuozuo seemed to see a serious man teaching him boxing skills. If he was distracted for a moment, he would hit himself on the head. That kind of headache, that feeling is very familiar at this moment. A feeling of joy emerged in Yuozuo's heart, and it was obvious that he enjoyed this memory. He wanted to reach out and grab it, but he couldn't catch anything. He couldn't see the man's face clearly, nor could he clearly see the punches the man used. The memory changed again. This time, a vague figure of a girl did appear in front of him. Just like the man just now, he couldn't see clearly. It was just that Yuozuo's heart kept telling him that this girl was a girl who was very interested in him. Important people are so important that they even sacrifice their own lives. No, Yuozuo shouted. Because the memory in front of him disappeared, his heart felt as if a piece was missing in an instant, and he was in constant pain. Who the hell is she? Who the hell is she? Yuozuo yelled in pain and beat his head crazily. Kingzang, yes, Kingzang. Yuozuo had a crazy expression on his face and shouted towards Feng Yu. Do you know that girl? Please tell me who that girl is. Looking at Yuozuo, who was almost crazy, Feng Yu slowly opened his mouth and spit out two words. Scoop the snow. Just the word zoo, the memory sealed in the depths of my mind, suddenly emerged. The face that was originally blurry became extremely clear at this moment. Master. Pick up the snow. Pod. Yuozuo fell to his knees directly on the ground, eyes wide open in confusion. Scenes from the human era appeared in Yuozuo's eyes. From stealing medicine to treat his father's illness, to being taken in by Master Kingzang, and then meeting the most important person in his life. Scoop up the snow. Although Yuozuo's life was miserable, he met his happiness, which was Kingzang and Jiangsu. Kingzang changed his destiny, making him no longer confused and degenerate. It was Kingzang who allowed him to learn Suliu boxing and possess superb martial arts. It was Kingzang who made him realize the most beautiful happiness in his life. Yuozuo still vaguely remembered how he looked when he first saw Jianzhu, so gentle and cautious. He once thought that his life was only worthy of living a miserable life as a sinner, but that girl was like a beam of light in the darkness, so dazzling and heartwarming. When he knew that the girl had always liked him as a sinner, he was shaken. He began to want to get rid of his identity as a sinner and wanted to spend an ordinary life with this girl. The girl's name was Jiazhu. She was a frail and sickly girl, but she was also a strong girl. She liked to watch fireworks, so he took her to see the fireworks in the sky. It was under those fireworks that he expressed his love to Junchu. From that moment on, he vowed to protect Kingzang and Junchu even if it cost him his own life. It's just that happiness is so short-lived that Kamaji can't believe that his fate is still so miserable. When he came back from sweeping his father's grave and saw Qingzang and Jian Zhu who had already died, he understood that there was no hope for him to remember them in this world. He killed all those who killed Qingzang and Zhu Zhu. He desperately buried the bodies of Qingzang and Zhu Zhu and set up their tombs. He was at a loss, and he didn't know what the meaning of his life was. In the end, he met Kibutsuji. Wu Mei defeated him and then forcibly turned him into a ghost. In the end, Kamaji gradually lost all his memories after becoming a ghost, and only the obsession to become stronger was left in his heart, and changed its name to Yuazuo. Yuazuo shed tears in pain and hammered the ground crazily because he had forgotten that Master Kingzeng once taught him Suliu boxing. The original intention was to save people and protect people, not to kill. At this moment, he had transformed back into Kamaji. In his eyes, his hands were already stained with blood and innocent souls. He also remembered that what he really wanted to destroy was the man who failed to keep his promise to his father and lover, and used his blood to stain his master's most important Suliu boxing technique, which was used to protect rather than kill. Yuazuo sneered sudden. He was stunned. Because he felt a familiar feeling coming from his back, his tears started flowing. "Is that you, Juxu?" Yuazuo turned around and took a look. The girl whom she cared about was looking at her tenderly, and she gently touched her face with both hands. They kissed slowly. "Welcome back, my husband." There were tears on Juxu's face, and she seemed to feel very sorry for Yuazuo at this time. "Juxu, my wife, I'm sorry." Yuazuo cried loudly, trying to hug Juxu tightly with both hands, but couldn't touch him. "At this moment, you are the Kamaji that I recognize. You have been forgiven by me and have passed on the Suryu boxing technique." Qingzang's figure also appeared next to Yuazuo, and he nodded happily. "Master Kingzang." Yuazu kowtowed to him crazily. His forehead began to bleed. He did not use the ghost's self-healing ability, but just allowed the wound to get bigger. "Are you here to pick me up?" Yuazuo cried. At this time, he felt that his life was the same as when he returned to Suliu boxing gym, and the darkness in his heart was dissipated. "I'm coming to accompany you right now." As he said that, Yuazuo had a smile on his face. "I saw snowflake runes appearing on the ground. Destruction and killing random style." His hands quickly formed fists and hit him directly on the head, just suddenly. His hands were hanging in the air, with a painful expression on his face. "Yuazuo, how dare you take your own life without my permission? Don't be fooled by so-called emotions. Go kill that ghost hunter, go quickly." Kibutsuji suddenly appeared in his mind. His voice was like a magic sound, and the memory belonging to Kamaji began to blur a little bit. Obviously, this is Wu Kai sealing his memory. "No." Yuazuo shouted. Feng Yu, who had been watching from a distance, couldn't sit still, because through the transparent world he saw Yuazuo, Zunzu, Qingzang, and Wu Mei. Kamaji's soul was being polluted by the blood-red mist, and Koji's eyes began to become cold at this time. "Wuxian, I won't let you succeed." The Onakiri in Feng Yu's hand instantly turned blood-red. Full concentration breath of light shape of Wu flash of light. A ray of light flashed, dust and smoke suddenly rose, and Yuazuo's head was chopped off by Feng Yu again and fell to the ground. The blood-colored mist that soaked Koji's soul began to fade away, and at this moment the soul of Zuyu rushed over and hugged Koji's soul. "Don't, Kamaji, don't be like that again, don't kill anyone again." Zuxu hugged Yuazuo tightly and comforted her. "Snow, snow." Yuazuo murmured blankly, "Wake up, Koji, you are not Yuoza, you are Koji." Soul Kingzo shouted, and at the same time, a wooden stick appeared in his hand and hit Kamaji's soul directly. Yuozuo's eyes suddenly became clear. I was controlled by Wuhan again." Yuozuo said painfully, "Nakagawa Feng Yu's use kill me quickly." Yuozuo said to Feng Yu, "My knife can no longer kill you, I can only wait for the sun to come out." Feng Yu shook his head, and then something suddenly occurred to his mind. "Kamaji, do you want to atone for the sins you have committed? Help me kill Muhan together so that more people can be redeemed." Feng Yu opened his mouth to invite, but Yuozhao really shook his head and refused. "No, I will only be controlled by Kibutsuji at any time while I'm alive, and I just want to accompany Juxu to the kingdom of heaven." "That's not a problem. I know a way to get you out of Kibutsuji's control," Feng Yu said quickly. Yuozuo is not weak either, even more powerful than Zhu in Demon Slayer Core. If he instigates Yuo to help him, he might be in for a big surprise, and Feng Yu didn't want Yuo to die in vain. What can I do? Yuo said. Tamyo, do you know? That woman's. Yuo recalled that there once was a female ghost named Tamyo. Are you saying she has a way to get me out of Wuhan's control? Yuo asked. Yes, she has a way. Although he got Feng Yu's affirmation, Yuo didn't have much expression on his face. He just turned his head and said to Juxu with a smile, Junksu, I may have to wait a little longer before I can go to live in heaven with you. Kamaji, it's okay, just think it's for me and help them. Zuxu responded to Yuo with a smile. I will always be by your side from now on. Jianzu hugged Yuo tightly. I promise you, Nakagawa Feng Yu. Yuo accepted Feng Yu's invitation, and the two shook hands and formed an alliance. It's almost dawn, I have to leave first. Yuo said, well, let's meet again after I go back to Mount Samajiri to settle down, then I'll accompany you to find Tamyo's whereabouts. Feng Yu finally thought for a moment, took out a few healing pills and marrow cleansing pills and put them into Yuo's hands. These are healing pills. Although they may not be of any use to you, they can replenish the energy you need. At the same time, the other one is a marrow cleansing pill which has the same effect. Feng Yu recalled that Nezuko relied on taking her own elixirs to replenish energy, and Yuo should be able to do the same. Yuo nodded and then quickly ran towards the forest. On the way away, Feng Yu saw Jaizu's soul body waving to him and said, thank you. After bidding farewell to Yuo, Feng Yu realized that the village where he had just come to this world had already changed beyond recognition. Those villagers no longer existed. Feng Yu sighed, bent down and bowed and left. Dawn is coming soon, the darkness in the world is fading away and life is beginning to come alive. Feng Yu quickly found Xiaobai and Xiaohei, as well as Tomioka Jiu and Mixu. Tomioka Jiu has already taken the healing pill given by Xiaobai, so he is fine at the moment, but Mixu next to him still looks the same. Dull, empty eyes. Feng Yu gently held her in his arms, patted her back gently with his hands, and kept saying, it's okay, it's okay. It's just that Mixu didn't seem to hear Feng Yu's words. She actually broke away from Feng Yu's arms and staggered to the ruins that were already dilapidated. That is Mixu's home, that was once a happy family of 3. At this moment, her most beloved father and mother are being buried. Scenes from the past replayed in her mind, her father's smile, her mother's kindness. Mixu's face finally changed. She cried. She knelt on the ground, ignoring the ruins on the ground, and her feet and knees were bleeding. She had no reaction, she only had pain, immense pain and despair. On top of the huge ruins, Mixu knelt there alone and cried bitterly. Her cry was loud and desperate. The dawn sun shone on her body, seeming to soothe her emotions. Feng Yu looked distressed. Xiaobai and Xiaohei had no expressions on their faces, they just watched quietly. Tomioka Jiu looked at Mixu with a regretful expression on his face and sighed softly. One breath. He recalled that his sister Tomioka Tsutako did the same thing in the past. In order to protect him, she hid him, but he was killed in the hands of evil spirits. At that time, he felt as desperate and painful as Mihide now. 3 hurried figures appeared in the distance. It's none other than Kachu Shinobu, Purgatory Anjuro, and Kazuhashira Shinazugawa Sanya. It seems the battle is over. Shinazugawa plucked a piece of grass from the side and put it into his mouth. He looked at Mihide, who was crying on the ruins without any expression on his face. I thought I could fight the winding ghost. Tusk. Boring. Shinazugawa Shia put the 2 swords in his hands into the scabbard, then clasped his hands behind the back of his head and left in a swaggering manner. Kachu Shinobu didn't say anything when he saw this, but quietly walked to Mixu's side. He gently held her in his arms. After a while, Mixu in her arms gradually calmed down and fell asleep. Have a good sleep, you won't feel so uncomfortable when you wake up. Kachu Shinobu had a smile on his face and patted Mixu's back gently. So that's it. Upper string 3 and upper string 5. It seems that Feng Yu-kun and Tomioka Jiu are not having it easy. It's just a pity that there are dozens of lives lost in this village. Purgatory Anjuro said. Soon members of the hidden organization came to deal with the aftermath, but the huge village had long been in ruins, and there was not a single body, only blood on the ground. Feng Yu knew that it was caused by Yu Hu's blood ghost technique, 10,000 sliding fishes. In the previous life, Yu Hu also relied on this move to attack the Forging Knife village, and once killed the villagers of the Forging Knife village, leaving no trace of their bodies. So the 5th one on the string has been killed by Yu. Purgatory Anjuro and Kachu Shinobu were silent at the same time, looking at Feng Yu with a little disbelief. They couldn't believe that this new light pillar, who had only joined the Demon Slayer Corps for about a year, killed the lower string and the upper string one after another. You must know that they have been pillars for several years. Although they have killed the Ghost 12 Kazuki, they were the lower strings and the upper strings have not touched a shadow. I need to go back and inform the Lord, Feng Yukun, and Miss Kachu Shinobu about this matter, so I will leave first. Purgatory Xingjiang shouted, said goodbye to everyone, and left in a hurry. After all, he killed a Kamijugo. This matter is very important. He must inform the top leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yubayashiki Yoya, as soon as possible. Watching Purgatory and Jiro leave, Kachu Shinobu said to Feng Yu, Feng Yu-kun, why don't you let me send this kid back to Butterfly House to recuperate for a while? At this time, Mihide was lying on Kachu Shinobu's lap, sleeping peacefully. Feng Yu glanced at Mei Ziu at this time, then recalled her previous performance, sighed in his heart and said, Thank you, okay, take good care of her, Miss Shinobu. Kachu Shinobu nodded slightly, then picked up Mixiu and left. The only ones left at the scene were Feng Yu, Tomioka Jiu, and Zio Hai Zio Bai. Master, don't be sad, this matter is not your fault. Zio Hai didn't have his usual playful smile at this time, because he felt the pain in Feng Yu's heart. Ziobai didn't say anything, he just jumped into his arms gently and cupped Feng Yu's chest with his head. After all, it's because of me. Feng Yu recalled what Yu Hu said at that time, Wu Kai sent them here because of him. The whole village died because of him. How can this not make Feng Yu feel guilty? Looking back at Mei Ziu's empty eyes at that time, perhaps in her eyes, although he was not her father-killing enemy, he was not far behind. At this time, Tomioka Yeong on the side began to cough, interrupting Feng Yu's thoughts. I saw Tomioka Yoshiyuki's face turned pale. It was obvious that his physical damage had not been completely healed. Senior brother Yeong, let's go back to Mount Samajiri together this time. Feng Yu gently helped Yeong, and at the same time took out a healing pill and fed it to Yeong. After taking the healing pill, Yeong's face turned slightly rosy. It's just that Feng Yu can feel that Tomioka Yoshiyuki's body is rapidly losing weight at this moment. Brother Yeong, don't open the transparent world. Feng Yu raised his eyebrows, and then he discovered that Tomioka Yoshiyuki had always opened the transparent world. No wonder the healing pill had no effect on him. Is it transparent to the world? Tomioka Jiu murmured. Soon, Tomioka Yeong closed the transparent world under Feng Yu's guidance, and his situation began to improve. When I get back to Samajiri Mountain, I will explain to you in detail what this transparent world is. When Tomioka Jiu looked at him, he knew that he wanted to ask about the world. So the two of them jumped on Zio Hai's back and headed back towards Samajiri Mountain. Feng Yu and Tomioka Jiu sat on Zio Hai's back together, and the two looked at each other speechlessly. With the gentle breeze blowing from the sky and the mountains, rivers and land constantly retreating, Tomioka finally couldn't help but ask, why did your raven become so big and the white fox on your chest too? What? Feng Yu didn't know how to explain it, so he could only smile and say, look at this. He took out the marrow cleansing pill in his hand and continued. This pill has the effect of washing the essence and cutting down the marrow. Ziobai and Ziohei may have awakened their bloodline just because they took the marrow cleansing pill. It was impossible for Feng Yu to tell the existence of the system, so he could only use the marrow cleansing pill as an excuse to use bloodline awakening to fool him. Well, that's it. Tomioka Yeong pondered for a while and then fell silent, but those eyes were always on Ziobai and never left. This time Zio Hai flew very slowly, and it was already afternoon when he returned to Samajiri Mountain. In front of the mountain cabins, Nintaki Sakanji, Tanjiro, and Nanako were already waiting there. Looking at the golden figure on the horizon, they knew Feng Yu was back. It seems everything is fine. Nintaki Sakan breathed a sigh of relief for the first time, as if his hanging heart was finally relieved. I hope nothing will happen to Yeong's. Great senior brother Feng Yu is back safely. Tanjiro shouted excitedly. Senior brother Feng Yu. Nanako on the side also shouted after Tanjiro. Master, master. On the sky. Feng Yu and Tomioka Yeong heard their shouts and showed a smile on their faces. After the two of them landed, Tanjiro and Nanako surrounded them. They were about to express the questions in their hearts, but they were stopped by Nintaki Sakanji's sharp scolding. Okay, you two don't block them from entering the house to rest. For the first time, Nintaki Sato noticed something was wrong with Feng Yu and Tomioka Jiu, so he vaguely guessed that maybe this mission was not that simple. Hearing Nintaki Sakanji's voice, Tanjiro and Nanako didn't dare to move, so they had to stand aside obediently and make way for Fenga and Tomioka Jiu. After the two of them entered the house, Tanjiro and Nanako began to surround Zio Hai and constantly ask what happened. Enter the house. Tomioka Yoshiyuki began to tell what happened, and also told all about his state and feelings when he entered the transparent world. The last time Nintaki Sato heard this, he had a serious look on his face. Especially when he heard that he was facing two winding ghosts alone and on the verge of death, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Tomioka Jiu also told how he met his sister, Chiu Yuzagi, and Makomo when he was in a coma. After that, he inexplicably entered a special realm, which is what Feng Yu calls a transparent world. Tomioka Jiu said that when he opens that realm, it seems that the whole world has stopped flowing and all he sees is blank, but he can extract the information he wants and the increase in power. Feng Yu nodded repeatedly while listening. Just by opening that realm, I felt that my body's physical strength was being consumed at an extremely rapid rate. I simply couldn't sustain it for half an hour. Tomioka Jiu said calmly. Although that realm can increase my strength, I think it will also bring my life to an end quickly. In short, it is to use my own life in exchange for the increase in strength. So that's it. Kintaki Sakanji said meaningfully, and then he began to think silently, as if he was wondering if there was any record of this realm in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. The blank worlds, the increasing power, and the rapidly depleting vitality. Nintaki Sakanji murmured, that is a realm called a transparent world. Feng Yu suddenly spoke. The transparent world is the state after the concentrated breathing method. This state is the highest realm that martial arts practitioners dream of. When people try their best and endure the pain, they may break through the limits of the human body and let the real world change in their minds. It must be transparent and visible. In this state, one's own movement speed, attack prediction and avoidance abilities will be significantly improved, and one's own muscle contraction can be grasped faster, which will significantly improve one's combat power. I accidentally saw this in a history book. Feng Yu slowly introduced the transparent world. Tomioka Jiu and Rinataki Sakanji just took a look at it. They didn't believe what they saw in a history book. It seems like this. Tomioka Jiu recalled the state at that time and why the transparent world was opened. It was exactly the same as Feng Yu described. Thinking of this, Tomioka Yang couldn't help but looked at Feng Yu and said, I know you must have mastered this realm skillfully. Please teach me how to master this realm. Looking into Tomioka Jiu's eyes, Feng Yu said, this realm will consume your vitality. Are you still willing? Well, I am willing. I am not the only one who is willing. Maybe the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps are willing. Tomioka Jiu said without thinking. The pillar strength of our Demon Slayer Corps has actually reached a peak, and it is difficult to improve our strength. If this transparent world can teach the pillars, then we will have the ability to fight against the demons alone. I have gained strength, even if it means paying the price with my life. Feng Yu smiled helplessly, recalling that when he watched this anime in his previous life, he would sacrifice his life to replace the lives of evil spirits. Especially in Muzan Train, during the duel between Infernal and Juro and Yiwazo, he sacrificed his own life. Life must also protect the weak. Feng Yu was silent. He is confident that he cannot be as righteous as Purgatory and Juro, and he will only do what he can. Okay, I promise you, I will teach you how to master the transparent world. Feng Yu looked at Tomioka Jiu and said. Next to him, Nintaki Sakanji didn't say anything, but from the lonely aura emanating from him, you could tell that he felt bad too. After all, using one's lifespan in exchange for increased strength just to kill one more evil ghost is a practice that can be seen everywhere in the Demon Slayer Corps. The three of them were speechless, and the wooden house suddenly became quiet. Only the fire in front of me made a crackling sound. The second day, after arranging Nanako and Tanjiro's respective training, Tomioka Jiu and Feng Yu came to the clearing at the back of Sajiri Mountain. Yesterday, I also explained to you that the transparent world is the next stage of concentrated breathing and Changjang. Although it can bring an increase to oneself, it has a fatal flaw, that is, it consumes vitality. There is no other way to master the transparent world, the only way is to keep opening it. Feng Yu looked at Tomioka Jiu and said slowly, but you also discovered that the healing pill in my hand can replenish your vitality consumption, as well as the marrow cleansing pill. You should have eaten the marrow cleansing pill, but the one you took was probably developed by the Demon Slayer Corps itself, but the one I have is different and the effect will be even better. Healing pill and marrow cleansing pill appeared in Feng Yu's palm, first of all. I think we need to improve your qualifications first. You can become a pillar, I believe. It is inseparable from your hard work and qualifications. The marrow cleansing pill can clear your menstruation and cleanse your marrow, making you stronger. Tomioka Yoshiyuki nodded. He had already taken the marrow cleansing pill when he developed it at Butterfly House, but the effect was minimal and had no effect on him at all. At the same time, he also knew that the source of the marrow cleansing pill was the junior brother in front of him who he recommended to become his disciple a year ago. Tomioka Yoshiyuki sometimes wonders why Feng Yu's strength has grown so fast. In just 1 year, he has caught up with Demon Slayer Core, which took several years or even more than 10 years. Therefore, he was very willing to believe in the effectiveness of the marrow cleansing pill in Feng Yu's hands. Tomioka Jiu took the marrow cleansing pill and drank it. His originally dull face suddenly began to change. He felt that his body was getting hot, and his whole body seemed to be roasted by a stove. Feng Yu saw that his entire body began to emit a white smoke visible to the naked eye. Feng Yu took a few steps back because he saw black sweat gradually appearing on Tomioka Yoshiyuki's face, and there was also a fishy smell. Tomioka Jiu seemed to have noticed it, so he jumped directly into the waterfall and began to take off his shirt, revealing his strong figure. Feng Yu looked at it and was secretly happy. He didn't expect that no one had ever seen Tomioka Jiu take off his clothes in his previous life, but today he could actually watch it. After a while, Tomioka Yeong returned to the land, with silvery water drops still hanging on his body. Tomioka Yoshiyuki clenched his fists and looked at his hands. He felt the changes in his body. He was much stronger than before, and his body seemed to become more relaxed and comfortable. "Thank you." Tomioka Jiu said to Feng Yu, "It's okay. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here today, so I should be the one thanking you. One more thing, that is, you can continue to take marrow cleansing pills until your body reaches a saturated state, so you need to continue taking them." Feng Yu once again took out 5 marrow cleansing pills and handed them to Tomioka Jiu. If it were normal, he would definitely let Tomioka continue to eat after a while. But because he had an agreement with Yuazo, he had to find Tamyo and find a way to get him out of Wuhan's control. This matter is very important. After all, Yuozu is very powerful. If he is controlled by Wu Mei again, it will be a big loss and it will also bring a powerful enemy to himself. Tomioka Yoshiyuki took the marrow cleansing pill without hesitation and then took another pill. Then the familiar feeling started again. This time he jumped directly into the water, avoiding the embarrassing scene just now. After 4 times in a row, Tomioka felt that his body had reached a saturated state. So he returned the remaining marrow cleansing pill to Feng Yu and then waited for the next stage of training. "I took 5 marrow cleansing pills." Feng Yu recalled the number of marrow cleansing pills Tomioka Yoshiyuki used just now. A little less. Feng Yu can only boil it down to the fact that Tomioka Yoshiyu's own qualifications are outstanding. If she hadn't been under guilt because of her sister's death, her strength would have been even stronger. Very good, senior brother Yeong, then the next step is to get familiar with the transparent world. Several healing pills appeared in Feng Yu's hand. "Brother Yeong, you first open the world of transparency. If you feel that your body can't bear it anymore, then you stop and then take the healing pill." "I'll be watching you," Feng Yu said. Tomioka Yoshiyuki nodded, closed his eyes, and thought carefully about the state of opening up the transparent world yesterday. But soon he opened his eyes and said awkwardly, "I can't seem to find that feeling." "It's okay, I guess you opened it by mistake yesterday and are not familiar with it yet. In this way, you can carefully understand what the state is like when I open the transparent world, so you may know." In an instant, Feng Yu opened up his own transparent world. A blank world appeared on his body. Tomioka Yeong felt that Feng Yu had no breath at this time, just like an ordinary human being. Looking at Feng Yu, Tomioka Yeong seemed to be a little touched in his heart, and his transparent world slowly opened up. Only this time, it was obviously in better condition than when it was opened yesterday, and the time was also lengthened. But soon, Tomioka Yoshiyuki's face began to turn pale, and he kept gasping for air. It was obvious that he could no longer hold on. Feng Yu also noticed something strange about Tomioka Jiu and said quickly, "Brother Yu, if you can't hold on any longer, take the healing pill as soon as possible, otherwise it won't heal at all if you hold on and hurt your body." Tomioka Yu nodded, so he took the healing pill and his condition slowly stabilized. "Yes, just keep it like this, get familiar with it and control it so that it can be used for you," Feng Yu said from the side. After supplementing the healing pill several times in succession, Tomioka Yoshiyuki opened the transparent world for an hour. In this hour, Tomioka Yoshiyuki realized so many things, and at the same time he became extremely familiar with the transparent world. At this moment, he can turn on and off the transparent world state completely freely. This also means that Tomioka Yoshiyuki has mastered the transparent world. Seeing that Tomioka Yu could open and close the transparent world independently, Feng Yu nodded and then said, Brother Yu, I plan to use the breath of water, the shape of Shi-Er, and the giant wave that I have learned, and teach you. This move is contrary to your absolute defense and calmness. Instead, it is in an absolute attack state within the scope of the move. I think this can bring you a little help. Tomioka Jiu nodded and said slowly, okay. Then let me demonstrate it to you first. Then Feng Yu began to pull out the Anakiri. At this time, the Anakiri had returned to its normal state, silvery white with a touch of emerald green. Complete collection breath of water shape of Shidu big waves. An ocean appeared in Tomioka Jiu's eyes, and Feng Yu stood in the middle of the ocean. The surroundings began to ripple with his swing of the sword and finally formed a terrifying wave to attack him. Although Tomioka Yoshiyuki sensed the danger, he did not react in any way. He firmly believed that Feng Yu would not harm him. Instead, he carefully observed Feng Yu's breathing rate and moves. Sure enough, when the huge wave was about to touch Tomioka Jiu, there was a sudden pause. Feng Yu smiled and said, "Senior brother Yiyang didn't avoid it. If I can't hold it back, you may be gone." Tomioka Yoshiyuki didn't speak, he just smiled and nodded. "So, senior brother Yiyang, have you failed in your studies?" Feng Yu asked. Tomioka Yiyang shook his head and motioned to Feng Yu to demonstrate again. Then the same huge wave hit again. This time Tomioka Jiu seemed to have some understanding. He pulled out the blue Nichirin sword in his hand and began to follow the pattern of the gourd and follow Feng Yu to use the breath of water. Huge waves, but he failed and did not succeed. There was no other way, Feng Yu could only continue to demonstrate for him. And at the same time, he also explained to him the essentials of performing the Shi-Er form and the frequency of breathing. Soon, after experiencing several failures, Tomioka Yoshiyuki finally succeeded in displaying the Shi-Er form earth-shaking wave. It's really not easy. Feng Yu felt a little tired and wiped the sweat from his forehead. In front of him, Tomioka Jiu was still thinking carefully about the feeling of performing the Shi-Er form just now. Seeing that she didn't speak, Feng Yu said directly, "Senior brother Yiyang, I will leave the Sawu Mountain tomorrow. The next transparent world and Shi-Er type moves can only be trained by yourself." Feng Yu took out a small bag filled with healing elixirs. "Here are 50 healing pills, enough for you to practice penetrating the world." Feng Yu watched Tomioka Yoshiyuki take the healing pill, with a trace of physical pain on his face. After all, he spent a huge sum of money to buy this, which cost him 1,000,000 times of sword swings. It can be regarded as repaying his kindness for recommending me to become Rin Taki Sakanji's master. Feng Yu thought this in his heart. However, Tomioka Yu saw that the bag was full of healing pills, so he immediately pushed it back and shook his head, saying that he could not accept such an expensive gift. "Okay, senior brother Yiyang, this is not that precious to me. Anyway, this is for you. I, Feng Yu, will not get back what I sent out. If you don't want it, you can throw it away or give it away." Feng Yu's attitude was very firm, and Tomioka Yoshiyuki could only nod his head and said, "Thank you." "That's right. What I want is for you to become more powerful, but while you are powerful, you must also protect your body. I don't want you to improve your strength and end up as a ghost. Die before you kill yourself." There was a complicated expression on Tomioka Yoshiyuki's face. Looking at Feng Yu in front of him, he seemed to see the silhouette of an acquaintance on his body. Then Feng Yu didn't care about Tomioka Jiu and left here directly to Nanako and Tanjiro. At this time, Nanako was watching Tanjiro's training attentively and was completely unaware of Feng Yu's arrival. Nanako, why are you lazy?" Feng Yu's voice suddenly sounded from behind her, frightening her. "Wow, Master Feng Yu, you scared me to death." Nanako puffed up her face and said angrily to Feng Yu, "I'm not lazy, I'm supervising and learning from Master Tanjiro's training. Besides, my training doesn't start until the sun goes down." Nanako began to wilt at the thought of climbing to the dark top of the mountain when it got dark. You. Feng Yu reached out and flicked Nanako's forehead with her fingers. "It's also my fault that I suddenly left without saying goodbye the day before yesterday," Feng Yu said, then took out 6 more marrow cleaning pills and put them in Nanako's hands. "You will take 1 pill a day for the next few days. I may have to leave for a while tomorrow. When I come back, I will teach you breathing techniques, but the premise is that you must pass the basic training, otherwise you will still need to train when I come back." "Basics, do you understand? Master Feng Yu, are you leaving again?" Nanako asked. Feng Yu nodded and then called Tanjiro, who was training in the distance, to come over. "Tanjiro, now that you have mastered all the subsequent moves of concentrated breathing, Changjiang and water breathing, it's time to take part in the final trial. The young eagle needs to spread its wings and fly on its own. So after passing the final trial, you have to rely on yourself. You have to become stronger to protect your sister Nezuko. No one in the Demon Slayer Corps can accept the existence of ghosts now. Once they find out that your sister is a ghost and you are still taking her with you, do you know what will happen? They will kill your sister immediately. Because they will think that ghosts are meant to be killed. And ghosts are cannibals. You have to become strong enough to cope with all the dangers and difficulties that come. Feng Yu's face was extremely serious at this moment. And Tanjiro also changed his previous appearance and seriously thought about what he had to deal with next. Hey, as your senior brother, I can't be too stingy, so just take these. Feng Yu took out 2 small bags. This bag is for healing pills, and the other bag is for marrow cleansing pills. Keep the healing pills for later use, and use the marrow cleansing pills as food for Nezuko. Feng Yu showed a reluctant expression and gave the healing pill and marrow cleaning pill to Tanjiro. But soon before Tanjiro could react, Feng Yu ran away, avoiding Tanjiro's rejection. Nanako and Tanjiro looked at Feng Yu, who suddenly disappeared, with doubts on their faces. Zio Nazi, did senior brother Feng Yu just give me the elixir and then leave? Tanjiro stayed where he was. Well, it seems so. Nanako said hesitantly. Nanako, Tanjiro, you have to work hard and wait for me to come back. Feng Yu's voice came from the sky. Tanjiro looked at the elixir in his hand and reluctantly accepted it, secretly determined in his heart that he must pass the final trial and become stronger, so that he can live up to Feng Yu's expectations of himself. Feng Yu, who had already walked far away, sighed. He really spent more than 3 million sword swings today. Yu Tomioka, Tanjiro, I can only do this for you. I hope you all live well. Feng Yu sat on Zio Hai's back and gradually disappeared into the horizon. Azakusa. Bangs. A huge explosion spread, and a big hole suddenly opened in the originally magnificent palace-style residence. Smoky. The yard was filled with the remains of humans and ghosts. The humans had long since died, but the ghosts were not. They were all trembling under Wu Mei's eyes, dialing. The sound of the pipa sounded, and then the entire space changed and came to a mysterious space. This is the blood ghost technique, Infinite City, used by the female ghost next to Muzan Minju, which shrouds all the ghosts in her blood ghost technique. Waste, waste. They are all a bunch of waste. Forget it, the lower string is useless, even the upper string is useless. Veins popped up on Wu Mei's face, and his scarlet eyes scanned all the ghosts below. If Feng Yu were here, he would probably be exclaimed, because all the ghosts present are familiar existences from the previous life. From the lowest to the upper string, all the ghosts are there, except for Yuo Zuo and Yuhu, who have been killed by Feng Yu. Kokashibu! Wu Qiui suddenly shouted. I saw a ghost with long black sideburns and a high ponytail, wearing a purple snake pattern kimono and a black horse hakama, slowly walked out and came to half kneeling on the ground in front of Muzan. There are red spots similar to Tanjiro's forehead from his left forehead and right chin to his neck. This is one of the top strings and the strongest ghost under Muzan. He is Jiguo Unisha's brother, Jiguo Yenmori. I order you to catch that trash from Yuazuo. Wuhan shouted. Also, the position of the upper string 5 has been vacated. The fallen princess, who was originally the upper string 6, has been promoted to the upper string 5, and Narum has been promoted to the upper string 6. Then Muzan directly used his flesh and blood tentacles to gouge out Naru's eyes behind him, and carve the number 6 on them. Then it's fallen princess's turn again. During the whole process, all the ghosts did not dare to breathe loudly for fear of offending Wuxian. Only the one has white oak hair color and colorful eyes. Dauma, who seemed to have blood splashed on his head and a carefree smile on his face, waved the golden lotus pattern fan in his hand. Nakagawa Feng Yu must die, Dauma. What? Feng Yu didn't know about the all-staff meeting convened by the boss of Wuhan City. At this moment, he was heading to Asakusa on Zio Hai's back to find the ghost who escaped Wuhan's control. Tamyo. Feng Yu recalled that in her previous life, all the netizens praised her unanimously, saying that she was top-notch in terms of appearance, personality, and treatment of others. The most important thing is that the ghost Tamyo is the key to dealing with Wu Mei. Not only does he have superb medical skills, he also has special vampire skills. Therefore, in her previous life, she was also given the title of the strongest assistant by netizens. Perhaps she doesn't have to wait for Tanjiro to collect ghost blood. A Yiwaza will probably be enough. After all, Yiwaza has the 3rd highest blood concentration among all ghosts. Feng Yu unconsciously mourned for a second of silence in his mind. After all, a dangerous woman like Tamyo actually allowed her to escape from his control. Wuhan probably didn't expect that a woman who avenged her husband and children would be so capable of making poison to kill herself. Soon, Asakusa has arrived. As soon as Feng Yu arrived in Asakusa, he felt as if he had arrived in modern society. The whole city looked different. People were coming and going on the streets, and it was extremely prosperous. At this time, street lights had been laid on the roadside in Asakusa, and electric lights were basically used, but some high-rise buildings and modern cement houses were missing. Feng Yu was walking on the street, and the onakiri on his body had already been collected into the system space. At this moment, he was like a traveler, constantly admiring the prosperous side of the small island country in this era. Countless delicacies are constantly exuding tempting aroma, causing Feng Yu's stomach to growl. Feng Yu then started the process of cleaning up the food. Damn it. It's so delicious. Feng Yu ordered a bowl of steaming udon noodles, and just one bite directly stimulated his taste buds. It's amazing. I should have come here to hang out before I knew it. I finished the bowl of noodles very quickly. Although the noodles are delicious, they are not cheap. Feng Yu did not eat the second bowl but started to taste other delicacies. However, in this era of small island countries, there are really many noodles. Noodle restaurants with various names, as well as sushi and other representative foods can be seen everywhere. But there are also many delicacies that Feng Yu has never heard of that make his eyes shine, revealing his foodie nature. Hiccup tilde. Feng Yu burped while sitting at a roadside stall. After eating, I feel like my life is perfect. Feng Yu stroked his slightly bulging belly. Although he would quickly consume all the food in his belly if he wanted to, but if he did this, how could he feel the feeling of fullness as a human being? Sudden, Feng Yu's face became serious. The breath of ghost. Feng Yu felt a mental fluctuation that was different from ordinary people. After paying the money to the shopkeeper, he quietly came to a tea house. As soon as Feng Yu appeared in front of the tea house, two clerks noticed that he was wearing such clean clothes and began to warmly invite him into the tea house. Feng Yu slightly controlled his body and began to quickly digest the food in his stretched belly. His stomach deflated rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the feeling of fullness he felt before suddenly disappeared. Okay, then I'll try your store's signature dish. Feng Yu had a smile on his face and followed the clerk in. It's just that his eyes have always been on a man wearing a black coat and a hat, covering himself tightly. Feng Yu sat behind him, staring straight at him. The man in front of him seemed to have noticed that Feng Yu was looking at him. He didn't pay much attention to it, he just quickly finished the pastries and tea in front of him and left in a hurry. Looks like it's a ghost. According to the information obtained through the transparent world, the ghost who just arrived was just an ordinary ghost, most likely cannon fodder. Feng Yu didn't pay much attention to him. After all, Asakusa was the base camp of a certain boss. Although Feng Yu was able to easily kill the ghost, Feng Yu did not intend to pursue it in order not to scare the snake away. I remember Tamyo seemed to be in a certain yard. Feng Yu raised a teacup and took a sip carefully, recalling the residence of Tamyo in his past life. There is a male ghost next to Tamyo. I remember it is called Yushiru, a ghost created by Tamyo. It is precisely because of that ghost's vampire technique that Tamyo can live without being abused under Muzan's eyes. Discover. Looks like I need to move around. Feng Yu Shenming. People were coming and going on the lively street, and a figure in a black coat hid in a dark alley. What happened to that human just now? Why was he always staring at me? The male ghost took off the black mask on his face, revealing a ferocious face. Just as Feng Yu expected, this was exactly a ghost. Is that a ghost hunter? The male ghost patted his beating heart with lingering fear. It's terrible, it's terrible. This is the master's base camp and you can actually meet a ghost hunter. I have a bad feeling that something big is going to happen. No, I have to leave this place quickly and find a remote place to hide. The male ghost quickly put on his black coat and mask, then blended into the crowd and disappeared. Other side. After Feng Yu tasted the tea, he came to the street. It's really hard to find this. The roads in Asakusa at night are like going to a market, crowded with people. I remember in the original work, when Tanjiro was holding down the unlucky man who was temporarily turned into a ghost by Muzan, Tamyo and Yushiru took the initiative to find him. Since I can't find it, I can only lead Tamyo to appear. Feng Yu found a hotel and lay on the bed, thinking about how to lure out Tamyo. Dr. Tamyo is a doctor. Why don't you pretend to be a hopeless patient and seek medical treatment? No way, based on Tamyo and Yushiru's abilities, it should be easy to find them. They have been hiding for hundreds of years and are too cautious to show up. Then we can only follow the original work, find an ordinary ghost to lure them out. Ghost, something more ordinary. The one today seems to meet the requirements. Feng Yu's eyes began to shine and then the figure jumped out of the window. I don't know why, but I always have a bad feeling. The male ghost in a black coat was walking quickly, trying to leave the town of Asakusa. Sudden bangs. A figure falls. The male ghost had no time to react and stopped. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Damn B asterisk 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 D, who dares to block my way? The male ghost raised his head and saw that Feng Yu's figure illuminated by the night moon was so tall. The male ghost was shocked to find that the person blocking his way was the ghost hunter who had been staring at him in the tea house just now. It's over, I'm going to be killed. The male ghost was horrified, and he knelt down and begged for mercy. Master Ghost Hunter, please don't kill me. I will do anything you ask me to do. Feng Yu looked at the ghost who was begging for mercy with a surprised look on his face. Are you willing to do anything? Feng Yu looked at the male ghost with a strange smile on his face. In the eyes of the male ghost, Feng Yu's smile was so terrifying at the moment, like a demon. I originally wanted to tie you up forcibly, Feng Yu said slowly. Then he told him what he wanted the male ghost to do next. The male ghost nodded like a reading machine, fearing to make Feng Yu angry, so he sent him to his death if he disagreed with her. Feng Yu couldn't help but show a satisfied expression when he saw the male ghost being so successful. At the same time, he also developed a slight interest in this male ghost. After all, no ghost has ever been as greedy and afraid of death as he is. This made Feng Yu believe that this male ghost seemed to have escaped Wu Mei's control and awakened his own consciousness. Master Feng Yu, after this is done, can you let me go? The male ghost looked at Feng Yu and said, it depends on my mood. Feng Yu looked at the male ghost and smiled. When the male ghost heard this, he immediately scolded Feng Yu's 18th generation ancestor countless times in his heart, but he still had to show a charming smile on his face. Oh, why is ghost birth so difficult? I just want to find a place to live an ordinary life. Why is it so difficult? The male ghost kept complaining in his heart. Soon the male ghost followed Feng Yu's instructions and came to the crowded street. Then he pulled off the mask on his face, revealing the face of a ghost. In an instant, all the pedestrians who saw the male ghost were shocked and quickly moved away from him. Seeing the opportunity, the male ghost grabbed a man and threw him to the ground. I saw the man on the ground struggling constantly, and I thought the male ghost wanted to hurt him. The male ghost also pretended to open his mouth and was about to bite it. Coming. Feng Yu on the roof narrowed his eyes. A fragrant pink gas suddenly appeared on the road, surrounding the entire street. Feng Yu involuntarily opened the transparent world and saw two figures slowly appearing. It's Tamyo and Yushiru. Tamyo wears her long black hair, parted in the middle, and combed into a large, low bun which is fixed by a flower hairpin. The eyes are gentle, like light pink mist. The lips are red in sharp contrast to the pale face. Wearing a dark purple kimono decorated with wavy lavender branches and red flowers, with a wide beige sash tied around her waist. Yushiru on the side has blonde hair, wearing a white kimono, and fangs appear on his face. Ugly thing, stop it. Yushiru shouted and then kicked the male ghost away. At the same time, he knocked out the man who was being rubbed on the ground by the male ghost. The male ghost was very weak and had no time to resist. The huge force directly kicked him several meters away. The male ghost stood up with difficulty and then felt his whole body sink. It was actually Yushiru who was riding on him, with his hands clasped behind his back, making him unable to move. Help, Lord Feng Yu, didn't you promise me that nothing would happen to me? Seeing that he couldn't get away, the male ghost yelled. When Tamyo heard this, a cautious expression appeared on his face. Yushiru, come back quickly, there is a scam. Tamyo shouted. Yushiru didn't know why Tamyo shouted his voice, but when he saw the anxiety on her face, he ran back to Tamyo without caring about the male ghost at his feet. Miss Tamyo, don't be so nervous. Feng Yu jumped directly in front of Tamyo and said with a smile. As soon as Yushiru saw Feng Yu, he attacked him directly, but in the eyes of Feng Yu, who saw the transparent world, his attack was as useless as a baby punching an adult. The expression on Feng Yu's face remained unchanged, and he did not avoid the fist that was about to fall on him. He just waved his left hand gently and slapped Yushiru to the ground. Damn it, Master Tamyo, run away and leave me alone. Yushiru shouted ferociously, then stood up quickly and continued to attack Feng Yu, but was easily knocked to the ground by Feng Yu again. Okay, Yushiru, stop it. He is not our enemy. Tamyo saw the Demon Slayer Corps uniform on Feng Yu and knew that he was from the Demon Slayer Corps. Although I don't know why, Feng Yu in front of me was clearly breathless, and he didn't pull out the Nichirin sword. He easily knocked down the ghost Yushiru to the ground with his bare hands. Clever. This is not the place to talk, let's talk somewhere else. Feng Yu said. Tamyo nodded and motioned for Feng Yu to follow her steps. Feng Yu immediately knew that she was going to her residence, so regardless of how the male ghost yelled, she directly twisted his neck and followed Tamyo to the wall of a mansion. I saw Tamyo and Yushiro entering the wall directly, and Feng Yu followed closely behind. It's over. I seem to have been involved in some big ulterior secret. What should I do? Wait online to see if that man will silence me. The male ghost watched Feng Yu, Tamyo, and others sit down together respectfully. The panic in his eyes made his body tremble uncontrollably. When Feng Yu saw the male ghost's appearance, he couldn't help but wonder if this ghost had any unusual hobbies. Lord Feng Yu, I wonder what brings this weak woman like me to you this time. Tamyo looked apologetic and ordered Yushiro on the side to serve Feng Yu tea. HMPH, this B **** D keeps staring at Tamyo-sama like this. Yushiro saw that Feng Yu had no respect for Tamyo, and the anger in his heart exploded. He did not listen to Tamyo's words and stared at Feng Yu fiercely. Yushiro. Tamyo's tone this time was much heavier, and he brought the angry Yushiro back to reality. When Yushiro saw the displeasure on Tamyo's face, he immediately gave up and went to pour tea for Feng Yu. Although his body was pouring tea for Feng Yu, the expression on his face was staring at him, as if he was seeing the enemy who killed his father. There was no expression on Feng Yu's face. He was obviously angry. He just looked at Yushiro coldly. In an instant, Yushiro felt as if his whole body had fallen into an ice cellar. He felt extremely cold, chilling to his bones. He couldn't help but shudder, and when he looked at Feng Yu again, he shouted, "Ah, monster!" Yushiro fell to the ground in shock. In his eyes at this time, Feng Yu was like a demon that could not be looked directly at, so terrifying that he did not dare to move. This is of course because Feng Yu's extremely powerful mental power caused Yushiro's mental breakdown and hallucinations. Yushiro now no longer dares to show any hatred towards Feng Yu or even dare to look directly at Feng Yu. He can only stand beside Tamyo dejectedly, with his head lowered, like a child who has done something wrong. There was something strange on Tamyo's beautiful face. She understood Yushiro's character very well. To put it bluntly, even if Wuhan came, as long as Tamyo was threatened, Yushiro would definitely be the first to stand in front of her. But at this moment, Yushiro did not dare to make any other move in front of Feng Yu, which showed the terrifying strength of the new Demon Slayer core member in front of him. A smile appeared on Feng Yu's face. He looked at Yushiro and said, "There are some people you can't afford to offend. Do you understand, Yushiro?" As soon as Yushiro heard Feng Yu say his name, his tense nerves broke instantly, and he quickly said, "As I know, I'm sorry." Feng Yu nodded, and then looked at Tamyo, who is known as the strongest assistant in Demon Slayer world and one of the most beautiful female characters in the show. "I'm here to discuss cooperation with you. I know that you have been researching a poison that can kill Wuhan and an antidote that can turn ghosts back into adults. You need ghost blood which is infinitely close to Wuhan's blood, and I can help you find this blood. I don't ask for anything in return. What do you want to cooperate?" Fuyu looked at Tamyo with a smile. Tamyo's eyebrows began to frown slightly. "Master Feng Yu seems to know me very well. I wonder where he learned about me." Feng Yu shook his head and said, "I just listened to what our Lord said." Feng Yu put the blame on Yubuya Shiki Yaya. Suddenly, far away at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Yoyashiki sneezed. "It seems that someone is talking about me." Yubayashiki Yaze murmured, "My lord, it's cold outside. Be careful of catching a cold. It's time for us to go back and rest." Yuzuru Ayashiki on the side quickly stepped forward to support him, worried that something had happened to him. "It's okay. I just want to experience this beautiful weather more. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to feel it after a while." At this moment, a blue kachu happened to land on his outstretched hand. If there were no ghosts in this world, then we humans should be like this kachu, flying freely. "Well, so that's it." Tamyo sighed, "Lord Feng Yu, I have accepted the cooperation. I believe you will be the one to kill Wu Mei. I know that relying on drugs cannot completely defeat Kibutsuji Muzan, because he can break down all the drugs as long as he has enough time. So I have been looking for someone who can fight Muzan until dawn so that he cannot escape. Although hundreds of years ago, I could not completely defeat Wuhan by relying solely on the power of that lord. But I always firmly believe that as long as we gather the power of people with the same ambition, we will be able to completely kill Wuhan. I'm willing to put everything on the line for it. Even life." The more Tamyo spoke, the more excited she became, as if he had touched the softness of her heart. Feng Yu nodded and then continued, "Actually, this time I came to see you. In addition to cooperation, I also need your help." "Want to hear the details?" Tamyo replied, "Please help a ghost escape from Wu Mei's control." Tamyo frowned, a little confused, and didn't understand why Feng Yu would ask such a question. According to normal principles, anyone in the Demon Slayer Corps would kill ghosts if they saw them. But at this moment, Feng Yu, who was at the pillar level of the Demon Slayer Corps, made a request to help the ghost, which really surprised her. Master Feng Yu is indeed different from others. I wonder if he wants to help that ghost. Tamyo asked. 12 Kazuki 3rd string Yi Wo Zhao. What? Tamyo immediately exclaimed. Then the whole person started to get excited. Lord Feng Yu, has Yi Wo Zhuo already become friends with you? Tamyo seemed a little unable to believe what Feng Yu said. Yes, you guessed it right. Feng Yu nodded. Lord Feng Yu, without further ado, please take me to find Yi Wo Zhuo now. Tamyo can't wait to see Yi Wo Zhuo. Looking at Tamyo's appearance, Feng Yu couldn't help but mourn for a minute for Yi Wo Zhuo. After all, looking at Tamyo's posture, if Yi Wo Zhuo didn't bleed once, Tamyo wouldn't give up. I have a bad feeling, did he discover me? Yi Wo Zhuo was shocked in his heart. After all, as a Shanxian, he often has bad premonitions that come true. What's more, he is currently in a state of escaping. He is like a frightened bird fearing that Wu Qi will find him. Although he is not afraid of death, he does not want to die in such a painful way, and he promised his lover Zhan Zhu to help Feng Yu. No, I have to change a place quickly. Yi Wo Zhuo quickly left this place and ran towards the distance. Under the moonlight above the forest, Kokoshibu, who has 6 blood-red eyes, is feeling the message that nature is telling him. Is it in that direction? Traitor Yi Wo Zhuo. Tamyo saw Feng Yu looking at him with a strange look. I'm sorry, Lord Feng Yu, I'm just too excited. I've been researching the drug to kill Wuhan for hundreds of years, and now it's the most critical moment. All I need is Wuhan's blood to develop it. A blush appeared on Tamyo's face, and then he started to get excited and said, over the past few hundred years, although I have used the blood of other ghosts to develop medicines, the blood has been diluted too seriously. As for the powerful ghosts, Yushiru and I have no way to collect their blood. Now that I heard you say that you are good friends with Shanghai-san Yi Wo Zhuo, then his blood is the closest to Wu Mei. With the help of his blood, I believe that the development progress of the poison that can kill Wu Mei will be even higher. Building. I am confident that a drug that can kill Kibutsuji will be developed soon. Feng Yu nodded. He knew how deeply the beautiful woman in front of him hated Muzan. Although she and Yushiru also had some strength, the effect of the blood of ordinary ghosts was really minimal, and the blood of more powerful ghosts had little effect. He didn't dare to hunt and collect blood rashly. After all, Wu Mei had been looking for her whereabouts. If they are careless, 12 Kazuki will appear and catch them. I am very grateful to Master Feng Yu for understanding me. Silvery tears filled Tamyo's eyes, as if he was remembering some sad past event. Hole, how dare you make Lord Tamyo cry, I'll kill you. Yushiru on the side saw the tears in Tamyo's eyes, and a surge of anger rushed to his forehead. The previous mental suppression was directly dispersed by the anger, and then he attacked Feng Yu. No. Tamyo shouted to stop Yushiru, but Yushiru didn't listen at all. At this moment, his mind was filled with images of Tamyo crying. Noisy. Feng Yu frowned and punched Yushiru, flying away. Bang. Yushiru hit the wall hard and blood immediately flowed out. At this time, Yushiru only felt one kind of pain, extremely painful, as if all the bones in his body were broken. Although as a ghost, he could heal this kind of injury instantly, but Feng Yu's fist there seems to be a special force hindering the ghost's ability to heal itself. Don't make me kill you, Yushiru. Feng Yu's eyes gradually became cold, and he was really not interested in this kind of man's character. It was obviously Tamyo who made him fall into memories and shed tears, but he would attack others without thinking. When Tamyo saw that Feng Yu had punched Yushiru, she was shocked, because she had just felt how powerful Feng Yu's punch was. And seeing that Yushiru was covered in blood but didn't heal immediately, he understood that it was Feng Yu's other abilities. Tamyo couldn't help but sigh in his heart at the weird abilities of the young man in front of him. Master Feng Yu, please let Yushiru go. He is also worried about me. I will discipline him well in the future. Tamyo looked at Yushiru's miserable state and bowed to Feng Yu. Next time it won't be my fist, but my sword, Yushiru. Do you understand? Feng Yu looked at Yushiru indifferently, then his expression moved and the mental power suppressing Yushiru's body dissipated. A moment. Yushiru, who was covered in blood, recovered immediately. Crack! A dark red mark appeared on Yushiru's face, and he looked at the woman in front of him who he respected and loved deeply with a face full of shock. Yushiru, if you continue to be rude to Fuyusama, then please leave my side. Tamyo cursed. No, Master Tamyo, I was wrong, please forgive me. Don't drive me away, just let me stay by your side to protect your safety. Yushiru knelt directly on the ground, crying and begging Tamyo not to let him leave. He was really scared at this moment. Since he turned into a ghost, he has been getting along with Tamyo, and his feelings for Tamyo are extremely deep. At this moment, Tamyo asked him to leave her, and he felt that the whole world was collapse. Tamyo frowned, of course she would not let Yushiru leave her. After all, after hundreds of years of getting along, even a dog has feelings, let alone a person who has the same fate as herself. After Tamyo was silent for a while, he said to Yushiru, "If this happens again in the future, you should really leave me. I don't need someone like you by my side." When Yushiru heard this, he nodded wildly in agreement as if he was being amnesty. Feng Yu on the side was not too surprised. He also vaguely guessed why Tamyo was so angry with Yushiru. After all, she is a gentle and kind-hearted woman. She was so angry because she was worried that Yushiru would destroy the cooperation between her and herself, thus missing the opportunity to kill Muzan. After all, she has been waiting for a long time, and her hatred for Wu Mei can make her give everything. Okay, Miss Tamyo, I'm done with my anger. Let's end the incident here. Our cooperation will not change because of other things. Feng Yu said slowly. Hearing this, Tamyo breathed a sigh of relief and smiled on his face. Mr. Feng Yu, what's going on with that ghost? Tamyo turned the topic to the male ghost Feng Yu brought over. The male ghost, who felt aggrieved like a little wife, heard Tamyo discussing him, and his nerves became tense for a moment. I just happened to meet him on the road. He originally wanted to lure you to show up, and he wanted to kill him after you showed up. But he is a little special, and he seems to be under Wu Mei's control. Well, that's it. Tamyo slowly walked up to the male ghost. The male ghost's face changed instantly, and the tears in his eyes kept lingering. The snot and tears were intertwined and matched with his ferocious face. Tamyo couldn't help but take a few steps back, avoiding him like the plague. It's true. Tamyo looked at the male ghost and murmured, "I didn't expect that there are ghosts who can escape from Wu Mei's control by relying on their own power. It's really amazing. May I have your names?" Feng Yu suddenly asked. My name seems to be Tansen, Torei." The male ghost said hesitantly, "Torei Tanamori." Feng Yu stared at him closely. The male ghost felt uncomfortable being stared at. He immediately knelt down and cried, "Sir, please let me go. I'm just an ordinary ghost. I have never eaten humans. Please let me go." "Never eaten humans? When did you become a ghost?" Feng Yu continued to ask. At this moment, he became interested in the ghost who called himself Torei Tanamori. I don't know. I just vaguely remember that after I woke up I looked like this. Since I became like this, although my strength has increased, I am very afraid of the sun, as if I will die if I touch the sun. In the end, I met another ghost, and I realized that I had turned into a ghost. "Sir, what I told is the truth. Please just let me go." The male ghost said. "That's strange." Feng Yu looked at him and fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, people who become ghosts are under the control of Wu Mei, but this ghost is different. His breath does not have that bloodthirsty smell, but it is very similar to personally, except for appearance. "Master Feng Yu, why not ask him to draw some blood for me to study? I am very interested in him," Tamyo said, looking at the male ghost. Feng Yu nodded, obviously leaving it to Tamyo to study was a very correct choice. Seeing Feng Yu's agreement, Tamyo took out a syringe and walked towards the male ghost step by step. "No. Don't come over here." Suddenly the male ghost's screams echoed throughout the courtyard, but because of Yushiru's vampire technique, no sound was heard from the outside world. I saw Tamyo quickly walking towards the basement after drawing a tube full of blood from Torei Tanamori's body. Feng Yu was watching quietly from the side, with no intention of disturbing Tamyo. After a tube of blood was drawn from Tanamori Torei, his whole body was trembling. He hid in the corner and looked at Feng Yu timidly. "Okay, do you need it? It's just a tube of blood. If I wanted to kill you, I would have killed you long ago. Besides, bringing you here can be regarded as saving your life. Otherwise, with your weak strength, if Wuhan discovers that you are out of his control, then you will definitely be finished. Even if you run to the end of the world, you will be killed, caught up." Feng Yu looked at Torei Tanamori helplessly and shook his head. It seemed that he didn't expect that this ghost was so courageous. "It was just a small tube of blood, that's all. I really don't know how you turned into a ghost." When Tanamori Torei heard this, a memory flashed through his mind. It was a bright night, and he seemed to be drinking on the street. Then he vaguely remembered that a black mist was coming towards him and then, unconscious. "I just remember in my mind that when I was unconscious, I heard the voices of many people like begging and praying. When I woke up the next day, my whole person became a ghost. It was also from that day on that Torre Tanamori began to become afraid of the sun and put on black clothes. Sir, I seem to remember how I became a ghost. Tanamori Torre shouted. Feng Yu looked sideways and said nothing. Black mist ... It's black mist. It was the black mist that turned me into a ghost. Tanamori Torre shouted excitedly, and Feng Yu was about to say something when he saw Tamyo slowly walking out of the basement, looking at Tanamori Torre with shock on his face. What the hell are you? Tamyo asked. Tanamori Torre was stunned for a moment and came up without answering. Your blood seems a little different from Wu Qi's. It seems to be mixed with other energy. Tamyo's face showed a trace of solemnity. After all, no one knows what the other power is. Maybe it's Kibutsuji's new ability. If it is really a new ability, then it will be more difficult to kill Kibutsuji Muzan. Feng Yu also heard the seriousness of the matter, so he said, then let's kill him. Tanamori Torre. Tamyo seemed to be surprised by Feng Yu's answer. Sir, it doesn't have to be like this. Instead of killing him, why don't you let me study the strange power in his body? And maybe I can be part of the team that kills Wu Qi. Tamyo said, it depends on you. You are the best at this kind of thing. I will only be responsible for killing ghosts for you. Feng Yu waved his hands indifferently. Anyway, with his own strength, he could basically handle it as long as it wasn't Kokoshibu and Muzan. Then Master Feng Yu, please stay with me for the time being. Then Tamyo walked towards Torre Tanamori with a smile on his face, and kept saying the gentlest words. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. But after taking blood just now, it was obvious that Tamyo was as scary as Feng Yu in his eyes. Other side. Yuazue was still running away frantically, because he felt a familiar breath approaching him from behind. Damn ... It's Kokoshibu. Yuazue sensed Kokoshibu's fighting spirit and couldn't help but cursed secretly. I have mastered the Supreme Realm now. Can I defeat him? Yuazue stopped in his footsteps, closed his eyes, and the blue snowflake symbol appeared under his feet. Destroy Kill Luo Needle. The compass needle under his feet pointed in one direction instantly, and Yuazue understood that it was the direction of Kokoshibu. Destruction Kill Sky Style. Quickly and directly punched 6 times in the direction pointed by Luo Zhen. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying boxing energy gathered in one place, making roaring sounds. Breath of the Moon 1 type Dark Moon Palace of Night. In the darkness, countless round moon blades instantly appeared and collided with the attacks of Yuozue. Bang. The collision of powerful energies produces a huge explosion. I didn't expect it was really you, Kokoshibu. Yuozue's blue eyes quietly looked at the darkness amidst the explosion, and saw a figure slowly walking out of the darkness. It is one of the upper strings, Kokoshibu. 3 pairs of blood-red eyes looked at Yuozue, with no trace of emotion on their faces. It seems that your strength has improved. Kokoshibu looked behind him and said slowly, I am here to take you back under the command of Master Wuhan. Let's go. Kokoshibu, I am no longer the Yiwoza I used to be. I am Kokoshibu. Looking at Kokoshibu's condescending expression, Yuaz instantly became furious. Now, like you, I have stepped into the Supreme Realm. This time we will have a real battle. Yuazue shouted. Kokoshibu had a smile on his face. Yes, it seems that you have lived up to my expectations of you. Since you want to challenge me, then I will satisfy you. Kokoshibu's long black sideburns and high ponytail, as well as the purple snake pattern kimono and black horse riding behind her, are constantly flying in the air. I saw him slowly pulling out the blood-red knife from his waist. Yuaz didn't dare to be careless. That sword was a ghost blade forged by Kokoshibu with his own flesh and blood. The blade, handle, and handle are all covered with eyes. As you slash, countless round moon blades will be produced. The size and length of the round moon blades will change from time to time, and there is no fixed shape. If the sword is damaged, it can instantly grow back to its original form, and as Kokoshibu releases its strength, it will evolve into a longer alien blade with staggered blades. Yuazai had challenged Kokoshibu before, and the battle between 12 Kazuki was also commonly known as the Swapping Challenge. But that challenge ended with Yuazai's failure. The original rule set by Wuhan was that whoever loses, then the winning party can absorb the losing party. But Kokoshibu did not do that, but was very optimistic about the future growth of Yuazou. Now when he sees the changes in Yuazou through the transparent world, Kokoshibu is also happy deep in his heart, but at the same time he is more angry. Kokoshibu has a strong sense of class, has strict requirements on relationships between superiors and subordinates, and is afraid of the behavior of subordinates who commit superiors. Such Yuazu's behavior is the following, which he cannot accept. Kokoshibu and Yuazou opened the state of transparent world at the same time, but it is unknown which one is stronger and which one is weaker. Yuaza was ready to go out and his fighting spirit was soaring, but Kokoshibu's aura was calm, just like an ordinary person, but the 6 blood-red eyes on his face made people uncontrollably frightened. I'm going to F*** K Kokoshibu. Bring it on. The night is beautiful tonight. The moonlight in the sky falls on Yuozuo and Haishimu. Destruction and killing random style. Yuazo immediately launched a fierce attack in the direction of Kokoshibu. His attack speed was so fast that people couldn't see his movements clearly. But Kokoshibu's face was calm and not moved at all. Breath of the moon shape of Wu Moon Soul disaster. Kokoshibu's sword did not move, only a stream of energy was constantly swirling around him, creating a huge swirling blade wind around his body, deflecting all of Yuazo's punches and leaving countless holes in the path of the attack. Moon Blade, Yuazuo took a few steps back with a look of disbelief on his face. Because he was injured in the collision just now, Kokoshibu obviously didn't even swing his sword, it was just a simple cyclone defense. Kokoshibu, you are indeed the most powerful. Fighting with someone like you is my dream. There was a hint of excitement on Yuazuo's face. Then he started attacking Kokoshibu again. Destruction and killing random style. Using the same move, Yuazuo instantly arrived in front of Kokoshibu and attacked crazily. Kokoshibu's 6 blood-red eyes looked at him quietly, and the cyclone around him was constantly resisting Yuazuo's attacks. Look down on me. Destruction kill foot style crown first cut. Yuazuo turned around and kicked him up. Kokoshibu's move was interrupted instantly and he was about to fall on him. Kokoshibu just said lightly, Breath of the Moon 2 types Juhuananju. He began to turn his body and waved 2 blade winds at the same time. The blade winds had many round moon blades that directly blocked Yuazuo's attack. The huge energy fluctuations directly raised a gust of wind in the surrounding area. Destruction kill kick style flashing group of lights. Yuazuo's backhand kick was as fast as a flash of light, and he kicked Kokoshibu violently several times. Bang bang bangs. Huge energy fluctuations spread, and Kokoshibu waved the knife in his hand, constantly resisting the incoming attacks. The tall body of 1.9 meters stood like a rock. No matter how powerful Yuazuo's attack force was, he did not take a step back. Hateful. Seeing that his attack did no harm to Kokoshibu at all, Yuazuo couldn't help but curse. Destruction kill destruction style. A flaming yellow airflow ignited on Yuazuo's fist, and he attacked Kokoshibu directly. This time, Kokoshibu's face began to show a slight emotional change, and then he said slowly to Yuazuo, This is decent. Then he waved the knife in his hand. The breath of the moon, the lonely moon in the everlasting night, uninterrupted. Kokoshibu directly moved toward Yuazuo's fist with staggered and rapid slashes. Countless blades formed a blade wind, and at the same time, countless full moon blades were directed at the oncoming fist. Bang. The 2 huge energies collided, and Yuazuo flew several meters upside down and landed on the ground, raising a huge cloud of dust. Kokoshibu took half a step back and his clothes were not damaged at all. The smoke clears. Yuazuo slowly got up, with a solemn expression on his face. One of his fists was bleeding with blood, and the blood was dripping on the ground bit by bit. But the injury on his hand soon fully recovered. You are still so powerful that it is beyond your reach. Originally, I thought that I would have the possibility of defeating you once I entered the Supreme Realm, but from the battle just now, it seems that there is also a possibility in the Supreme Realm. Realms, you have already explored a higher realm. Yuazuo looked at Kokoshibu calmly and said, Kokoshibu remains unmoved. Go back with me and atone for your sins. Kokoshibu's tone suddenly worsened, and it was obvious that he was just testing how much Yuazuo's strength had improved. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defending against Yuazuo's attacks. After all, he is the pinnacle of power in this world. Hahaha Kokoshibu, even if I die here, I won't go back. And do you think I have exhausted all my strength? Yuazuo laughs wildly. The fighting spirit in his body soared into the sky again, and this time it was even stronger than before. It seemed that it was triggered by the emotions of Yuazuo. Kokoshibu's figure disappeared instantly and appeared in front of Yuazuo. So fast, so strong. Yuazuo's eyes shrank instantly. Breath of the Moon 3 types hateful moon erosion. The knife in Kokoshibu's hand began to swing, and countless round moon blades began to appear on the blade, and they slashed directly towards Yuazuo's chest. Wherever the blade passed, countless round moon blades of different sizes appeared, constantly attacking Yuazuo. Causes damage. Destruction kill destruction style. Yuazuo directly punched out, meeting Kokoshibu's slash. Kokoshibu's powerful slash directly split Iwazo's fist. Destruction kill final style blue eyes chaotic afterglow. Iwazo shook off Kokoshibu's blade, then took a few steps back. A huge blue snowflake symbol instantly appeared on the soles of his feet, and then countless compass needles attacked Kokoshibu. Devil's blade, god of false crying goes. The flesh and blood on Kokoshibu's body began to flow towards the knife in his hand little by little, and soon his knife turned into a longer alien blade with wrong blades. This is the evolved form of the Kokoshibu sword, containing powerful vitality and power. Breath of the moon Jiu shape falling moon-connected faces. The aura on Kokoshibu's body became extremely powerful in an instant, and the sense of oppression became stronger and stronger. He waved the evolved ghost blade, and continuously made numerous invisible slashes in the air with intricate interactions, producing multiple interlaced blade winds, and countless round moon blades collided with the compass needles of the Yuo seat. Bangs! The attack power on both sides is extremely powerful. Luozhen blade wind, constantly intertwined. The earth is shaking and cracking. The wild animals within a 5-mile radius fled frantically, not daring to get even half a step closer. Countless trees were turned into dust under the influence of the battle. Big holes and dust keep appearing on the ground. The breath of the moon Shisei's shape ferocious transformation, the sky is full of slender moon. Kokoshibu saw that his moves could not break Iwazo's attack, so he directly changed his moves and used more powerful moves. He began to wave the ghost blade, and countless huge crescent-shaped blade winds and giant round moon blades appeared, sweeping through everything with an irresistible power and attacking with needles. Iwazo's pupils dilated, and those giant sword moons actually broke through his strongest attack and attacked him directly. Iwazo's hair was flying in the air, and he wanted to defend against Kokoshibu's attack, but the huge Basuki suddenly accelerated and passed directly by him. Budge! Iwazo's eyes widened, Kokoshibu also sheathed his sword, and the air instantly became quiet. Only the sound of the beating heart in the body surrounds my ears. You are really strong. Iwazo's body fell to his knees on the ground, and his head rolled to the side. Iwazo's head fell to the side, and the blood spurted out stained a large area of land red. Although he could control his body to recover immediately, he didn't. He just looked at Kokoshibu silently. Kokoshibu, do you believe there are geniuses in this world? Iwazo suddenly laughed. Kokoshibu looked calm and did not answer his question. I met a human genius. I am no match for him. Although you are very strong and have entered the Supreme Realm early, I think he might be able to kill you. Like us, he is a person who has entered the Supreme Realm. His fighting spirit is not inferior to mine, and his swordsmanship is the strongest human being I have ever seen in my life. There was a hint of fluctuation in Kokoshibu's eyes at this time. A genius. Kokoshibu murmured, seemingly lost in thought. Ha ha ha, Kokoshibu, are you scared? Iwazo laughed. He felt Kokoshibu's mood swings and thought he was afraid. What Kokoshibu doesn't know is that Kokoshibu is currently immersed in distant memories, and the figure deeply imprinted in the depths of his mind is gradually enlarging. Kokoshibu touched the red firework-like markings on his left forehead and right neck, remembering himself when he was still a human. Because of that person, Kokoshibu turned on the markings during the human period, but it was also because the swordsman who turned on the markings did not live to live past 25 years, which led to the birth of Kokoshibu today. I'm not afraid. On the contrary, I'm looking forward to meeting the genius you mentioned. I want to see if he has the ability to be given the title of genius. After all, my stupid brother is the only genius in this world. Kokoshibu raised his head, looked at the bright moon in the sky with 3 pairs of blood-red eyes and sighed. Human beings are human beings after all. They will age, die, and become weak. Even if they are stronger than you, they cannot escape the final fate of human beings, the end of lifespan. I'm not wrong, it's you who are wronged. Yuane, Kokoshibu muttered. Then he walked towards Iwazo's body step by step, then gently picked up his head and placed it at the incision on his neck. Kokoshibu, you are actually just like me. You just want to become stronger. Why should you be controlled by that person? Iwazo still wanted to persuade Kokoshibu to change his mind, but it had no effect at all. Kokoshibu just looked at him quietly and said slowly, I said, since you are a minister, you must understand the difference between superiority and inferiority. Kokoshibu was obviously angry because of Iwazo's words. I became a ghost and lived for hundreds of years, but I never reached the threshold of the highest realm. However, humans can reach the highest realm in their teens and 20s. Kokoshibu, have you ever thought that although we have unlimited lives, it is difficult to take a step forward in terms of strength? So I'm thinking, what is the difference between ghosts and humans? Ghosts will be killed by sunlight. Not only ordinary ghosts, but even our Shanxian and that being are also afraid of sunlight and will be touched by it in the same way. The sun will turn into ashes. But humans are different. Their strength improves very quickly. Although their lifespan is short, their strength level increases so quickly. Except for the longevity and frailty of the body, humans have no shortcomings. Yiwazyo said, humans, even if they become the most powerful and talented beings in the world, so what? In the end, they will not die. Kokoshibu said with a sneer. It seems that Mr. Kokoshibu once met an extremely powerful human being. Can you tell me his name? Yiwazyo saw what Kokoshibu meant and couldn't help but ask. Kokoshibu glanced at him and then began to fall into memories again. That was a man who was born with stripes. Not only did he create a breathing method that allowed weak humans to fight against evil spirits, but he could also easily defeat swordsmen who had been training for many years without practicing. Kokoshibu feels that other people want to have talents in their lives, but his stupid brother is not interested in having excellent talents in swordsmanship. It would be great if God could give such talents to people who are determined to study swordsmanship. And Kokoshibu fell into silence. He felt as if he had forgotten a lot, but he did not forget it. But in a daze, the brother looking at him with a smile on his face was still yesterday. His efforts are not worth mentioning in the eyes of his younger brother. He is called the son of God by his mother. He is respected by everyone. With him in this world, all geniuses cannot be called geniuses because he is a star, the sun rising slowly in the sky. Other geniuses are just weeds. I have surpassed you, Yuani. Kokoshibu's eyes were firm, and it seemed that he had dispelled the shadow that had been cast upon him by Inishi Tsukuni. Yuani. Yuazuo couldn't help but speak. It seems that Mr. Kokoshibu has also been afraid. I really want to know who is the person who can scare a powerful person like you. Although Yuazo laughed, there was an expression of pity on his face, because he knew how miserable his end would be after being taken back by Kokoshibu this time. Yuazuo's body returned to its original position. He shook his head, a gentle smile appeared on his face and said to the soul of Zungsu in his eyes, I'm sorry Zungsu, maybe this time I will look like that you hate again. It looks like, but I want to go down and accompany you to heavens. Yuazuo shouted instantly. I saw his hands gathering blue aura and hitting him directly on the head. Destruction killed destruction style. Yuazo was very fast, but under the transparent world of Kokoshibu his movement slowed down. Breath of the Moon, one type Dark Moon Palace of Night. The sword flashed past, and Yuazuo's hands were cut off directly. I said I will take you back when I take you back. Kokoshibu said domineeringly. At the same time his face became gloomy, as if Yuazuo's suicide behavior angered him. I originally thought you would be my companion in pursuit of the ultimate realm, but I let you go a few times and let you grow. Now you have already lost your fighting spirit and become a waste. You really disappoint me. Let's go. Come back with me. Kokoshibu directly grabbed Yuazuo's body and then a pipa sound sounded. The figures of the two of them suddenly disappeared into the air. Other side. Feng Yu was sitting on a chair, watching Tamhyo continuously injecting various medicines into Tanamori Tori. Tanamori Tori's body was constantly trembling as he looked at the beautiful, dignified, and gentle woman in front of him who was pricking his body with needles of various sizes, and then drawing blood. Tanamori Tori was extremely scared. Although the needle penetrated his skin without any pain, he felt that his body was riddled with holes. Tamyo-sama ... Can, is it okay? Tanamori Tori looked at the blood that had filled 5 syringes, and he couldn't help but ask. Okay, Mr. Tori, thank you for your cooperation. Thank you for your hard work, you are a good person. A smile appeared on Tamyo's face. When Tori Tanamori was praised by Tamyo, his ferocious face instantly turned red and became even uglier. Miss Tamyo, so beautiful ... It feels so good to stay like this from now on. Tanamori Tori began to fantasize about having S*X with Tamyo in the future. Mr. Tori. Tamyo looked at Tori Tanamori in a daze, thinking that too much blood had just been drawn and causing problems, so he couldn't help shouting. It's okay, Miss Tamyo, I'm fine. If you like my blood in the future, you can do this to me every day. Tanamori Tori patted his chest and said proudly, Putch. Tamyo laughed out loud. Suddenly, Tori Tanamori was even more fascinated. You must protect Miss Tamyo from now on. Tanamori Tori secretly made up his mind. Feng Yu on the side looked at Tanamori Tori with strange eyes, thinking that this guy might have taken too much blood and had something wrong with his brain. After all, in Feng Yu's eyes, Tanamori Torei's behavior at the moment is just like the behavior of a certain kind of man in his previous life on the internet. Field dog, yes, it's a field dog. Tusk, beauty is indeed a disaster. Feng Yu not only lamented how lethal Tamyo's appearance was, but with just a smile, he could turn someone who was extremely afraid of him 1 second into a suitor who could give everything the next second. Yushiro on the side has already begun to gnash his teeth, and he already wants to kill Tanamori Torei 1,010,000 times. Damn that ugly guy, he actually fell in love with Tamyo-sama. How dares he? The veins on Yushiru's face were bulging, and the palms of his hands were bleeding from the forceful clenching of his fists. Although he was angry, he did not dare to take action but tried his best to control his emotions. After all, he always remembered what Tamyo said, as long as he messed up again, she would drive him away. In order to be by Tamyo's side, Yushiru turned away and stopped looking at Tanamori Torei. Tamyo and Feng Yu nodded at the same time, expressing satisfaction that Yushiru did not attack Tanamori Torei. All right, Lord Feng Yu, let's set off to see Shangxian Sanyawo Zuo. Tamyo said. Feng Yu nodded and started to walk out. Behind them, Tamyo and the others slowly followed Feng Yu's footsteps. Torei, Tanamori, and Yushiru followed Tamyo on the left and right, walking side by side like two bodyguards. Tamyo stopped and said to Torei Tanamori next to him, "You don't have to follow us. You can just wait here for us to come back." When Tanamori Torei heard this, he immediately became anxious and quickly tried to grab Tamyo's hand, but he only heard a pop and was knocked away. Damn B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Yushiru roared. Tanamori Tori vomited a mouthful of blood and then quickly recovered, looking at Yushiru with a trace of fear in his eyes. Only then did he remember that he was just a prisoner. I'm sorry, Tamyo-sama, I crossed the line. Tanamori Tori bowed his head and apologized. I'll wait here for you to come back. It's okay, Mr. Tori, just wait here for us to come back. Tamyo said with a smile. Then he followed Feng Yu and left. As soon as everyone stepped out of the courtyard, Feng Yu stopped, then closed his eyes, seeming to be looking for something. How so? Feng Yu frowned. There was no sign of Yawo Zhu there at the originally agreed meeting place. What's wrong, Master Feng Yu? Tamyo saw the confusion on Feng Yu's face and was startled, vaguely guessing that something might have happened. I originally made an appointment with Yawo to meet somewhere, but now I can't find him. Feng Yu said what he sensed. Moreover, the previous connection between me and Yawo disappeared. Did something happen to Yawo? Feng Yu was shocked in his heart. If something happened to Yawo, then Wuhan must have discovered it. At this moment, Asakusa is Kibutsuji's base camp. Once he learns about himself and his plan through Yiwo's memory, not only will he be in danger, but even Tamyo will be affected. Miss Tamyo, it seems we need to get out of here quickly. There was a hint of anxiety on Feng Yu's face, and there was a vague premonition in his heart. Lord Feng Yu, you mean? Tamyo opened his mouth, and then immediately said to Yushiru beside him. Yushiru, I think we should go back and pack our things together, we are leaving here. Yushiru also knew the urgency of the matter, and nodded quickly, returned to the courtyard, and began to pack up the utensils and data used to study medicine. As soon as Tanamori Tori saw Feng Yu and the others coming back, he was about to ask but was punched away by Yushiru. Get out of the way. Yushiru roared. Soon the important things were packed by Yushiru, and everything else was destroyed. Tamyo-sama, let's leave quickly. Yushiru spoke. Feng Yu and Tamyo nodded, then called the confused Tanamori Tori and left Asakusa quickly. Not long after Feng Yu and others left Asakusa, three figures appeared. It's Kokoshibu Dauma, the big three take collective action. But at this moment, Yawo had a wild smile on his face, and with one punch he destroyed the Yushiru blood ghost technique covering the courtyard. It seems we are a step too late, Mr. Kokoshibu. Dauma waved the golden lotus fan in his hand. A smile appeared on his handsome face, as if he didn't care whether Feng Yu and others were here at all. My compass tells me that they haven't gone far yet, let's chase them quickly. The compass needle appeared on the bottom of Yawo's feet, seeming to be pointing in a certain direction. Kokoshibu quietly looked at the Yawo that had fallen in the center of the courtyard without saying a word for a long time. He just nodded and followed the direction pointed by the Yawo. When Kokoshibu and Dauma chased in the direction they pointed, Yawo's face seemed to pause for a moment, then he shook his head and followed after them. Feng Yu and others soon arrived at a small town. After confirming that no one was chasing them, Feng Yu breathed a sigh of relief. You can live here from now on. I believe that with Yushiru's ability, you will not be discovered. Tamyo nodded, then looked at Yushiru behind him. He quickly understood what Tamyo meant, and after handing the package to Torii Tanimori, he left everyone. After a while, Yushiro came back and at the same time asked everyone to follow his pace and came to a courtyard gate. Tamyo-sama, this is it. Yushiro said respectfully. Master Fuyu, then Yushiro, I and Mr. Torii Tanimori will stay here. If anything happens, you can come here and find us at any time. Right. Tamyo waved his hand, and Yushiro respectfully handed Feng Yu a yellow talisman. Master Feng Yu, keep this. As long as you kill the ghost and extract the ghost's blood, Chachuan will come to you and send the blood back. Then Feng Yu heard a cat meow, and then a calico cat appeared at Tamyo's feet. Feng Yu nodded, indicating that he understood. Then I'll leave first, Miss Tamyo. Feng Yu said goodbye to Tamyo and others, and saw a golden figure appearing in the sky, slowly falling in front of Feng Yu. Feng Yu and Zio Hai soon returned to Sawu Mountain. When Nanako and the others saw Feng Yu coming back, they just wanted to go up and say hello. But when they saw the anxiety on their faces, they wisely hid aside to practice swordsmanship. Feng Yu glanced at Nanako gently and saw her efforts through the transparent world. At this time, Nanako's foundation had been laid, and it was time to make a choice to practice breathing techniques. I'm back, Master Lintaki. Feng Yu opened the door of the wooden house, and what he saw was Tomioka Jiu and Ninataki Sakanji. Tomioka Jiu was as taciturn as ever and just nodded to him. Ninataki Sakanji actually said, when I come back this time, it seems like something happened to your expression. Feng Yu nodded, then sat across from them and explained to them what happened. I see. No wonder you left in a hurry this time. Third string, Tamyo. Nintaki Sakanji murmured. Master Lintaki, I think Nanako's training has reached a certain level. It's time to let her choose the breathing method. Nantaki Sakan nodded in approval. After all, Nanako was greatly improving her strength every day because of the marrow cleansing pill, and the original training was no longer suitable for her. I have a plan, after all, she is your disciple. It's up to you to teach her how to use the breathing method. Well, then the next step is to let her choose which breathing method she wants. Feng Yu picked up a bowl of tea and drank it gurglingly, while looking at Tomioka Jiu aside. Feng Yu was surprised to find that at this time, Tomioka Jiu's aura was just like that of an ordinary person. It was obvious that he had mastered the realm of being able to see through the world. It seems that the marrow cleansing pill and the healing pill are not in vain. Feng Yu knew it well. In addition to Nanako's breathing method training, there is also the matter of Mixu. I don't know what happened to hers. This side of Butterfly House. Ever since Kachu Shinobu brought Mihide back to Butterfly House, he has taken care of her as carefully as he took care of Kano. At the same time, everyone in Butterfly House also became very interested in the girl brought back by Kachu Shinobu, because Mixu was in a daze when she came back, as if she were a statue. Through Kachu Shinobu, they also knew what Mixu had experienced. I couldn't help but sympathize with Mixu in my heart, and at the same time I became more concerned about taking care of her. Everyone took turns taking care of Mixu, but they didn't notice that Kano on the side was watching her deeply. Every time after everyone left, Kano would always stay by Mixu's side, dragging her outside to the sea of flowers planted by everyone in Butterfly House. Kachu stretched out his hand to attract the sky and surrounded the two of them, but Mixu's expression remained unchanged, letting Kachu fly. Sudden. A pink Kachu landed on Mixu's nose, and its two tentacles gently touched Mixu's cheek, seeming to convey some message. Then Mixu's face began to look painful, tears kept flowing from her eyes and she kept shouting, "Father, Mother." Mixu fell to the ground and kept curling up her body. Everyone heard the sound and came. I quickly stepped forward to see what happened, only to see the sky full of Kachu surrounding Mixu, forming a protective circle seeming to protect her from harm. Everyone wanted to come forward, but Kachu seemed to have his own thoughts and wouldn't let others get close. At this time, Kachu Shinobu also rushed over. She slowly approached Mixu, but surprisingly, Kachu did not hinder Kachu Shinobu's advancement. Kachu Shinobu gently picked up Mihide. Kachu Shinobu was also beside Kachu Shinobu. It could even be said that he was following Mihide. Kachu Shinobu took out a syringe from his arms and hit Mixu's arm. Soon, Mixu slowly regained her composure and fell asleep. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Mixu had calmed down. After all, looking at the appearance that Mixu had just shown, it was obvious that she was in great pain. Kachu Shinobu held the sleeping Mihide in his arms and walked back to the room step by step. When he passed by Kano, he nodded towards her. After returning to the room, Kachu Shinobu was surprised to find that there was a pink Kachu following them all, and then, under everyone's surprised eyes, it landed on Mixu's face. The two tentacles kept caressing Mixu's face. Lord Shinobu, what is this? The three little ones from Butterfly House couldn't help but ask. It's okay, it seems that this Kachu also cares about poor Mixiu. Kachu Shinobu looked at Pink Kachu quietly and said, it seems that when she wakes up, she may be able to return to normal. Kachu Shinobu murmured, okay, let me take care of Mixiu next and you can take care of other patients in Butterfly House. Kachu Shinobu motioned for everyone to leave here. Everyone nodded and left quickly, except Kano who still stood there. This kid has closed himself off. Kachu Shinobu gently wiped Mixiu's cheeks. This kid looks a lot like you, Kano. Kachu Shinobu smiled slightly and Kano's face did not change. He just came to the bed and put Mixiu's hand in his palm. Sometimes it's a good thing not to wake up. The second day, Feng Yu led Nanako to the mountain behind Mount Samajiri early. Feng Yu looked serious along the way. Nanako didn't dare to say anything, but followed Feng Yu respectfully. When they arrived at the waterfall in the back mountain, Feng Yu turned around and said seriously, Nanako, you have been my disciple for some time. The basic training above is no longer suitable for you. I told you last time, if we want to become stronger, we must learn the breathing method, improve our overall physical strength, and use the special Nichirin sword to kill the evil ghost who killed your parents. The Demon Slayer Core has 5 basic breathing techniques, all of which are derived from the breathing of the sun. Your master and I inherit the breathing of water from Master Lintaki. The breathing of water is related to the 4 types of fire, wind, thunder, and rock. Demon Slayer Core basic breathing method is the most basic and easiest to learn. There are currently 12 basic moves in water breathing. I will explain them to you later. Nanako listened quietly to Feng Yu's words, and at the same time she was extremely serious, because she knew that this moment was extremely important, so important that she needed to remember everything Feng Yu said. The breathing method, as the name suggests, is to expand the lung capacity through self-exercise. During combat, the lungs are expanded to the limit by inhaling a large amount of air, thereby promoting blood flow and increasing body temperature, exerting the maximum power of human body functions, and enhancing strength and speed to compete with ghosts. The ability. All swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps need to undergo orthodox training. After reaching a certain level of strength, they will participate in the final trial. Passing will prove your strength. If you fail to pass, you will be buried in the belly of the evil spirit in the final trial. Tanjiro will take part in the final trial in a while and become a true Demon Slayer Corps swordsman. There are 2 kinds of breathing methods in my body. One is the water breathing passed down from Master Lintaki, and the other is the light breathing created by me. I just told you about water breathing. There are a total of 12 moves, 2 of which were created by Tomioka Jiu and myself. They make up for the shortcomings of water breathing and achieve a perfect state. The breathing method of breathing of light is not complete at the moment, but I already have an idea. I will teach you the breathing method in the next period of time. No matter which breathing method you choose, I will devote all my energy to teaching you. I'll give you 1 day to consider whether to choose water breathing or light breathing. Feng Yu looked at Nanako quietly. Nanako was suddenly at a loss, lowered her head and remained silent. After a while, Feng Yu saw Nanako clenching her fists, raised her head sharply, met Feng Yu's gaze and said firmly, Master Feng Yu, I choose the breath of water. Feng Yu was silent for a moment, and then slowly said the word good. Now that you have chosen the breathing method, I will demonstrate the first 10 basic moves of water breathing for you. Feng Yu pulled out an ordinary Nichirin sword and began to demonstrate it to Nanako one by one. This is the first move, Water Breath 1 type Water Slash. This move requires accumulating strength, then using the breathing method, aiming at the ghost's neck and slashing it down quickly and directly. I saw blue and white water patterns appearing on the Sun Lun Dao in Feng Yu's hand, and he slashed across a big tree in front of him, then turned around and put away the knife. Nanako opened her mouth wide because the big tree now had a trace as thin as a line and then blew down by the wind, leaving a smooth cut. Nanako swallowed. Can I do this in the future? Nanako was shocked in her heart. Even if she opened her hands, she couldn't completely hug the huge tree in front of her, but it was cut down with just a swipe of Feng Yu's knife. I will definitely do it, mother. I will definitely avenge you, and I will definitely kill all the evil spirits in the world. For ghosts like Nezuko. Nanako secretly made up her mind, and at the same time, Nezuko understood that there might—
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.